Hello and welcome to the Dota 2 Portal Invitational. My name is Atomo and joining me is Leonard Yolo Lee. How are you doing today, Leonard?
Honestly, I'm feeling absolutely ecstatic for this as well, right? Because this is literally one of the greatest moments that we're going to be ever experiencing here this year alone. And we're slowly transitioning towards the end of the first quarter of the year.
Yep, this is the best moment of our lives so far, according to Leonard. But yeah, we are going to be with you guys for the next 4 days. Well, today and the next 3 days as well for this tournament. It's a $100,000 prize pool. We have some pretty impressive teams coming out for you. And it's nice because it's like Portal's first attempt at a Dota 2 tournament. And I'm glad to be here. You know, we're actually in a studio right now. It may not look it, but look. Woo, there you go. But yeah, we're very happy to be here. And Leonard, you know, I already asked you how you feel about it, but how have you been with Dota lately? Have you been playing a lot of Dota?
I mean, definitely for sure. We have a lot of, especially with the recent small-minded patches that we're doing. I mean, a couple of changes here to the meta, especially certain item builds. Not the major patch. The major patch is
Crownfall
is definitely coming. It will be coming. Probably would change or break the game once again for a lot of teams as well. But at the same time, while there are these minor patches, it's still pretty good to see how most of these teams will interact and how they will adjust accordingly, for sure.
And by the way, yep, this is going to be the tournament here, and we're going to talk about the format. The format is double elimination. There's no group stage. We're already in the playoffs. And every match is going to be best of 3, apart from the grand finals, which is going to be a best of 5. For the record, there will be another stream channel going on, because in the beginning we're going to be having a couple of games running around simultaneously, a couple of series, sorry. So you can tune in here for the better one, or you can go to the B stream, the lower quality. No, actually, it's amazing. We have other good casters there as well.
We have really amazing talents as well as they're handling on the other stream. And let's be honest, we have a total of top 8 teams here. Tier 1 teams coming here to join us for this.
1.5. But it's maybe 2. It's but
Tier 1 to Tier 2 teams.
Very impressive. Very impressive teams. We have very accomplished and impressive teams and players coming in. And they're all going to be battling out for the 100,000 prize pool, which we'll look into this. We'll look at the breakdown in just a second here, see how much you get if you where you land. And it's pretty impressive because first place takes half the money. That is
a lot.
That's quite a lot. You know what I mean?
I agree. It is indeed a lot. But the best thing about this as well is that no team is going to walk out of this without anything. Right? That kind of thing. Everyone is definitely going to be able to walk away with something. But of course, everyone is here for the prestige. Everyone wants that top place, that championship spot, the rep you'll get, and of course a little bit of grocery money. This goes a long way.
What groceries are you buying at half at 50,000? I don't know.
The kind that can last you a lifetime or at least a year at least.
A year in this economy, yes. You know, in this economy, you know, this is like one full tank of gas at what we're working with.
What kind of car are you running?
The one that drives to your shops. That's what we're working with.
Just press on the pedal. It just eats like what? Like a
gallon of thing.
Absolutely insane.
But it's going to be half, 50,000 for the champion. But everyone does make money, of course. And we're looking at the teams. You were mentioning the tier 1 teams that we're working with. They are some very impressive teams. Nouns, which is one of the best in North America. We have Mouse, relatively new, but they have made impressive. They have an impressive roster. Liga, one of the best in Eastern Europe. We have B8, which is the Dendi stack. One Win, which recently hosted their own tournament, and they were looking pretty good in it. Navi Junior, Night Pulse, I'm not familiar with. To be fair, I'm not quite sure who Night Pulse is. We've seen the player list. I'm not really familiar with them. But last but not least is, of course, Dandelions, which... Do you see that? That is a lovely logo.
I agree. Say. And they're also currently on the rise as well. They actually started themselves like a couple of weeks back here, if I'm not mistaken, 2 to 3 weeks as well. And they are somewhat taking the esports scene currently by storm here so far.
Yeah, I believe that they did fairly well in the recent closest qualifiers, but I forgot if it was PGL Wallachia or the other one. But let's look at who's going to be facing off against who. As we mentioned, this is a double elimination bracket. So we're already in the playoffs. No group stage. You lose, you go to the lower bracket. You lose again, you're out. And we are going to be covering, I believe, all of the first round. The upper bracket round 1 and the lower bracket round 1 will be done by the end of the day.
But of course, like Tomo mentioned earlier as well, this is going to be a 4-day tournament as well. Back-to-back actions here at the Portal Dota 2 World Invitational here. Of course, everything is best of 3. If you guys just came in a little bit late, this is actually going to be our bracket throughout the next 4 days here. But of course, today alone we'll be able to be, I guess we will be covering the upper bracket round 1 and also the lower bracket round 1 as well.
Yeah, so By the end of the day, 2 teams will be going home. Oh,
I mean,
so
that's
sad.
But that's what I'm saying. That's the nature of the competition. You know, someone has to go and someone has to rise. Right? I think in our hearts, each of these teams definitely earned their spots. I think everyone is a champion here, but this is the nature of the competition, and this is how it's supposed to be. But of course, let's quickly move on to the schedules here to see what's going to be the laydown here, right? So of course, our first series that we're going to be covering here at Stream A here is going to be One Win versus Dandelions in this best of 3. Following up is going to be Night Pulse and Team Nouns, and of course, our last series of the day, that will be actually the lower bracket round 1. There will, like Otomo said as well, we are having various series happening concurrently as well. So if you don't see your favorite team here, do not worry. It's probably the next stream as well, with being casted and hosted by another set of great talents as well.
Yep. So the first one, as mentioned, Dandelions versus One Win. I'm feeling like this is it's going to be kind of close. I do favor maybe One Win slightly, but I wouldn't be surprised if we go all 3 games. It doesn't matter. I wouldn't be surprised who wins it.
I will agree with you. We might go the distance here with 3 games. That is definitely possible for sure. But that second series though, it's a tall order for Team Night Pulse as well. Of course, it's not the end of the world for any of these teams. Even if they were to not succeed in their first series, it's still a double elimination. There's still the lower bracket for them to really bounce back. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, these are your fine group here. One Win here. You got Munkushi, Respect, Sweet and Strong, Tierra Junior, and Cloud.
Yeah, this as we mentioned earlier, they've been doing pretty well in the other events. They hosted their own tournament. At least the company they work for hosts their own tournament. I'm interested to see how they adapt to the new patch, particularly because Chira Jr., like the Pangolier, got nerfed recently. Tiny's not looking, he's still playable, but he's like kind of okay. But I'm more interested in see. And I like they have all the same outfit.
I know, this is what I was. If you didn't actually bring it up, I was actually about to bring it up as well, because, like, ladies and gentlemen, Otomo actually, we had this like great run through of our graphics, right? When Otomo saw this lineup as well with the matching uniforms, he was like absolutely thrilled about this. He was like, Leonard, I love how they're all grouped up for this. It's absolutely picture perfect. I said that's cool. But let's also quickly check things out here for Team Dandelions here. Although yes, not having the matching uniform, but I still think they're still looking great together.
They are. This is a team that's currently playing in the Relock tournament. They got they're tied in for first place in one of the groups. They have also been looking fairly strong in Relock. You know, they, like I said, they dropped a couple of games, but they're tied for first place right now. It's going to be V-Tune, Palantimos, Desire, Kidaro, and I don't know how to pronounce Soniko is their coach. I do not know how to pronounce the name on the far left. I apologize.
We both apologize.
We're going to be calling him by his hero name. But overall, Dandelions, they've been on the rise. This is going to be a tough matchup for them. A part of me kind of roots for a little bit of, they're not underdogs, but maybe they're like,
I mean,
less expected to win.
Everyone loves a good Cinderella or underdog story, right? But at the same time, usually when you hear like a new team, like, although yes, each of these players are amazing in their own rights, in their own respective field as well, but when you hear new teams with this new kind of composition, new rosters, people tend to think of the fact that, or worry about the idea of how's the synergy going to be like going up against a team like One Win, who has been here for quite a while as well, and have pretty much covered most of their respective bases and weaknesses, right? But here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to worry too much about Team Dandelions, because some of the members actually either have been in the same organization, the same team before this, or at the same time fought with each other as well. So in other words, in terms of synergy-wise, some of those members are somewhat accustomed to each other. Palantimos and Kidara are, for an example, as well, because previously they were in Mars Bet together as well, here alongside with V-Tune as well. Pretty much they all knew each other beforehand, before coming together.
They've all dated before, you know. This is not the first time they're all together.
Just hi-bye, they're just touching bases here and there, you know, asking how's the wife, how's the kids. Now officially they're here together here.
Kids, these are all their 20. What wife and kids? Kids, not just one. But yeah, Vito is going to be the person I'm going to be keeping my eyes on, because he has been probably among like playing competitively the longest. He was part of Navi for a while, and in general he tends to look really good. So I'm excited to see how well they can do. I'm excited for Dandelions because, as I mentioned, I'm kind of a fan of the team. I want to see them go far. It is going to be a tough one against One Win. One Win, I believe recently they got third place in both the Elite League Close Qualifier and PGL Wallachia. So they're also like, third place may not be like, what? Only third place? That's still impressive because they are in arguably the toughest region.
Correct. And And like I mentioned before during the pre-show, right? Like I'm more interested to see how these two teams will adapt according to this team battle, because we had a couple item changes, so a couple nerfs here and there, some minor, some more significant or some less than others, right? That kind of thing here. I'm more interested to see whether will there be a significant rise in particular heroes who utilize the Helm of the Dominator, for example.
Oh yeah.
Although yes, it's I know some people are speculating. I know a lot of people when they first read it, they all started throwing out, oh, it's another Midas here, or type of thing. I mean, like I still think it's still okay. It's just a nice slight bonus, but I don't think it's relatively too significant. But it will be quite a nice boost to see to that Beastmaster at least.
I mean, we've seen a bit of Lycan, especially. Like Lycan's win rate in this patch went up by about like 3%.
Yeah.
And I like what you're saying when you say Home of the Overlord and Home of the Overlord are basically a minus now, because their 40-second cooldown, you instantly get the creep and the gold for it. And a lot of times you might want to keep the same creeps, like the Centaur or the Grand Knight or the Black Dragon, but it's also no big deal. Be like, here you go, 150 gold for you from the Ancient creep. It's a nice thing. Yeah. Another change that we've seen is the rise of Disruptor. We've been seeing this a lot in other tournaments. What happened was that he got buffed. Thunderstrike used to be 0.4 seconds slow. Yeah. Now it's 1.6. So it's a lot better, you know, because you can harass, and if you have a ranged ally, they have extra attacks coming out for you. It's very nice. Yeah.
I mean, but even with before the buff as well, I mean, sure, he may not be like under the ST kind of thing, but he's definitely floating around at one of the few options, right? Static Storm is still pretty great. Glimpse Distance is...
It's great,
it's insane to me, honestly, let's be honest. Even if you don't enhance it with the Aether Lance or with the Archer Band as well for the neutral items, he still has significant amount of range. Yeah. Pretty good, decent scaling as well. So I mean, this buff of slow is just, wow.
He's very powerful just because of the Aghanim Scepter, right? If you can get Aghanims, you can disable... I was casting a game yesterday where we saw the Scepter hit 25, and he gets the extra 200 AoE. For it. It's like the whole screen is static stuff. Like, oh wow, I can't imagine that. But it is something that Respect has been picking up lately in like the last few series that he's playing. So I do think if one team's going to be picking Disruptor, it's more likely to be one win. And in general, Disruptor is also the team that the team that's aggressive wants him. If you're winning, Glimpse is great. If you're losing, Glimpse sucks.
It really goes to saying like that kind of situation, right? But honestly, besides the post-fire, I think I'm more interested to see whether are we going to be actually seeing the techies coming into the mix here as well. We've been seeing a lot of great techies so far, pairing a lot of the Centaurs. Let's be honest, I want to hear your thoughts about this, right? So a lot of people, I'm also probably on the same verdict as well. People say that pairing the techies with the Centaur feels like one of the best combinations you could have in the lane. It feels like the kind of composition or combo which cannot be beaten so far. I'm somewhat on the similar verdict with this, but what about you?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's a combination that's very common. Although one plays it as a 5, I'm sure they can flex it and give it to Sweet and Strong. But techies, because you have double stun, you have a lot of damage, a slow with it.
And a range as well.
It's pretty incredible. You also see him paired up sometimes with like the Mars.
Scales fantastically too.
I was, again, another game that I was casting yesterday, and I see techies 3rd highest damage in the game. Not in the team, in the whole game. So he does give you a lot of damage and control.
It's a lot of value, right?
I don't know if I necessarily like want to see him every game. I find him boring somehow. I don't know why, but I look at tickets and I'm like, yeah.
But that's what I'm saying, right? Like for this, okay, maybe not this patch in particular. I think even the last patch, right? It feels like we've been seeing a lot more rise in terms of certain like support plays or even offlaner plays nowadays. Like sure, previously we had a lot of flex plays. Like any hero at that time, any hero could go to any lane, can pair out whatsoever. Drafting felt very confusing because you're just trying to figure out like where is this hero going to go, because that's how flexible they are. They can just constantly switch things up if necessary, depending on how the drafting the order goes, right? But now it suddenly comes to the part where we're seeing a lot more rise in aggressive supports, or we're seeing a lot more scaling supports, or a lot aggressive offlaners here. Yeah. We do see a couple of still utility offlaners as well, but that also depends whether the composition has enough damage to really pair it up, because I think even as an offlaner myself, if the whole team has, yes, you have a lot of CC, you have a lot of utility, that's great, that's fantastic, right? But if after all of that action, there's just no damage to really seal the deal of all things up, then it just felt like it was just really for nothing here. Yeah,
we do. You talk about like sort of being flexible. I think Ice Frog sometimes likes it and sometimes he doesn't. We saw the Terrorblade support being picked up a while.
Yeah, that was crazy, honestly.
I didn't like it.
Really?
I did not
thought it was
like
fresh. I thought it was relatively fresh.
Well, I prefer it not fresh. You know, I don't want Terrorblade fresh or not fresh. I don't want him.
Boom.
But he got pretty nerfed, pretty heavy. I think he's in terms of win rate and pub stats, of course. We're not going to core stats. It's too early. But pub stats, he lost the biggest wins among all the heroes. 4%. He went from he was pretty low before. He was like 49.
Yeah.
Now he's 45.
No, but that's what I'm saying, right? I think TB falls in a similar category like other heroes like Shadow Demon, right? They don't really do well. They don't really excel well as much in pubs.
Yeah.
But when you come to coordinated games, like this one, for example, with really strong tier 1 teams like this, who totally understand how the game is and the drafting as well, that's when you start seeing like heroes like TB and Shadow Demon really starts to shine.
Yep.
Because everything's coordinated, everyone's communicating, everyone's making things work. You go in pubs, you pick a Shadow Demon, you just don't know whether the guy wants to go in or not. Am I supposed to save you, or can you get it out? Am I gonna mess up your flow or combo? There's a lot of that thin line of hesitation that really causes things among the players, right? So that's why you don't see a lot of them being picked up in pubs. But in coordinated games like this, it's going to be absolutely fantastic.
Even then, we see mistakes happen where Shadow Demon and Lion go in the same time. Shadow's like, do I disrupt or do you? Do I do it? And it does cause problems. But Terrorblade support, I don't know if it's dead yet because it's hard to tell. But we're going to go in and see at the teams that we're already a couple of bans in here. Dandelions, they do get rid of the Chen, the Drag Knight, and the Gyro. Gyrocopter has been... That's a lot of respect for respect.
Yes.
You know, he's been playing a bit of Chen, he's been playing a bit of Gyro. They get rid of it. For one win, it's the Brewmaster and the Death Prophet. I'm a big fan of Death Prophet. You know, just... She's not always active, but... and check it out, Disruptor, first pick.
I mean, it's without a doubt, right? The kind of thing is most pick, and I don't think they really need to worry too much about contesting it with Dandelion as well, because even in past records, only Kidaro only played a Disruptor once only. Other than that, he has been following back with a lot more nuking, or at least high kill potential supports like the Crystal Maiden, the Vengeful Spirit, Undying. These are the kind of heroes you start seeing being picked up by their post 5 here. So one win locking in the Disruptor is not really a big loss to them, and let's be honest, it's not really like a big secret either. Right?
Yeah.
It's just them giving the message like, hey, you know, I'm going to be a nuisance, I'm going to harass you a lot. My late game is also going to be my late game, mid game, team fight is going to be pretty fantastic. Now that is actually a really surprise to me, because when I see Viper, don't get me wrong, he's pretty okay, but he's at that level where he's not really tanky enough to really out-tank like in most of those fights, right? When someone gets on top of you, that's when like Viper doesn't really enjoy this much, because he doesn't really last that long, right? Compared to the other heroes that we have in the scene.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the Viper first pick from Dandelions. It's not been a very contested hero this patch. In general, there's no like amazing thing that you can break.
Correct.
Or like a melee matchup where you're like, oh yeah, we put Viper there, they're screwed. It's just like, huh. But Dandelions, they do have a good man with the Luna. They're thinking, listen, we might not want it. We know the Dandelions will want to take it. So we're just going to remove ourselves. Sorry about that. I'm slightly surprised about this opening pick of the Viper. They did get rid of the Wind Ranger though, which makes sense. It is something that... Actually, I'm not sure if One Wind is playing it a whole lot. However, oh wait, sorry.
Oh, no, a lot.
Mankushi is playing it, yes. Mankushi is playing it quite a bit as a carry.
Five games in total for the past few days, actually.
That's not bad. Someone came in with their numbers as well. You know, usually with my partners, they'd be like, did they play this hero? And I'm like, yeah, I have it here, but
don't worry, man. I got you covered from head to toe. No worries.
Oh my. Don't say, hey, look, Shadow Demon comes up. Here we did talk about... Now, one thing Dandelions is missing right now is a bit of stuns. I feel like they have less control between these two heroes than Disruptor has on One Win. So I do hope they round that up with a couple of, you know, Crystal Maiden, whatever you want to put in there. Just a few stuns would be very nice.
No, we won't have the Crystal Maiden because of the fact that since we have the Disruptor, it's definitely going to be the Gindaro. However, for Desire, there is still an option for him to actually pick up the Tiny or the Rubik if he wants to go for it as well, because there is actually still pretty decent, so far from these two heroes alone, there's actually pretty decent amount of skills you can actually take for yourself to utilize to either save your team. But do take it into account. With the Shadow Demon actually being locked in here, if someone sends a message to Desire for one win, like, hey, you know, you can't pick very specific heroes now because I can save, I can be annoying to you as well. disruption can also be quite useful, especially towards heroes like Timbersaw, for example. Right? He doesn't really like illusions there. I mean, sadly, no TB, so no reflection to annoy him. But the disruption still can really mess up certain combinations here.
Yeah, if you see Shadow Demon, suddenly a hero like Luna, Medusa, Anti-Mage, it becomes yeah, not really worth picking. Even Terrorblade, if he's meta formed, it feels really strong. So a lot of heroes just become not great to pick up.
Yeah.
Zeus Carry is another one.
I rarely see that, though.
I saw it recently. I hated it. Yes, and he was up against a Shadow Demon. He's like, I'll still go for this shot. I'm like, all right, fine.
I don't know. I've seen Shadow Demon going up against a full-fledged Savannah. Let's be honest, that was not fun.
No, it wasn't.
That Savannah just cleaved everything. That illusion cleaved everything. It was fantastic, man.
All right, 1 win. They have a very long-range draft. You know, like Nature's Prophet can show up anywhere. Glimpse is always another way you like catch someone from very far. It feels a little global. I don't know if Dandelions is going to be matching that. A lot of the global heroes aren't quite in the meta. Spectre, Dawnbreaker, even Io to a certain degree. No one's really picking those guys.
I'm assuming because of the fact that they really want to try to focus a lot on these ganks, right? Because you already locked in the Pango. Pango, sure, he can gank, but I feel like Pango, if you don't get certain items at certain timings, like the diffuser with the blink, it gets pretty hard for those rotations as well.
True.
But with the Nature's Prophet, that just might give them a little bit more option. Like, hey, you may not have the blink, you may have the diffuser, but I'm here. I at least can root the guy down for you, control a little bit, harass a couple here and there. I mean, that's the beauty of Nature's Prophet, right? That global presence that allows you to assist in any way and any positioning. The shot is great. The scepters, of course, is a nuisance to deal with. And let's be honest, Nature's Prophet is also one of those few supports where you could just self-sustain, right? You can farm the jungle probably as well. You can farm like a core if you needed to.
I don't know, but
like I said, it's situational one.
Nah, here's what. You were doing so well. You're doing so well, but no Nature's Prophet takes the treants anymore. So they never farm the jungle because they're always in the lane. It's like you max out Sprout and Teleport.
Right.
Yeah. So some of them even skips the treants for more stats.
Right.
That's how bad the skill is. So we're minusing a point for the suggestion.
Fine.
Dandelions, though, they do take the Doom that's going to be there for Palantimos here. Doom. I feel like Dandelions are hyper-focused on countering like specific players. You know, you have the Viper Strike, it's one person, but you crush him. You have the Doom, one person. Shadow Demon Disruption and his Demonic Purge, one person. Like they're very focused. Like we're gonna kill one guy, then we're gonna kill the other guy. It's no big team fight abilities so far.
Yep. But it also sorry. By the way, it also feels like we're slowly like making them lead towards a particular hero, right? That kind of thing. Because you see Doom. The first thing I think about is the fact that I do not want to play Void because like you have like Doom is like one of the best offlaners against the Void as well.
Yes.
But also at the same time, I'm a little bit concerned when you bring a Doom, right?
Yeah.
Because there's one thing about Doom is the fact that we don't see much success from most teams. Not mainly because of the fact that the game was bad or anything, or the players are all fantastic for sure, but mainly because of the fact that I felt like Doom is just one of those few offlaners where you just can't initiate the fight first. Like you can't blink it with the idea to doom someone. He's more of that second initiator, the follow-up here. But I think that's fantastic why when they lock it the Earth Spirit here.
Yes.
He plays the role to follow up and it the skills. Then the Doom can come in.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty great.
I like the Earth Spirit pick as well. Although again another hero that has been very like Dandelions, apart from Shadow Demon and kind of the Doom, the Viper and the Earth Spirit have been out of meta heroes, but they still want them.
Yeah.
The Naka Siren is nice. You don't have a whole lot of AoE damage apart from like the Scorched Earth kinda.
Yep.
It's not the best, and we'll see what they want to go with. 1 win. They need an offlaner or a mid, depending on where the Pango goes. Dandelions, they definitely need a carry. And the Lifestealer is removed. What else is there? Luna's been removed. Lifestealer. You mentioned this Sven. Morphling. Is Morphling the Morphling's still there.
5 seconds.
Alright, so I'm feeling like Morphling, or as you mentioned, this Sven. You would like something like you would prefer the Sven honestly for the cleave, or you could go for some hero with a radiance like an alchemist. This is a tough one, man.
You know, it really is, and especially when it comes to the hands of Munkushi as well as their carry, he doesn't really play there's not really a lot of range carry that he usually really equipped himself for the past few days. Sure, Wind Ranger is definitely in the pool, but he only played it once. Morphling, he played twice, and TA.
I'm pretty sure, no, 1 win, they already have Munkushi's hero. It's the Naga Siren. But,
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong side.
we're seeing
bad, my
Dandelions. It's like, open the door. Someone's there. Food delivery. Gotta get it. All right, we'll see. But I do like that we can see the players as they're drafting. I would love it if we could actually hear what they say also. You know, like a little bit like, oh, do you think we'll... It's really cool to hear the teams communicating before and how they arrive to the draft, especially the winning teams where you're like, oh, wow, you guys really had it from the start. Bloodseeker gets removed. Windranger would have been good for Dandelions, actually. The reason being that when you focus Fire Naga, Siren, the real one, if she splits, whatever, you're always hitting the real one, no matter what.
What about, okay, I know you brought up the Morphling, right? Which is also in one of the hands of V-Tunes, right? Actually, one of his most played carries so far as well. But there's a Doom you had to deal with. There's also the Viper Strike as well. But if you think about it as well, those are very costly skills that need to be broken through Linkers, right? They don't really have like really cheap abilities to really break that Linkers if you want to go up for it, that kind of thing.
Yeah, but V-Tune's with Dandelions. He doesn't have to worry about any of this. Yeah, so V-Tune... it's actually, I believe it's going to be a one-wins hero right now. They're going to be taking either a mid or an off-laner. Centaur is in the pool. Actually, I wouldn't mind the Centaur. Oh, no, they go for the Lina. So it's going to be the off-lane Pango. And it's going to be the mid Lina here for the burst damage. They do not want to put the Pango versus the Viper mid. Very smart decision by Dandelions. Which means that Viper, if you... And you can't really switch the Viper to the off-lane. It's going to be Sven. Good call.
You really need someone to really clear through those illusions too.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. And I do like that the last pick from both sides. Lina, so you have a good matchup against the Viper, and Sven, so you have a decent matchup against the Naga Siren. And I'm trying to see if there's anything sort of crazy happening here. Nope, it's going to be the offlane Pango as we imagined. It's going to be position 4, Nature's Prophets. Okay, so everyone's kind of going where we thought they would go.
Yeah. I mean, you have the
I know, it's all the way over here.
I know, you tell me exactly in detail because I can't see anything.
Yeah, it's very much what you expect. Off-lane Pango, mid Lina, mid Viper, off-lane Doom. The carries are Naga, Siren, and Sven. The supports are the reminder, basically. So overall, we have to look now and think who came off with a better draft. And I kind of like what Ones has going for them. You know, you've got Sagstorm and Roll for team fight.
Yeah.
You have the sleep if things go badly for you. So you have that, let's get out of jail button. On the other side, I do like their single target ability. Yep. The Doom, the Viper Strike, Disruption, they're all nice. And I think Sven deals with Naga okay, but feels lack of team fight. I don't love it. I don't love it. So I'm gonna go with one win. Sorry, Dandelions. I love you.
For me, I actually am looking towards Dandelions here because I love her. Don't get me wrong.
Someone's looking for a sponsorship?
I am. I'm a sucker for strength heroes.
Sure you do.
I'm a sucker for strength heroes, right? So I love the aggression that's really coming into it. They are really facing the problem head on, right? Sure, not a lot of team fight abilities like the Disruptor with the Static Storm, but you do have ability that can really just outrun them down, right? That kind of thing. Doom is pretty tanky as well.
Sure.
If he gets stuck in the Static Storm, that's of course if he doesn't have with or without the BKB, pretty much can really withstand the damage as well. So Vend-wise, I don't think we'll be seeing him like in the fight, that kind of thing. He's pretty sure gonna get the Blink Dagger or Scepter to try to really get into it. Won't be really showing himself in that lane too much. So a lot of attention is gonna be drawn between the ES and the Doom here as they play their part to try to reveal as many of their opponents on the field itself before they engage the lost fights.
They definitely both have very heavy farming carries, right? Like we've seen all the time Naga with illusions, you just stay back. Sven, the same thing. But we're going to go into the game and we'll see exactly how it's going to be playing out here. I'm not with, but I mean, I think one win is more
and
like
you call me out for saying trying to look for a sponsorship.
Firstly, I've never pretended I'm not biased, and I go I'm like, I'm 100% biased, and but we have Dandelions here for Leonard. It's going to be, I wouldn't be surprised if Dandelions takes it at all. And I also love that we have at the top, if you guys can see, we can see the team overall GPM and XP and overall creeps, which is kind of crazy. I've never seen, I don't think I've seen this before. Maybe it's been done in a couple of turns, but it's pretty cool to see.
Definitely, for sure. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, once again, for those who just joined in here, didn't come and join us earlier, no problem. Welcome to the Portal Dota 2 World Invitational, of course. You guys are wondering who Portal is. Portal is the next-gen gaming platform and publisher. Though market-leading tech products and a world-class entertainment network, it is also redefining the way games and gamers connect here. So pretty great stuff coming from Portal here, as they're not only giving us such great opportunities offline, but also giving some of our amazing talents here online.
Yeah, there's also this portal chest that they're releasing, which has skins and stuff for specific games. There's currently one coming soon for Dota 2, but then they're going to be releasing others. I mean, I imagine that they have skins from already, not portal made, but you know, from the game already. There's going to be the battle here for the first set of Bounty Ruins. Looks like it's going to be, 3 going for 1 win. And only 1 going for Dandelions. You can see the GPM massively ahead on the other side. It actually makes a difference of 400 gold for the whole team. So, it's a small thing. It's not really the biggest deal, but it does add up. And Respect gets a D-ward. All right, that is 500 gold for 1 win at the start. Pretty annoying.
Financial-wise, it feels like they currently have things under control for them for now, right?
Yeah.
But of course, in the end, it still comes down to the laning side. See, is able to get who is able to get the necessary net worth as well. But then again, we are talking about Naga Siren here, right?
Sure. Roland. Okay.
Not going to be able to connect a little bit too far, but I think he just wants to try to get in. Will be glimpsed back, but that's not really going to slow things down. But they will give a couple of seconds for a couple of harass coming from the disruptor here.
Oh, that glimpse turned out to hurt him because Didai was able to get the courier. And I'm surprised he takes glimpse level 1. I do believe it's more mana efficient than Thunderstrike, but you kind of harass more with Thunderstrike now that it's, you know, the slow is so much better than before.
True. But I guess maybe because of the fact that he just tried to like weigh out the pros and cons, right?
Oh, there's another glimpse.
Good glimpse.
That's how you do it.
Slowly poker things down as well. He does have a roll, but Izzy gets blocked away. Still trying to slow things down. And he even got the level 2 on time here.
If, by the way, you see that? The Disruptor hits level 2 because he got the D-ward off. Mankushi wasn't level 2, so he didn't really have the extra damage coming out from the Riptide or the lockdown from the net, which probably would have taken anyway. So that's why we see Desire making it out just fine.
Tower is under attack.
In the meanwhile, let's look at the bottom lane. Can we look at that for a second? It's like, all right, we've seen the action here. So bottom lane is going to be Nature's Prophet and Pango versus Shadow Demon and Sven. Fairly good amount of aggression from both sides. Like either one can really take this lane. So far it is 10-2 to the 5-0. So V2's having a fantastic lane. Whereas mid lane, Viper. The harass coming out from Chiro Jr. is a lot. You know, you always go walk in, you take a Dragon Slave. It has a burning effect right now, similar to an IP. And it's not enjoyable at all.
Could be going sweat. Just want to get a couple of hits in for a couple of bit more.
Could be a kill.
Don't remember as well, it is base damage as well, percentage here. That dot damage pretty great. We'll be able to get the nice pickup on 2 Respect here. And thank God, just enough to get out alive, just a reset, re-heal, and back into the lane again.
So that's basically first blood coming out here for Dandelions. A nice start for them. And while Disruptor can harass, you're up against 2, as you eloquently put, 2 strength heroes. You know, they're
beefy boys.
Beefy boys. I like them. Someone like them beefy boys. You know who's not a beefy boy?
Yeah, the Viper. I mean, this is what I was telling you about earlier.
He's a sneaky boy.
Unfortunately for Viper, just can't really withstand the damage as well as most heroes that we currently see in the scene, right? That kind of thing.
Plus, it's also like if you want to take his corrosive skin, you're not taking his other abilities, which are more aggressive that you kind of want. So you don't want that. You want to be more aggressive here if possible. And like the Lina is just doing a really nice job overall. Not much to CS advantage, but just the harass is very painful for Molly Viper.
Yeah. No, but the thing is, at the same time, it's pretty difficult for the Viper to really get into range, right? The kind of the points of attack. Yeah. So Lina Summers also has really significant range as well.
670, I think she's like one of the highest.
And even if she's not even in range for the creep, she still has the Dragon Slave, right? She can really clear those waves pretty efficiently as well. Got good distance, and even if they were to start a fight, she has a lot of nuke potential. She has a CC with the Light Strike as well. Viper is more like, he's not really like a nuke, he's kind of like a damage over time.
It takes a while.
Yeah.
And so that's gonna be painful for them because you want burst damage. If you look at, apart from this Sven, their team is very damage over time based. And when you look at the other side, you've got Laguna Blade.
Yeah.
That's, I mean, Swashbuckle is also pretty good, but misses the roll.
But that's fine. Inferno Blade does manage to lock it down in place. Still gonna be trying to go into the mix, but we'll have to respect that. Out of range, not gonna try to commit. We'll go back to the farm.
Sweden Strong loses his life on the other side. That is a bit of a problem here. In terms of CS, it's not looking like anyone's really... Everyone's kind of roughly on the same wavelength here. The Doom's a little bit behind everyone else, but not a big deal.
Yep. I mean, it's to be expected as well, right? You're dealing with not just a Naga, with a bunch of illusions as well. You also need to respect the fact that you're slowly getting chipped down.
Yeah.
And eventually, once she gets those net and really gets on top of you, it's really hard for you to really get out of those situations. Especially since, like you said, this is the kind of game where there's a lot of farming is required for a lot of some of the heroes here. So even one loss of life actually can really slow things down here.
By the way, Pantimos, he's eaten the Hill Troll Priest, which gives you a 15% regen aura and an actual heal. So, you know, your tangos and your natural regen all a little bit better. It does help a lot in these first 10 minutes when you're just... There's a lot of harass.
Yeah.
A little bit of extra regen goes a long way.
But otherwise, I don't think we're going to be seeing much contention here, especially like, don't get me wrong, VTune is definitely farming for the time of his life, right? He's just a fan, right?
He's having fun.
He won't have any problem, even if they were to try to control the lane here, or it doesn't look so great, he can always go to the jungle, no problem. But kill potential-wise, I don't think it's actually pretty high for them. I don't think it's pretty typical for them. Shadow Demon, you can get a couple of pokes here and there, but it's not like you're really hitting things hard to really to send a message, that kind of thing.
Desire gets a nice courier for himself. Not bad, 175 gold for the whole team. And the position force from both sides really want to roam around. You know, you have Sweet and Strong on Nature's Prophet, Desire on the Earth Spirit. They don't want to stay in one lane. They want to move. And will this be enough damage? He's got the TP if he wants to. Well, no, sorry, he's invis, so it doesn't actually matter. I was like, he's getting. It's like, nope, he was fine.
Yeah, but I also don't think he'll be able to get the pickup too. Oh, nice glimpse here, right into the face of the Lina. The Laguna Blade absolutely nuking things down here. But currently, still got pushed up the cliff. Gonna take some time, but thank God, got a nice free tangle to really break things down here.
That was a beautiful use of the glimpse. Desire did spot out that there's a bit of a stack. He also got the bounty rune, so it's not a complete waste of his life.
Oh yeah, of course not.
And let's see, overall GPM is very even for the two teams, 1450 to 1450, basically. Yep. I like that, by the way. I'm a very big fan of that team GPM being shown.
So, I mean, it's pretty cool, right? It just really gives you like a general view of things, right?
Yep.
Because sometimes we see last year at Network, we're not too sure, like in total, like how the whole team's doing.
Yeah, Disruptor, he was thinking about doing some naughty moves, but he's like, nope, they spot him out. Yeah. Same thing coming out here from Ikidaro.
I mean, it's great, right? He's checking out the lane, seeing whether is he present, is he around, saw that he's not really being shown. So I guess it's a very safe assumption. I guess we could really call it that way. And not try to engage for it. But might see a little bit of invasion, or at least just try into the jungle as well to see if we can try to slow things down. Because let's be honest, Naga is one of the few scary things about Naga, especially with those illusions, right? It's just, she could just like farm multiple camps at the same time. That
push out lanes as well, without having to invest or risk her own life. Lina, no light strike array being picked up here by Chiro Jr. He believes like, I just want as much nuking damage. And I don't think that's necessarily wrong, but it is interesting. And he's going for the right click build on the Lina. Oftentimes we see them put 1 point in the light strike array, maybe up to 3 points, but that's about it.
But that's what I'm saying, right? Because now, do remember, you still have static field from the Disruptor. You have the Sprout coming from the Nature's Prophet. There's a lot of roots already, a lot of control for you. I mean, yes, I know you prefer a little bit more reassurance here, but he likes the damage, or at least he's confident enough his teammates he'll be able to do the necessary burst before they actually manage to get out.
Can we look at Desire for a second on the Earth Spirit? He's level 3. How close is he to level 3 and about 60%? That's not a whole lot, actually. Now, you know, usually once your support's about 6 at level 10. Sorry, at minute 10. But this is rather bad. Okay, this could be nice.
It is. A couple of slows here. Sadly, the dude is not really in range just yet, but now he comes to the mix as well.
Oh,
but
see,
here comes the quick TP right on top of them as well, and won't be able to get rid of the Shadow Demon. A relatively soft hero here, and they won't see, they won't get a couple of more. 2 will fall. Pango already committed the ultimate as well. They're rolling thunder here, but that glimpse just to give the division for to really pull him all the way to the back line. So what if you have to wait to break through the trees? It doesn't matter. You're surrounded by 5 members and a Laguna Blade. You will fall.
Dude, the level on Desire is looking really painful. And there's one of the things you can do, right? The Lina shows up, Dragon Slave, Laguna Blade, here, free 600, 700 damage, magic damage. Viper, in 1 second, Viper shows up, much slower hero to begin with, and secondly, like, he just doesn't have the same amount of damage output in that short period of time. He's moving at 320 with boots. He's one of the slowest heroes in the game, by the way.
I'm actually pretty surprised they were willing to be that aggressive, relatively quite close to the mid lane as well, right? There is the nature, there is still global coming from the nature's yeah. well. And linear rotation, let's be honest, with that confrontation, with that 3v3, that timing bot was just fast enough for that linear to rotate in, right? That kind of thing.
The levels are favoring, the other levels, like overall levels are favoring Dandelions a little bit here. And Sven is farming very well. Doom, even if he dies, you know, you've got Devour. Can we look at Doom's item build? I'm excited to see if he... You know, there's like levels of Doom item build. Sometimes people would go for the old style, the Hand of Might's Octarine. Now a lot of people are going for the Blink Dagger plus Shiva's Guard.
I'm not a big fan of rushing Shiva's first. Like, I'm fine if you get the initial item first.
Okay, the Veil.
Get the Veil of Discord for, that's fine with me.
That's a good one. Okay.
That's fine with me.
Acceptable.
Because with that patch as well, it's a 2,000 cost recipe.
That is super expensive.
That is, yeah, exactly. That is absolutely insane to me. Don't get me wrong. It was great when Shiva did it before the patch. After the patch, even I started questioning myself. Do I still want to get it? But of course, Shiva is still too good of an item. And
it's very good.
And the build-up order is also pretty great as well. But 2,000 is a lot. So I'm fine if we can get it to Shiva as the end product, right? But don't rush it first. Build like the smaller items to really lead up to it, to at least assist your team in some way. Because right now, in terms of control, I think no one really have like one hand over the other, right? That kind of thing. But so far, some fights has been quite successful for the side here for one win.
Oh, he's got the Helm of Iron Will. Okay.
Oh,
that's
man.
He is dead. He is dead.
Absolutely. Got straight into the Viper shot. There's no way he's going to get out of there. Especially since he didn't really time that Rolling Thunder initially first as well. So there's no way he was really getting out of it.
Not much really could have done. It's going to be a pick-off here as both teams settling into that farming pace. Now, oh, there.
Yep.
Well, it won't be a very quick Shiva, no matter what now.
Yeah, definitely for sure. And I think this is also another problem when you have this Viper mid, right? You don't rotate as well compared to most of the mid laners heroes here as well.
But look at Desire, by the way. He is level not even 5 at 11 minutes. Now he's going to about be 5 after this. And 5. There you go. 5 at 12 minutes. Congratulations. You win.
I'm more worried about one thing because we did see some teams do this in the past where they steal the offlaner will usually farm the ancient stacks, stealing away from the Savannah, right? That kind of thing. I really hope that this really will be the case in this game because if you do that, you will really slow things down for the Savannah. Like right now, he's in the lead. But he could be even better, could be even greater, probably even more faster than the Naga if he really gets the danger stacks. Because we're seeing the Shadow Demon, he's doing a phenomenal job. He's stacking those cams like crazy for the triangle there.
Can we look at the Radiant Triangle for a second here? There's going the ancient. There you go. That's a triple stack. Not bad, not bad.
It's getting there, it's getting there.
Sven, it's probably not worth it. You can wait for him to stack one more time because you go there, there's like 4 camps total.
Oh yeah.
You wait a minute, 6 camps. And Shadow Demon, he is the best stacker in Dota 2.
Yeah.
You know, because thanks to Shadow Poison, you can just hit one camp, Shadow Poison the other, and they both follow you. Doom, he's got this is one of my favorite creep. It's called the Bizzit creep because it shoots lightning, so you have to say Bizzit every time. It's part of the.
He's gonna burn all the way, but then if something doesn't really happen at the same time.
Oh wait, it's not the Bizzit creep. It's the mana burn. Oh man, it's not the lightning. Desire. That's a long TP.
Oh,
yeah, I think I see it.
Yeah.
Where the?
I'm pretty sure he's like baffling, right? He's just like smashing that keyboard, just like guys, faster, faster, faster. Honestly, let's be honest. Sometimes 3 seconds feels relatively.
No, that wasn't 3. That was 5. He was teleporting to an outpost.
No,
or
I'm
something.
talking like midway, right?
Oh
like,
yeah.
When you're seeing so many people around you, 3 seconds just feels like forever at that point.
By the way, but it's okay. Overall, on the map, they do kill the Lina, so it's not a big deal here. And they weren't able to get the extra stack for V2. And so he is farming though. What's he going for? He has Mask of Madness and he's going for the BKB after. Actually disassembles the Echo Saber. I think he disassembles it seems a little early actually. By the way, he wants it.
I mean, it's the call, man. He's a pro player right now, right? That kind of thing. But still, definitely topping the network for now. But Naga is slowly climbing up, especially as well as really clawing their way up. We're not really seeing the true, the scary, the real fear of Naga so far.
Not yet.
Still relatively early as well during this, I guess, past 10, like pre-15 minutes for now. But once we get that post 20 minutes, that's when we start seeing something really scary.
I'm very worried about the net worth of 2 of the cores on Dandelions. Viper, in general, is not a very fast farming hero. you tend to like dominate the laning phase, and then you stay ahead because of that.
Yeah.
Now he's lowest net worth among the cores. That's bad. Doom has Devour, free gold, and he's still also struggling, barely ahead of the Viper. That's not like the Pangolier and the Lina are doing that much better. It's not like 1,000 gold, but
I mean, there's really not much areas for the Doom to farm either, right?
Yeah.
He can't touch the triangle. He pretty much all he has is the lane and probably the enemy's jungle if he wishes to transition towards it as well. But there's just a little bit too much danger because Naga, of course, will be nearby. And who's nearby? Of course, it's going to be Respect as the disruptor as well. There's drop the static storm. He's trying to Pastimos here is trying to do his best to keep himself aligned. But Palatimos here really juking things out, but no choice. Commits the song just in fear of the fact that he actually got out of range, dropping the static field for good measure, and will secure the pickoff of Palatimos.
ah man, Mancushi getting involved like that. Bit of a nightmare there for Dandelions.
Radiant's top
This
tower
is,
is
again,
under
one
attack.
win. They're just having a very nice time. Gleipnir finished on the Lina, so she has a bit of lockdown. We were talking about like lack of stunts. Oh, there you go.
And by the way, it's all because of that ward, by the way. That ward saw the whole thing. Oh, he got out. There's the Glyph in there as well. Into the light strike array. Trying to do his best to outrun it, but then again, the Laguna Blade comes
This
in
is
nicely
bad.
along with the Swashbuckle to get the final pickup. Desire,
bad.
my friend, I understand your intention. You want to go for the save, you want to be the hero. You are still the hero, still a great player, but unfortunately, that's not going to get you out of that spot.
Yeah, unfortunately, they went in one by one basically in that situation. They're losing the Viper thanks to the Gleipnir, then Desire decides to roll in. This is a Grandmaster Spirit, so he knows what he's doing. That was just, well, the bad time to go for it. Doom, where are we?
He tried.
Look at the farm, by the way.
Yeah.
Again, it continues to go more and more in favor of one win. This is kind of disastrous. Here's the thing. Shivas is good in this game for one reason. It does help clear out those Naga illusions. So you do want to kind of rush it because of that. And you're dead.
That ward has literally took four lives here. That one really extended ward there.
All right, if you're Dandelions, there is always one thing that can help you come back. And that is Vitun on the Sven. He's been having a fantastic game so far. I say fantastic in that he's avoided dying. You know, it's not like he's been...
Yeah, he hasn't been joining the fights.
He's not been joining the fights, but he also has been farming very well. So it's like his impact has been... It's like to be TBD, you know?
Yes.
The TBD impact, we'll see what he can bring for the team.
But you see, the thing is this, right? I know what you're trying to say. I know what you're trying to go for as well. But it's at this time, it's pretty hard for them to really have this push for an offensive, right? Mainly because of the fact that they don't really have really great people to get on top of members of one win. Except for Earth Spirit, he has the rolling bowler, totally fine. He can get into the backline, no problem. But the Doom has no blink.
Nope.
He has no Shivas to really slow things down for them. Nothing really to enable them to really get on top of those members. That's why they just decided, you know what, it's fine. Just farm up for now. If anyone were to get caught, that's unfortunate. But as long as everyone, we'll miss you. But as long as everyone else is farming, we'll eventually get to the stage where we can at least try to march for an offensive.
Yeah, I think that would be the idea here. Sweden Strong is there. Would be a juicy pickoff here.
Oh, that's one. Pretty great. Trying to go for the catch as well. Will be enabling on top of the next problem. But the Naga, Mukunshi, comes all the way to the back, like absolutely melting up the competition here. And Savan, absolutely nowhere to be seen. No follow-up at all. Has no chance but to back off. Too many people, too much damage is currently in use. But most importantly, Laguna Blade was not expended in that team fight.
I mean, the thing is, Laguna Blade is fairly short cooldown. You know what's not a long cooldown? Doom. And we haven't seen a single Doom so far. So far, again, Dandelions continues to be quite hesitant to take these big team fights because you could have like thrown more spells at it. They probably killed him sooner. And Vitun, he got strength in. He's like, I'm gonna leave. You know, it was like he had no interest in joining the team in that situation, which is bad because you need some aggression. Now he's Cheer Jr. is fatter than him.
But there's just so many things that can control the server without the BKB, right?
Yeah.
You have the Glyph to deal with, the Sprout, the static fields, and let's be honest, if the Pangolier decides to come into the Rolling Thunder on you, right, you're constantly never going to be able to hit anyone at that point. So, and don't forget, Naga also has her own form of roots as well, so pretty tough for him to really try to initiate those fight.
If you are Dandelions here, you start thinking about, like, can we take Roche? the Roche potential is decent. It's on the Dire side and they're next to it. So if they can take that tower, they have about a minute to take a tower and take Roshan.
Radiant's bottom
May not
tower
be enough
is
time,
under
actually.
attack.
Yep. But I think the next best course of action would just be avoid the team fights.
Yeah.
Go for catch. I think initially they had.
That's what their lineup is built for, by the way. Remember we talked about that. There's no team fight on them. It's single target abilities.
Which is why I'm saying that initial first fight, first catch to that first top tier 1 tower, the intention was there, but the problem is it's a tier 1 tower,
Yeah.
you know, it's pretty close. TPs and reinforcement is relatively fast as well, let's be honest here. So the idea is that it's just how they implement it, that's the thing that needs to be right here.
Dire's
No,
top
taking that tower down is a big deal because suddenly the map opens up slightly for Dandelions. Actually, that was their first tower in 20 minutes, so it does limit you that there are so many points of access for the other team, otherwise can they show up anywhere. And they have, of course, Nature's Prophet.
Yep.
Well, what?
There's always going to be that one person split pushing the other lane as well. There's always going to be that one lane that's going to be pushing in.
They might find Sweden strong. No, he walks through the ward. The warding has been amazing from 1-1. They seem to always be like, you can look, there's a ward there, there's a ward near the mid-tier 2 as well. They've just been putting very nice aggressive wards, so they spot everything. Yeah, our observer's on point, by the way.
And also with the how to save the game as well, that just allows them to do so, right? Finds the Doom, drops it on the shot, and into the static
And he's
field.
dead.
Will commit the Laguna Blade because they know for a fact. Get rid of the Doom. There's no longer the ultimate to try to shut them down or silence them anyway forward. They're in the lead. They have so much control. They might as well enforce that control and see if they can try to break that tier 2. Good attempt to try to cut the creep waves here, but there's still a little. Oh no, that one creep is gone. But I still think they have enough damage to go for it.
Oh yeah, they're not worried about this at all. That tower's gonna fall. The Lina just hit super fast, super hard as well, and there you go. Respect actually gets it, the Disruptor. He's like, I got lightning too. I'm the original Gleipnir.
80 damage, but
Hey. But he attacks slow actually. He doesn't attack like,
that's what I'm saying, right? For a
he
guy,
timed it. You know what?
for the guy who literally is
Lightning.
lightning
Yeah.
and thunder, right? That's like the slowest thing, right?
It doesn't even hurt you. Like, toot. But you know, I'll tell you this. Supports are probably better at last hitting than cores. You know why? Because we only get like 1 creep anyway. we not get messed up.
No, you see, no, the thing is, yes, we only get 1 creep, but we get the more crucial one.
No,
the one that counts.
We always secure that creep. Of course, like he misses the creep. He's like, that's okay. I got 50 million waiting for me. Oh man. Speaking of creeps,
They can't contest with this at
No,
all.
they
I mean,
can't.
yeah, sure, they're smoked up for it.
all right. Sven's got the BKB blink. He's kind of ready to fight.
Yeah.
Smoke doesn't break, so they know that there's no real Naga here. Dire scan, so they realize, okay, maybe they're smoked up, but they don't know exactly what they're doing.
The stars needs to align, and the best part about it, they're so sure that a smoke is happening because they have a ward to the top, they have a ward in the lane, they have pretty much a lot of wards everywhere, and they're not seeing a single person.
Good D ward at least. And by the way, can we check out neutral items? Anything special there? There's that button. Oh, neutral items. Well, Chio Junior's got that groove bow, which is nice. Apart from that,
I mean,
nothing.
it's pretty standard, right?
Yeah, it's like, I mean, but it's the one where you're like, oh, that's a good one. Everything else is kind of like, yeah, as you mentioned, standard.
I think maybe we can check it out when we get to the tier 3, tier 4 neutral.
Oh.
I think that one at least will be something where we'll be like, oh, actually that's a interesting pickup, or that's pretty
Nemesis
great, that's pretty
Curse
cool.
would be cool. Ah, nice blink there from the Viper. Gives him a bit of like save. We'll see if he can jump up. I'm surprised. Doom has barely more net worth than Sweden Strong's Nature's Prophet. That is very bad.
Ah, this is also quite bad as well. The roll
Nice
tries to
kick.
buy the necessary amount of time, goes for the save, but here comes the song. The rest of the team is so
Oh,
repositioned,
static
but look
storm!
to the back line. Nice 3-man static one into the kinetic field as well. The Savannah, all he can do is just pretty much watch as his
He gets
team unfold.
glimpsed.
And glimpse all the way back to the back line. All he can do right now is at least try to cut the creep wave before slowly trying to make his way back to the base in the most safest manner, unless he gets cut off midway. But of course, the rest of the team here coming for 1 win decides, you know, play a little bit safe. I just quickly go back and engage in the other lanes where we have creeps here.
That net worth advantage now shoots up to 20,000.
That is insane, dude.
This is... I mean, it's very hard for us to sort of look at the point and be like, oh yeah, this is positive. There's just nothing really going for Dandelions. They have not been fighting. That's the thing. they have not been engaging with the enemy team at all. Whenever they get it, that someone dies, they're just like, all right, that's it.
You know, it's so amazing to me is that all it takes is just Munkushi, right? He just face checks and walks up the ground because he knows he's at this state of the game where his team has full control, pretty dominant. They will succeed in any of the team fight. He can literally force a fight by himself alone, and he knows he's still gonna. He knows his team will walk out of this alive with that win.
By the way, did you notice that Cloud? He was able to. He actually pushes the Doom outside of the Stag Storm with his Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, really.
And it's like, it didn't really make a difference. Oh god, we haven't seen a single Doom so far this game. Not a single. I think we've seen one Viper Strike and not a single Doom. And like I said, Dandelions. They I don't want to see anything, but they seem like they're sleepwalking this game. That's your team, by the way. You said they were gonna win. I
still have hope. No,
you have hope?
I'm not backing out of. I'm not backing out of that thing, man. I'm telling you this for sure. But of course, this is the state of the reality, right?
Zoo gets it. All right, not bad.
I do agree. Dandelion is definitely walking on thin ice here in terms of choices. How do you want to engage a lot of these fights and how do you want to play this around at this current state of the game?
Dude, Sweden Strong is going to overtake the Doom.
They just need to find that nice... The stars need to align, let's be honest.
Oh yeah, sure. The stars, the planets, the multiverse as well.
The stars and planets are pretty much the same thing, right?
That's true. I put the multiverse there. I was like, maybe they are the same. All right, so...
In another world, right? In another world, the result could have been different.
In another world. But one thing that is going to be nice is that there's only about 80 seconds left on the Aegis. Suddenly, Lina becomes a target you could kill as Viper's dead.
That is so painful. That is awfully painful. That's like, and with the DD as well, that's like overhitting over like 300 plus.
Wait, Sweden Strong, they spot him?
Did they?
Yeah. No,
barely.
I think he's under the ward on the cliff, just gets the D-ward. I'm telling you, they just don't seem to be very invested in fighting at all on the Dandelion side. Like, at all. Like,
actually, there's our friend, I believe, does our friend Molby here or Lina in this case here have the travels?
I think so. I'm pretty sure he has it on the Lina.
I think maybe that's
there you go.
Maybe that's the additional fear, right? That kind of thing, right?
You have. I mean, just now we saw Sweden Strong walk up to a ward on the high ground and D-warded with Cloud, and you had Sven there. You know, Sven.
Yeah, I know, but you know, that's what I'm saying, right? It's from us viewers' point of view, right? But from the players on the field, there's a lot of things happening, right? Like the pressure, unknowingly what's happening. By the way, that's the only vision that they had. Everything else was just nighttime and darkness.
Oh well, hello darkness, my old friend.
Well, yeah. I mean, that will also be the forever outcome as well if they're not too careful for this for sure. Nice time with the BKB, pop the TP as well here. This is definitely not the fight which they can win. A good call to fall back, but of course the Rolling Thunder Cloud. Want to see if we can get a couple of more here, so it doesn't really allow to maximize that ultimate that he has.
Okay, Doom, Shiva's God. I think it touches the next time. It makes no difference. Oh, well, that's just so he gets the full fiery stacks. Cheer Jr. is like, I want to hit fast. I don't care about anything else.
Yeah,
he is supercharged right now. And Dandelions, I guess they're waiting for the Shadow Demon before they start this fight. They have Doom, they have Shadow, they have Poison Strike. Here they go.
They just need to connect it. Okay, nice Doom on top of the Lina as well to slow things out, but she does have the BKB, so we'll be able to walk out of this pretty much scot-free. But here comes the counterplay, the counter initiation. Naga Song into the static storm, into the connecting field, as you want to see they get a couple of more. Viper, relative down low, pops into the drop here. You want to hold him down a little bit longer as he claims back the ES into the fight as well to get the elimination.
Where did you see? I didn't see the Sven attack as anyone. Was he in that fight? No. It doesn't seem like he.
He was bouncing back and forth between the bottom and the mid lane, if I'm not mistaken.
And of course, he doesn't want to jump in because he doesn't have the BKB or the God Strength, which makes sense. But it's another situation where, like, we kind of, we've been relying on you, buddy. It's time to deliver. V-Tune. All right, he's gonna have the BKB available in about 5 seconds, but no God Strength still.
I mean, this is just one of those few problems when you just don't have a lot of options to play with here, that kind of thing.
Not a lot of options. We can definitely agree with that. V-Tune, he is getting very close to the Daedalus. Despite the astronomical net worth difference, there is a chance that V-Tune could jump in and blow up a couple of people. They almost got the Lina with that Viper Strike duel.
There's the Viper. He has his own personal orchid as well. But I don't think that's going to be able to have the right save for him to get out of this situation. Nope, not today. Not at all.
In his death throws, he throws out a Viper Strike. He's like, spit on you, then he dies.
And the amazing part about it is it's just ward placement, right? It's not your more common spot. Right? It's just enough to at least give you an idea where the person is actually going to go to as well. That's why they just have so much control, not just the vision, but even the map wise as well. Team fight, vision, maps.
I know. As Doom does not. Oh, the Sentry comes out to help him, but I don't know if you're going to be helping him much.
Oh, just bouncing back in. Doesn't matter even if the kinetic field still stays around. He's still going to get bounced back then.
Radiant's middle tower has
I know you're trying to find something positive. You're like,
I mean, I am a positive player,
Yeah,
but at the same time, I'm a realistic player. You know, I'm a realistic person too. You know, that's what life did to me. You know, I have to be realistic.
fallen.
as
This is a really well done game coming in from 1 win.
Yes.
I mean, I guess you could say it's somewhat expected of them as well, right?
when we saw the draft, oh wait, it's not over. It's not over till the fat lady sings. She's singing.
But not the Nagasaki. He does want the BKB to try to get out of it because he knows a nice time with the static storm is going to come in.
Are you kidding?
Kinetic field,
man.
capture 4 players into the mix as well. Thank God the Sylvan is not in range of the Glaze because let's be honest, he was going to be called back in for the 5th man. But of course, GG is the call here, and 1 win will take the first game of our first series of today in such a dominating and of course fantastic manner. Oh, that is really amazing.
Kudos to them, you know, like it just did not look close to any point of the game.
Of course.
Well, I mean, I think that first blood went for Dandelions, but that was about like the high point of the game. After that 1 win, well, I mean, 1 win, they had great global presence thanks to the Nature's Prophet, as well as the lineage going for Boots of Travel. So that's good for them. And then the lane stage, we could see Viper struggled. They expected to have Viper versus Pango. Lina comes out, crushes him in the lane.
Right.
And I don't know. You have a sort of aggressive draft from Dandelions with the Earth Spirit who wants to jump in, but you have very long cooldowns with the Doom and the Viper Strike that they're not always able to fight.
No, and I agree with you as well, right? Because if you think about it, for sure, this kind of comp, they definitely have an idea and a goal they were trying to go for, right? But also at the same time, it will take a while to reach that outcome, that vision that they have.
This was First Blood. This is when they peaked. It went downhill from there. Honestly, I mean, it's the truth. They went downhill from there. Palantimos also lose life. This one, I think it was the take of one. No, it just got very easily. And in general, I'm very surprised by how Dandelions did not back each other up. I don't know what is going on, but this is one of those situations where it's like, guys, this is a 3-man Static Storm. And even the Doom gets pushed out, doesn't matter. And then he has a 4-man Static Storm. He's like, you thought that was good? Here's another one, you know? We call that pulling a DJ Khaled.
I mean, definitely for sure. But
another one. There you go. That's the one I want to see. 4-man. What is this?
yeah, even come.
GG's called.
Yeah.
What? I just...
Even Vitun, he just like, when he saw that 4-man Static Storm, he just decided to just slowly back out of the range of the glimpse because because he was initially in somewhere in the mid lane. Yeah, he's just like, you know what, guys, it's been fun. I'll see you guys later.
He's like, I've been playing World of Warcraft for 30 minutes. I want to take a break. I don't know. I just keep looking at it and you think to yourself, Dandelions, I know their draft can't take big team fights because it's not a team fight draft, but they didn't look for pickoffs. Vision was really tough for them. It's one of those things where it's like, something's got to change.
Yep.
You can't do, it's all, one when they played really well.
Yep.
But it's also, you want to praise them, but you also be like, there is a problem there on the other side that we hope gets fixed in game 2.
I mean, but I think it's also fantastic coming with the composition that coming for the side here for 1 win as well.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
They were able to cover various bases as well. Certain answers for certain angles, if those angles were those questions were to submerge. But at the same time, when we saw the first 3 picks, right? Disruptor, Pango, Nature's Prophet, we already expected a massive rotation, a lot of
good team fight.
It just kept happening. It just kept punishing as well.
And Sweden Strong starts off with the Vessel from the beginning, which gives him a lot of damage. He farms off really well.
Yep.
And in general, it just feels like 1 win. They came in with a very clear game plan that they were able to execute perfectly.
Yep. But like you said, game 2, it will be
hopefully.
Hopeful.
Different.
It is a best of 3 as well. So they pretty much didn't really have any. They really give out their first chance. This will be the last time to really turn things around. If not, they will be the first team to go to the lower bracket.
Well, for now, that is going. We're done with game 1. We're going to take a few minutes break here, and then we're going to come back with game 2, where hopefully we have a closer game, because this is not what we want to see. We want close games here in Dota 2, but hopefully we'll be back after break, and we'll see that.
Dota 2 enthusiasts, welcome back for another round of the Portal Dota 2 World Invitational here. I'm Lennon, also known as Yolo Lee. Joining me once again is my dear friend Otomo. He came over. I'm also going to come over. It's good to see you again, buddy, after all this time. Really?
No, nothing.
We already have this kind of social distancing
Yes,
here.
I know. Apparently, we need to be even further. But no, this is nice. This is nice. I'm glad. They actually,
Nice that we are distant.
no. Hey, they asked us. They're like, would you like to do it studio or online? And
I mean,
I said,
No, we said studio.
I said studio as well. We said this. We were like, studio. We'd like to be together.
It is our decision.
I just didn't realize what would entail now with the physicality
I
of
mean,
it.
you started first. I'm just returning the feelings. You know? The feelings mutual.
No, I just put my hand in so people could know we're next to each other.
Fine. Yes, we are next to each other.
All right, but yeah, you know it's not next to each other though. That game won the skill between the two teams because it did not look close at all. Not as close as what you just attempted to do to me.
Yes, I do agree with you that it wasn't as close as definitely what we were expecting, what we were hoping for based on both teams' reputation or repertoire.
Yeah.
But then again, at the same time, I felt like we weren't seeing Team Dandelions at their core.
True.
Mainly because of the fact that they wasn't at their best. If they went with a certain composition where they have various answers, various options, then we actually might see a real tug of war between both of these two teams here, or at least both sides. But that's where it comes down to game two. Because let's be honest, these guys are not just amazing people, but they're also gamers at heart. So in other words, when the game's on the line, they will definitely be in their prime. So we will be expecting quite the storm in game number 2, unless one win just decides to seal the deal and solidify their spots in the upper bracket round 2.
I mean, hopefully, right? They do have to win 2 games in a row to do that. And
They got one already.
Well, I meant for Dandelions, they would need 2 wins to come back. I would really like to see a little bit more team fight, or at least a little bit more coordination between them, communication going on. We don't always know what's going on behind the scenes. Could be an off day, could be something else, but hopefully they come in a bit energized for game 2. 1 win, they looked amazing. They already have 1 win.
I mean, you know what they say, right? That first round is always, touching the water, that kind of thing. First is that warm-up kind of thing. You get a good feel of your opponent, what's their play style, what's the thing. Sometimes VODs isn't just enough nowadays. Sometimes you got to experience it firsthand. And you just be like, all right, I know how to deal with you guys.
Yes, it is.
Just crazy.
A lot of these teams, though, they do scrim before the match, right?
Yes,
a lot
of
of the teams, they do play a couple of games before, because it's not like, it's like, okay, let's go play. It's like there is a lot of time before that. So we'll see. I mean, again, we'll see when the draft begins what they're going to be doing here. 1 win. I expect a lot of the same of what we saw in the previous game, which is a lot of aggression coming out from their side. And we do now know how to pronounce the name of their mid laner. It's Moby. And I want to shout out to Rob and Roll for telling me that. He sent me a message. He's like, "It's Moby. Thank you, man. Learn how to do it." I'm like, "Thank you." And it is very nice of him to tell us about that, because these players they do have their own unique names. You gotta pronounce it properly.
It's a real challenge for casters.
Sorry?
It sometimes can be quite the thrill for casters. Just try to feels like playing. It's that kind of like verbal charade. You just try to guess what's the true pronunciation with the kind of thing.
Both 3 lie, and he was like, "That's not at all how it is."
No, let's be honest. I think the one that's going to be quite the challenge, actually, I'm really interested in how to pronounce it as well, is one of the players from Liga team as well. BBXPS.
Yeah, we'll ask him. We'll ask Rob again.
I want to know, man.
We'll get him on.
So curious.
We'll get him on the team. We're actually not doing any Liga team games today.
That's so unfortunate as well. But I mean, it'll be in the other stream.
Yeah, who cares about it? For that record, there is another stream. We are going to be doing 2 series concurrently. We are doing Dandelions versus 1 win, and they are doing, I believe, Mouse
and Liga.
Mouse and Liga, yeah, that's what they're doing over there. So you can go and check them out. They are not with us in the studio. They're online, but they're still, they're still good people.
They're amazing talents. Come on.
Yeah, but they didn't come to the studio like we did. We showed commitment. Took the bus.
I mean, hey, everyone is showcasing their virtual commitment. Okay?
Yes.
The kind of thing. Not everyone has the situation, right? That kind of thing. But regardless, ladies and gentlemen, if you do have your favorite teams, do give them a shout out. Do support them as well with all your God, because they really need it too.
Yeah. And my favorite team in this one is Dandelions. And I'm like, why would you lose? Teams are getting ready to start the game very soon. We have them in the lobby, but you know we're just ironing out a couple of kinks at the end. Both teams are deciding which one do you want. Do you want the side or do you want the pick order? And if you don't decide, which one do you want? But we do have the draft actually ready.
Yep.
Let's go. And I imagine nothing's been picked just yet. Yep, there we go.
10 seconds remaining.
Let me tell you something, right? I can definitely tell you for sure Dandelion might just start getting serious when we start seeing the Rubik comes in. I think Desire really plays a mean Rubik, let's be honest. As I said, post 4 here. That kind of thing. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the second game of our best of 3 series. Our first series, actually, for today here is Upper Bracket 1, round 1. So our first few bans so far, with the Gyro, definitely quite the respectable ban here. But for the side here, alongside with the Kunkka, Chen, Disruptor, and the Tiny.
By the way, one of the players for 1 minute, the middle name is called Chiro Jr.
Yep.
And his teammate, his pub name is Chiro Sr. So it's like, come on. You guys can't see it here because you have to be like in the lobby to see it, but that is pretty cool that they call themselves like that. Oh, well. In the meantime, though, so yeah, Disruptor does get banned by 1 win. They feel like, all right, we don't have first pick. We don't want to give it to Dandelions. They have... I believe they have been playing it in the last couple of games given to Kidaro, and it's just a general strong hero. Dandelions, I like this start.
Yes.
I like it. It is Brewmaster. It's a hero they play quite a bit. It's a team fight hero. It's not as heavy commitment as a Doomer. It's like, if I Doom, I want to kill. Yep. Brewmaster's like, you can use your ultimate in multiple ways. So it's a big team fight hero that they need. So good start.
Yeah, he's very disruptive as well. Pretty much can actually go for really nice little solo pickoff if necessary as well for those couple of supports. Really great disengagement, but don't even get me started on how like tanky. It's pretty solid, pretty durable as well. Got a pretty nice get out of jail free card with the Primal Spirit as well, if it's necessary. But to counteract with that, they decide, you want to bring durability, then we'll bring out the damage, right? You bring in Servant here as the opener here, and it's actually not it's not really a bad opener as a Servant here. However, there are ways to really play around the Servant, and I'm really expecting to see 1 win actually try to ban out certain of those heroes that really do as well against Servant, particularly like the Life Stealer here.
Or the Shadow Demon. You know, any Faceless Void's another one. Like any hero that has BKB piercing abilities can really deal with the Sven quite easily. I mean, that's kind of like every hero, you know, and no one really does well against BKB piercing, but Sven, you control him, you slow him down, you can beat him. And
Life Stealer with the Feast as well.
That's
absolutely thrilled to fight against strength heroes as well.
Yeah, but Sven also tends to have a lot of armor. I feel like in a man-on-man fight, or whatever the hell Life Stealer is, man to Life Stealer, I suppose. Actually, Sven is a fish, so we're really going deep with this one. In a fish versus corpse.
No, it feels like Moby Dick, and Moby Dick, and there's one undead fisherman. Right? It's just like, I'm back for round 2, boy. I mean, did you read that particular literature?
No, here's the thing. I read 300 pages of Moby Dick, and then I realized he just keeps talking about whaling, like the actual whaling industry, and not the story. I'm like, what? Why is he teaching me about this? He spends 200 pages telling you how to go and catch a whale.
5 seconds.
Is it the kids' literature or the documentary? It felt like you read read a documentary.
The book itself, like it had that. It's too much, so I got bored of Moby Dick and didn't finish it.
All right.
So let's see. Dandelions, they do get rid of the Timber Saw and Life Stealer, as you mentioned. And Sven and his girlfriend gets picked. By the way, these two heroes do have a relationship. I imagine they like each other. And it's a solid lane as well. Although Sven, in the laning phase, usually it's like the stun, not a whole lot of damage, but you can probably get a kill or two if you're up against a very weak support with Dandelion, with the Brewmaster.
Okay, I'm just really thinking into the mix as well, right? So there's still a couple of carries still left in the pool. Life Stealer, of course, is banned. Love the fact they actually decide to ban out the Luna as well. It's actually one of V2's go-tos as well. There is still, okay, like I said, right? We know Dandelion gets serious when Desire comes in with the Rubik post 4. But yes, so not a lot of really core carries that's on the hand side, on the side of Dandelion. There is still the Morphling. Yeah. There is still the Morphling for them to really play around it, but they really need to lead up towards it. And I think that's why they actually decided to go with the Timber ban here. Because Timber's just one of those heroes or offlaners where it's like anti-hero. Yeah. Really great against when you see a Timber pick, you usually see you really start thinking, okay, I can't have a Sven, I can't have a Morphling.
Strength heroes,
Strength heroes or illusion heroes either. So we might see a potential Morphling here. Like I said, might.
This, the Bane pick for Kidaro. All right, this will be interesting for Dandelions because I've seen
5
Bane
seconds remaining.
be picked as a counter to Sven. You know, you
Yes.
have that amazing Fiend's Grip, great way to hold him down. But if you don't have a good game, you become this useless piece of food that the Sven eats whatever he wants. So I don't know. I don't like the direction they're going with Dandelions, but they're also going again with a single target heroes, right? Like the Bane's good at locking 1, maybe 2 heroes down. Rubik kind of the same. Brewmaster they have more team fight than before, to be fair, but I'd like to see a mid laner that brings you a lot more. Something like a Kunkka. Oh wait, Kunkka's banned.
Yeah, this Kunkka's gone. No, this I'm trying to think of like what's possible, especially coming from Chira Junior, right? That's like trying to see what else left in the pool, especially for team fight, right?
Yeah.
For team fight, nuking bursts. There's still the Invoker on his hands here.
Yes.
He could try to opt to go for the Pangolier here to try to disrupt them as much as possible. But let's be honest, right? Just seeing CM, right? And the Crystal made it in the hands of 1 win, right? And this is definitely going to be in the hands of Respect. He has played over 9 games, by the way. 9 games as a ban for the past. 9 games of Crystal Maiden for the past 3 weeks now.
By the way, look at that. Bounty Hunter. I'm glad to see Sweden strong on the Bounty Hunter. In general, I'm excited to see how Bounty Hunter fares in general. He hasn't been in the competitive scene. He's not really seen as a very strong hero just because he's like a melee hero whose stun is melee. You really need to snowball to get use out of him, but if you don't snowball, you feel like he's weak. They paired out with the Death Prophet, so that's a good amount of team fight. Although, between the Death Prophet, Bounty, Crystal Maiden to the Brew, Rubik, Bane, I think I prefer the Brew, Rubik, Bane combination. However, they're not going to be able to kill the Death Prophet. She gets those Spirit Siphons off.
Correct.
You don't have the damage to kill her with these 3. You need some hero with decent damage. I wouldn't mind an Invoker with a Spirit Vessel myself.
That is definitely still possible for the hands of Kira if he choose to go for it here.
Or okay, they go for the Morphling instead. Okay. All right, solid. If you turn into the Death Prophet, you can get a lot of nice Spirit Siphons going for you. All right, so mid lane for Dandelions is their last pick. 1 win, they need an offlaner unless
I have not seen Cloud playing the DP.
I know. I also go through my list. I'm like, I don't think he's playing it, but unless.
I mean, it is about, like I say, you know, we're at a state of this game, and let's be honest, with the skill set that he has, it's not impossible for him to choose to go for the DP here. But let's be honest, right? You just seeing both the CM Bounty Hunter and the DP, right? You have this really potentially run down nuclear potential.
Run at you, Krabs. Yeah, it's very good. It's a very good fighting draft, basically. Although I will say the Crystal Bane and the Bounty Hunter feel vulnerable. The other side, Rubik and Bane also feel vulnerable, and the Death Prophet and the Brew look unkillable.
No, that's what I'm saying, right? It's like the DP runs into you, right?
Yeah.
And like you're sure you have the you CM and Bounty is definitely not the most durable, right? But in the face of DP silence, the Bane can't really like just expand his ultimate whenever he wishes to or how comfortable he is. Really needs to find that nice opportune moment. And let's be honest, once the rest of the team 1 week gets really on top of members of Dandelion, it gets really even more harder for the Bane to really do anything in that situation.
Yeah, 1 win, they might be taking some form of.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm not sure if the Death Prophet is going to go mid or not, but they're banning heroes that are generally good against mid laners, like melee mid laners, the Viper and the Zeus. And I wouldn't have thought the Death Prophet cares too much about either. So I think they might go for something else.
Ember Spirit, maybe? I'm trying to see like who's able to really allow them to enable them to really get to the back line. Sure, Bane can lock down the Ember if the opportunity arises, but that's the bar. Of course, let's be honest. We're talking about Kira here.
I think that Dandelions has the pick coming out. I think it's going to be Wind Ranger here. It gives you a decent amount of damage, a single target damage, which they need. It's like something like a Wind Ranger Lina that they need. They need solo target, high burst damage. What is there? You already lost the Zeus, which would have given you that. Wind Ranger's in the pool.
10 seconds
Invoker, it does a good amount of damage as well. They could consider going for a Leshrac, where it's like, oh, you have, tower push. I have tower push as well.
And also pretty difficult for 1 week to really pick off the Lashrak as well. Not relatively easy.
I don't know. I mean, I don't see Leshrac as durable as a Death Prophet until he has Bloodstone. If he has Bloodstone, then he's like, you cannot killing him with these 3.
But we are talking about on the concept of like overall, right? That kind of thing.
However, I'd like to think of it as until you get there and when you get there, right? Because until you get there, Leshrac will feel very easy to kill. Once he has the Bloodstone, sure, he's going to be hard. They go with the Dazzle. I kind of like this. It does give you some sustain, decent amount of burst damage. Great with the Brewlings, because you can just surround the person. Boom, the heal comes out.
No. So then what would you want to pair against the Dazzle then? That's the thing.
I don't think there's anything you can pair that will definitely win you the lane.
remaining.
Like, nothing crushes the Dazzle in the lane. Maybe Coddle can
5
sort of
seconds
farm, no
remaining.
problem. Not Ember, not Pango, not Tiny. Invoker's okay, Templar's okay, as well as the Wind Ranger for 1 win for Shira Jr. here. Unless Death Prophet's already mid and they pick something else.
What about the Puck? We only see one game coming from Kyra Jr. for the Puck.
Puck
You
is
can-
good.
With
Puck-
the phase shift, you can also dodge, mitigate from the poison touch as
There
well.
you go. You buy. My
may
problem
now
with Puck
select
is
your
not his
heroes.
matchup with the Dazzle. It's when the Rubik and the Bane get involved.
Yes.
Because, you know, you have Instant Lift, you have Fiend's Grip, you have the Brew, Tornado, and the Rock. But in the lane, Puck is pretty damn good. You should be able to dodge every poison touch.
I'm more. The thing is this, right? Yes, you have somewhat of an instant lock with the lift and also with the Phoenix grip as well. But but at the same time, we're not really taking into account of the other members of one win side, right?
Yeah.
Like, Puck is. I think the only time we see Puck ever diving into the mix first or into the fight first is he's at a stage where he can just absolutely destroy everything.
Yeah.
Like, because I've seen Puck players, regardless. I think until to this day, if I ever see a Phantom Lancer or a Puck in my opposing team, I just pretty much just say, yeah, the game's done.
Really? The trauma's that much?
Yes, the Puck is just it's just too
Okay.
much. It's so hard to really get on top. You really need, like, if you feel like you could have 2 heroes with 2 CC, 2 stuns, right? And it's sometimes it just doesn't feel.
It's not enough.
It's not enough.
It's not enough.
In the hands of a pro player, and by the way, these are all tier 1, tier 2 players, right? Tier 1 teams, right? In their hands, it's the most frightening thing ever.
It is. It sucks when you play. I mean, I think Puck even worse than the PL. But PL, of course, with the Shard, with the Manta, and with the... I don't know what else to go with. He's just the Doppelganger. It's very annoying to play
Yes.
against them. Overall, though, I do think that there are weaknesses Dandelions can exploit here. 1 win, they're more fragile compared to the previous game. They're a lot easier to bring down. You got Puck, Crystal Main, Bounty Hunter. These guys are burstable. And the laning phase looks also like it's... You know, they don't have that global presence of the Nature's Prophet or that high rate. Like, I think that they're going to be okay. Dandelions should do better in this game. I don't know if I'll still back 1 win to take it, but it's closer. What about you?
No, it definitely feels a lot more closer because, like, we could theory craft all night. I can guarantee you that. I love theory crafting. I know you also love theory crafting. We could do it all night. We could go back to back, go back to back for hours, right? But in the end of the day, it just really depends on how is it being played out and the laning phase. I feel the laning phase is going to be quite crucial because it does determine how the lane is going to be like. If you are having a good lane, all 3 lanes will be ideal. But if at least in 2 of those lanes, if 2 of the lanes you are doing well, then that just gives you enough confidence and morale. It's like, hey, you know, I'm pretty balanced out with this mid laner. But if you guys are doing well, I could be as good as much as possible. Because remember, pre 10 minutes of the game, everyone is soft. Everyone is pretty much equal at that point here. It's just a matter of whether you're piling on more bodies to try to get the necessary secure, or are you just trying to get that much control. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, we just got the call from our amazing broadcast team. Let's quickly get into game number 2.
Yeah, let's see how it's going. We'll see how it's going to go here for the 2 teams. As okay,
no.
He's fine. No way he's good. He's fine. It's fine. Relax.
If he took a left, let's be honest, out of that tree line, if he took a left, that may or may not be the end of Bane.
Nah, Bane, he would have been fine.
He took a right. Of course, he's fine.
Oh, he took the right turn for sure. He did not take the wrong turn. Alright, so I'm at mid lane. Wait, they're putting. Oh yeah, it is going to be Cloud on the dead prompt. Makes sense.
Yeah.
So there's just a lot of relatively squishy targets on the Dire side. If Dandelions can get their a decent grip on the game, they could control the pace of it.
Yeah.
The problem is that if Rubik and Bane start feeding, they become very easy food for the Puck, then they really can't do any. They can't do anything after that. And again, it is 3 bounty ruins go in favor of 1 win. They don't seem to be contesting on that. They're like, okay, just take it. Please leave. Please don't hurt me, sir.
Oh man, but still, definitely the other part, not much aggression, not much of an extension either as well. Pretty much, it does feel like the calm before the storm kind of thing.
I mean, it's minute 0, man. Of course, it's the calm before the storm.
I mean, come on, we've seen games where like people just dive all the way in, right?
6, 7 kills before the bell even rings, and you're like, what? We haven't even started? So bottom lane is Kidaro's Bane. Will be going up against the Cloud's Death Prophet. He should have a decent time, honestly. Like, Bane is seen as... Maybe his spells aren't... They don't do like this huge tons of damage and slow, but his stats are really high, and like Brain Sap really gives you an advantage in trading.
I mean, I guess the only thing you could say is probably his first skill will just reduce his range. I mean, reducing his damage doesn't really do much. Yeah, exactly.
You take Nightmare and you leave Enfeeble for like level 9, 10.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay.
Oh, maybe a little bit too much poke here.
Kidaro, damn, son.
Oh, man.
He was... okay, remember that we talked about his stats? You kind of need to level up to get some of these stats, and that was level 1 Bane. A little bit unfortunate.
Very soft guy.
Very soft half man, half nightmare goat thing. Actually, there's no man in Bane. He's just pure nightmare material.
I mean, we don't really know, actually, right?
I mean, look at him. What part of him screams human?
I mean, we can't call it either.
Is it the eyes in the...
Like, what would be the pronouns?
Fear? No, that's the only pronoun.
Oh, man.
Well,
it's terrible to call it right? Like,
I think we're calling it it. We're not calling Bane. I mean, he's a he, but he's an...
It's an entity, that's for sure. But of course, CM,
that
will
looks
also
like
be slow, no mana, so all this is definitely going to be a nice pickup here.
Very nice.
Well,
this is a Grandmaster Rubik, so I do expect him to steal. I expect him to steal spells not in this game. You know, you'd be like, how did he get Black Hole? It's like, I stole from another game.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like, you know the game. You know, like, the game is serious when Desire comes in with one of his
nicely done.
Fantastic. Adaptive strike to secure, but can he get at least get the trade-off for it?
Oh,
and he will.
It's
nice.
nice.
Can it be the double?
Nah,
not gonna come in for it.
But decent, very nicely done from the Dandelions in 2 lanes right now, getting these kills going for them.
I will take this trade anytime they have a call for support. That's totally fine for me. That's fantastic, really.
Because the sports are worth more, right?
Yeah.
We are the heart of the team, man.
Yeah.
Cores, they're just like the children we drag along to.
Ultimately, let's be honest, with our time together for these past 5 years, we're pro offlane and pro support factions, okay?
That should help.
Yes, we are. I like the offlane role because you know when you play 4, the offlane is kind of is your partner, and it's like the offlane is cool.
Right.
You know, you hate the carry. The carry is the one you hate every time. You know, you're always against him in the lane, and then later on your carry is useless. It's like, yeah, the carry is the worst.
Oh, man.
But all right, so top lane. How's it looking in terms of CS? Wow, Mankushi actually all the way at the bottom in terms of CS. Not having a very good time against Palantimos.
Yeah.
And
respect also needs to, I guess, living up to the name, really need to respect his positioning as well, because he's not really the most tankiest hero in this early game here as well. Literally just getting right-click down here, instantly gone.
Very nice move. And you can see that Mankushi, he threw out the Stormhammer, but they weren't ready to take a fight there on respect. His spells weren't available, and Desire is just going to be fine. 6 armor on the Rubik. 6 armor.
Yeah.
That is pretty insane. And we said it from the start, right? Crystal Main and Sven is a decent combo, but it's not S tiered anyway. Your killing potential is meh, as the word.
I still think it depends on who you're going up against, right?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Because, like, for example, if you were to pit a CM against the Timber, it's that kind of thing where Timber just doesn't like those agile mobile heroes. And then when you have this CM that really roots you down, nuking damage as well, it's not really the funnest thing. But of course, bottom line, Spirit Siphon throwing in, but I don't think he'll be able to get the pickup. Will he come in for the pickup? Oh, he will, but the next time with the Nightmare, we'll at least buy him some time, save him like a couple of bits here as well. Will not be able to get the necessary pick off here.
Yeah, but Brain Sap's coming to be available soon, and that's the nice thing about Bane, right? Your mana is also your health, and you can just like Brain Sap, yeah, I'm healthy again. Top lane Brewmaster. I wonder if he's going to be going for the Radiance or the Hand of Midas.
Oh, yes, that was...
I mean, he's going to get Radiance at some point, but will it be before?
The order, right?
Yeah, the orders. Sometimes they also go for Spirit Vessel, which is needed in this particular game. Moby.
Oh,
Oh, Moby. Oh, no, Moby.
Is the white whale good? No, the white whale falls, unfortunately, here.
Wait, the white whale's the one who's Moby, right? He's alive. Wait, no, Moby, is it the whale? The guy is Moby, right?
No, the whale is...
The whale's Moby, but Moby's right.
I thought you read the literature.
Hey, I forgot which one. I forgot who's Moby and who's Dick.
You just said you read through 200 pages of that documentary.
20 years ago, I don't remember.
Oh, man. You know, I also... I mean, I do read books, but I haven't touched I also haven't touched Moby Dick for a long time.
Good. Oh, wait, it's Ahab is the name of the guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Captain Ahab.
Hey, you remember?
I do remember. Took a second for us to get there.
But you know, one of the more annoying things is when you're going up against like natural invisible heroes as well. You got to be spending a little bit more on those sentries.
True. But one way to counter that expenditure is that you don't play the map too far apart. Is that it's like you guys kind of stick together because you're like, if he wants to do a pick-off or anything, he's going to come to us and we have that area already warded. But if everyone's in a different lane, it becomes very hard for you to control the map. So I do expect Dandelions is incentivized to stick together because of the Bounty Hunter.
Oh, a couple of stacks. I'm going to be able to find a couple of more. The rest of the team-wise, and you see, this is what I'm saying, right? Like, well, I know we did put somewhat of a pause on that discussion between like CM and Sven that lane, right? I think it's just that particularly it's just a lot more harder, right? Because Rubik naturally more armor, a little bit more durable compared to the CM, a lot more nuking potential too, that kind of thing.
By the way, look at the mid lane. We haven't said this at all, but Chira Jr. is 26-2 to the 43-9 by Moby. He's having a really good time right now. And he's just going to go straight up for the Aghanim Scepter. What this does is that you can also use your... Oh, wait, Palatimos?
Primal Sprint.
I think he's dead.
Trying to do his best as well. They even commit the God Strike as well. Hopefully they try to do some form of damage. Defensive teleportation is coming into the mix as well for the reinforcement if they want to try to go for a couple of pickup. Desire, unfortunate. Bane, nowhere to run in this situation. Primal Sprint has ended, but Palatimos decides to come to the mix because reinforcement is here. The Dazzle here is coming to the assist. Moby sadly doesn't really have enough mana, but the rest of the team decides to disengage for good measure.
Well done by Palatimos. It's the split going for the kill right there. They bring everyone for Daniels. This is a completely different team than what we saw in the previous game. They are very committed to these team fights, and I'm loving it. And like the fast Aghanim Scepter on the Dazzle also gives them a bit more. Desire probably going to be losing his life, but you know, sometimes you got to give something back.
You know, an eye for an eye, a hero for a hero.
That makes the whole world blind.
A win for a win.
A win for a win, yeah. Maybe.
A little bit too early to say that?
No, it's a bit too early. Reminder though that one win, if the Bounty Hunter gets online level 6, to get those track kills, they do add up. And I do like that they gave him a level 15 talent for extra track gold. It's nice upgrade for the hero. But it takes a while. It takes a while to get there. Wow, look at Palatimos and the Sven. Maybe Sven is just cursed. In game 1, Vitun had a terrible time. In this game, Palatimos is suffering. I don't know, maybe is Sven bad? Sven bad. In this series, Sven bad.
Like, you're talking about in this game in particular, or just overall?
No, the series, you know, it's like, no, whoever, you guys shouldn't pick Sven. Pick Sven is lose. Desire.
Nice catch, nice pickup. Good vision, good scouting as well. That's where they slow things down, but they want to see if they can get a couple of balls. The creep wave, of course, won't be the one to secure it. Nightmare onto the Bounty Hunter, but they don't care about the support. They want the core, they want the bigger fish here, and Moby will be fishing for it as well. Cloud trying to see if he can go for the neutral creep deny. Unable to, not even close.
Cloud's going for an aura build, by the way. He has the mech already. Just kind of want, I guess he's the Spirit Vessel. He sees the Spirit Vessel coming out for Palatimos, does not want to be hit by it.
Yeah.
Oh, and Split comes out. He's gonna be mostly fine.
Yeah, that's fine. He already sent one bear away here.
Panda.
Oh yeah, Panda. Yeah. So
Dude,
thanks for the.
They count as bears, I imagine.
I mean. Yeah, I guess so too. Unfortunately for the Rubik, that Dream Core is going to be the one to seal his fate.
This is bad. These kills are... Firstly, you already have the Spirit Vessel is going to be countered by the Greaves from the Death Prophet fairly soon. You've been losing... Desire's died, I think, like 3 times in a row right now, where he just shows up, dies, shows up, dies, shows up. He's lowest net worth because of that. And Sweden Strong is going to be hitting that level 6. And those track kills, I'm scared. If you're bleeding kills, this is perfect for old Bounty. There he goes. He's like, guys, there's one here.
Yep.
All right.
Committing the exorcism. Want to see they want to try the either Phosphor or at least try to break the tier 1. Did find the Bane, unfortunately. He did pop in the Nightmare to buy the necessary amount of time. Teammates are coming in. Force-Wave V2 comes to the line side as he dives into with the waveform. Want to try to see if he can nuke down the Death Pro, but he's just life-stealing with the Spirit Cyber, keeping himself nice and healthy here. But the rest of the squad, Moby, sadly not enough mana to drop in with the Poison Touch, but he still have a couple of stacks more, a couple more seconds on top of that dear DP.
And lots of blows being traded, but in the end, nobody dies. I don't think that really favors.
Not yet, at least.
Wait, track comes out. Almost. And by the way, he maxed out the Shuriken Toss. I like this. It's while you maxing out Janelle is kind of good for getting the gold, but Shuriken Toss is the easier ability to use in team fights to get you kills. But all right, what is Sweden Strong building? Can we look at that? Can we look at the bounty? Oh, it's going to be okay. All right, I thought for a second he was also going for mech. I was like, no way.
I mean, a little bit early to see, right? I think maybe we need to see maybe in 2 more minutes, then we see like after the Arcane, like what's going to be the next one to go for.
But already your Death Prophet has a mech, so there's no way they're going for 2.
The Sentry in the Wall did spot the bounty. Moby repositioning himself, while the rest of the scheme also does a little bit of defensive TPs to prepare for any impending aggression here. But they will try to secure the jungle.
This is a critical time in the game for both teams. If Bounty Hunter can get a few track kills in the next fight, you're going to be sitting pretty on 1 win. But if 1 win forces a fight, Dandelions punishes them, suddenly you're like, we're quite behind, and we have Bounty Hunter who isn't very valuable if he's not giving us track kills. He is pretty weak in those situations.
Well, at least now, Sweden Strong. He definitely knows
Sweden perfect.
I mean, he's also perfect. I'm just saying.
It's very strong, though.
Yeah. Strong and perfect.
Perfect. Handsome guy for sure.
But of course, he did manage to deduce the fact that he was spotted, and he was able to get a free nice goal for it for sure for the D ward.
See, I'm using her ultimate by the way to take out the stack,
which I think is perfect, right?
Yeah, it's fine. It's completely normal.
Like I think it's honestly fantastic, right? Oh, nice screen screen as well. Top of the puck as well. Not much reinforcement. Let's be honest, Puck is still pretty a soft hero here. That's gonna be a really nice picking for them, and possibly even a tier 1 mid tower to boot. This is going to definitely open up the map a lot more easier for the side here for Dandelions.
Bounty Hunter, Bounty Ruin being dug up, and then there was like, Moby, take it, it's for you. Very nice move by Dandelions getting that kill on the Puck, and Puck is struggling. The thing is, the Puck is not what he used to be, or sorry, Puck actually isn't it, for the record. Puck isn't. Puck not what...
It's a fairy, though.
It's a it fairy, you know, it's a fairy dragon. So it's an it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's an entity.
It's an it. It's a it. It's not a he, she. It's a it. Anyway, so Puck, in the olden days...
We need to find a category for this, man.
We
go back to the lore.
We have to be like, all right, by research into this fictional topic...
Go back to the Dota Bible.
back in Dota 1, it used to say like that. But we're going with New Testament, not Old Testament. So anyways,
oh man, that was great, man. Miss Dota 1, man. That was the beginning of everything.
Dota 1 was fun. But anyway, let me get there. The thing is, Puck nowadays, they scale a lot better. So before, if you fell behind, you kind of was like, oh, that's too bad, you're not going to be as effective. But now, now you go for Perezman items and you're still good. Now, let's see the fight.
Oh, great silence into the ultimate, but of course, nice. Deny with the lip as well to buy the next amount of time. Comes with the Graves here, trying to see if we can follow our way to slow things down, but of course, Moby will sing onto the bottom of the sea here, but not one won't be alone as Desire will join him in soon. The rest of the score trying to see if they can get a couple of trades back in, but the silence is good. The Siphon is great. It's sustaining, it's controlling. Great switch to strength, but he can only go to this strength mode for so long.
Oh,
he needs to disengage soon, but the silence on top of the roots will seal its fate. And now same goes for the rest of the squad. All these tracks, all these goals, they want the treasure here, they want the money, and that's going to be one for the banks.
Oh, if they get this, it's going to be 5 track kills. Oh, I think that they're going to okay, I want to see the fight recap if it comes up, please, because look at that. Can we look at the fight recap, please? No, observer, fight recap. Okay, that's not. I honestly expected more gold, but 1,000 going to the bounty. And they come off that fight with a nearly 4,000 gold advantage, losing nothing.
Yeah.
And getting 4 track kills. It is level 1 track, you know, hallelujah. But it is still very bad news for Dandelions.
You know what's the best part about this? All these fights are happening, and Savan is nowhere nearby.
Wait, the Fiend's Dream? Okay, we got something.
Ah, that was an unfortunate one too.
Dire are scanning.
What's your take on Bane picking up the Aether Lens here?
I think it's fine. You definitely would appreciate the extra cast range, as Cloud is unkillable. Come on, you got the Pavis on him and a Guardian Greaves. No way.
By the way, did anyone pick up the vessel yet? Actually, for this
yes, the Brewmaster has it, which is unfortunate because again, you pick it up and immediately you see a Guardian Greaves on the enemy side, and I knew it. Bounty is going to go for the Lotus Orb. V2?
Oh!
No way.
Nah, they
no
can't do
way.
it.
Come on. Mankushi.
Not enough. Not enough here. But then again, here comes the reinforcement on the sidelines here. Mankushi will commit the TP and will just barely get out with the skin of his teeth. Bounty, on the other hand, did get dusted, but he understands that the priority was Savan. So that will give him a little bit of an opening of a window here to get out to safety. So no one really felt maybe the expenditure of God's Strength, but let's be honest, that cooldown will come back pretty indefinitely soon.
He's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. Bane.
Oh, that is a lot of some good sentry places as well.
The standard river stuff, that's what you gotta do. Sweet and strong. Might lose his life here. Nice move by the Rubik. Yep, too strong.
Oh, but the counter initiation though was a little bit better here. Good defensive here, coming with the Grace here. That's gonna try to keep the Bane slightly a little bit more longer here, but respect. I don't think the good man will be able to get out of this kind of situation. Spirit Cypher comes in here. Wait, he's still surviving. Wait, hold on. Can he survive? Poison Staff is still...
He's got guards. He's fine.
Away.
He's fine.
But Green Call comes to the mix. Will be counteract with the Spirit. With Spirit Primal Split here.
I don't know. I don't think we're going to be
stay, but of course they did manage to steal the CM ultimate away, and they will try to counteract again. We're literally having this back and forth, somewhat of a team fight here, but not much success until now. Then the line will be able to get 2 for the price of 1 here. A support for a core, 2 cores on top of that.
Yep, it was a track kill, so it's kind of like, yay.
Wow.
But yeah, that's a nice win there coming out for Dandelions. Still 1 win, slightly ahead, and Sven continues to farm very nicely for himself. Brewmaster, I imagine he's going to go for the Radiance. So how close is he? Can we check on the Mr. Brew? Or not, if we don't want to.
We'll get there, you know?
He's like, I'm going to keep you guessing. Whether
we'll get there when we get there, you know, that kind of thing.
I guess so. Luckily, we have this nice button here where we can also use as... Well, he's actually fairly close to it. Already has the Talisman. Usually people go for the Sacred Relic first, but he went for the Talisman for the survivability.
Which I think is fine, right? Because
it's fine.
It's not like they had really little team fights, right? They've been fighting pretty back and forth, quite often actually as well.
Pantimos is like, I feel something's coming, and he moves away.
Oh, I wouldn't blame him too. You see a CM, you know for the fact that Sweden Strong is not too far behind either.
They're like, wait. Crystal Maiden for leading the charge? That's something wrong.
The worst part about it is like the whole team is screaming, right? I don't have sentry placed there yet. I got a common river, I got a certain aspect of the map, but I just don't have something too deep into our jungle yet.
Who told you to farm there? In the meantime, though, looks like they're not willing to...
Are they? Nah.
No, they're not willing to let this tower go, especially not to a lone Crystal Maiden. As Chira Jr.
Oh, good silence. Need to try to burst out the Bane in time, but then again, there is Moby nearby with the Grave to really go for the necessary save. Pops a God's Strength into the face here to stun. Comes the Grave, and he lifts him on the high ground. He has no Blink Dagger, by the way, as well, to get out of it. Still on cooldown, couple more seconds. No choice but to TP back out of the fight. The whole team has no force, no choice but to disengage, or at least try to reposition themselves towards the event, towards the bottom tier 1 tower. But the Dandelions, they understand. They have the advantage. They don't need to press forward here. Wait out the ultimate, wait for everything to die out, and they still, I guess you could say in a way, they somewhat came on top of that fight, even though there's really not much pick off either.
Yeah, like no one died, but Sven used his ultimate and got nothing.
And there's no ultimate usage on Dandelion too.
Yeah, that was a real step bro, I'm stuck moment right there. As all of it thanks to Desire, you know, great lift. If he hadn't done that, we could have seen like a double, triple kill for 1 win, or maybe they would have lost the fight. But
I mean, it could have been the first 5v5 in a long time, too.
So in a way, we don't like what Desire did. He deprived us of a big team fight.
I mean, come on, guys. We
Give us the action. Come on, what is Desire doing here?
The viewers demand a fight. We demand blood.
Well,
I mean, he's still a phenomenal post-war player. Let's be honest, yeah.
No, that's what he should have done in that situation. In the meantime, though, he does get also the Blink Dagger on the Rubik. So he's been stealing Freezing Field a lot, and it's a very easy spell to steal, by the way. So he gets it, you blink in, it's way more powerful than the Rubik uses it.
Yep.
So it is going to be rather scary if they allow him to have that.
And also to take into account, although yes, we did say that probably will be running down members of Dandelion team, right? But at the same time, he's no prime beast, right? He's still walking into those fights here as well. So that gives a lot of space for the members of Dandelion, especially for their support, to really pick their situation, pick their fights, right?
Oh, sweet and strong.
He is dusted as well, so there's no way for him to run.
Though.
There is finding the Phalanstry on top of V-Tune as well here, so that Adaptive Strike is going to hurt a lot more.
They're like, it's not worth it for us. And oh, that's an opening there.
That's
not going to take too long either with a God Strength Mankushi hitting it.
The best about it, he actually, like in the hands of the Bounty Hunter, he just lured everyone to that top side. Just like, hey, you know, me, guys, all on me. It didn't really come into hand, like it wasn't really part of the plan, but it just played out just accordingly.
Yeah, it's like they followed him around. It was not the best thing for them. And then still, we'll see what they can do here with one win with this Aegis. I am happy that we have a much more even game.
Oh yes.
Because game one was it? We call it a snoozer. You know, you watch it, you go to sleep.
I mean, I'll call it as it is. They were really chalked out our options here, let's be honest.
It was not a good game. Not a good game at all. Maxing out the Nightmare here. Only 2 points in Brain Sap. Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with any.
I mean, control will be the name of the game, right? You Nightmare, you set up for the rest of the squad to be nearby, at least if the Fiend's Grid can't really get into it.
Oh, the double Wisdom, and they give both to Mankushi. That is a huge... Can we look at levels? Because he's level 18, 22 minutes. Actually, that's not like too incredible.
Yeah.
But he is 3 levels ahead of the Morphling. No, the other one was better. The one where it was like not by teams. That was kind of better. All right, that's fine. This is good too.
Whose shard is this going to go to?
Crystal Maiden. Sweet and strong, that's what I meant to say. So what does it do is that you can turn your allies invisible, and they also get the bonuses of the invisibility, which means if you take the level 15 talent, reduce 35% damage, they also get when they turn invisible. And they also stun when they hit people.
Which I think this is going to be really great, right? Especially for the CM as well.
I mean, I think you can give it to anyone. I don't really think CM is the...
No, I'm picturing it like in those team fights, right? That kind of thing. You blink it, you root, gets a little bit too dicey, you keep for the
No, what you can do is you ulti, right? Then you turn invisible. She's invisible. Right, she's invisible and you can't hurt her. She already has tons of armor, now she has overall damage reduction.
That's what I'm saying. Practicality here.
Okay, all right. Just have to make sure you walk in and get your ultimate off first.
Is there any sentry placing though?
Bane!
Oh, they found the bounty though. But it doesn't matter, they want to try to get a little bit more juicier target. Puck goes in, silences the Bane. There goes for the safety with the Graves here. But the green call was great. It breaks on 2, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the squad is slowly falling. Wait, is the Savant back on the high ground or no? The positioning made it look as if he was back on the cliff again. But then again, a successful fight, a beautiful smoke gang. I mean, it's a support for a couple of more supports.
But one of them was a track kill. Yeah, so it is. It's quite. I mean, that looks almost even in terms of net worth, which is kind of crazy. Is the bounty hunter that valuable? I'm surprised. But then again, they are 6,000, 5,000 gold behind before that happened, so it makes sense.
Yeah. But I mean, we didn't see really a real full-blown team fight, right? It's just really just disengaging. They spot the God Strand. They're just like, you know, like we're not in a good spot. We're not in a good positioning. Just back off. We don't mind sacrificing 1 or 2 teammates. That's just pretty much it. Nothing really overblown so far. Like even though yes, they did get those supports, they just really couldn't get any objective. There was no lane, no ways being pushed in because it was a smoke for sure.
And if you are Dandelions, a full-on fight is scary for you because there is an Aegis. So you want these like pick-offs, small skirmishes, 2v2, something like that.
Oh!
That is... Stuff like that, though, is kind of bad, because now you are going to be forced into a fight you do not want to take.
Oh, but then again, they will trade 1 for 1 for this one. They have no God Strength, so they won't take this fight head on. Dandelion, on the other hand, they do have the range. Godfrey just comes up on cooldown as well, just in time for a nice, beautiful play to remove 2 more support, and even for the core as well. Primal Split is committed, but in the face of the God Strength, will it survive? Will it sustain? Unfortunately, not here. 1 Panda remains here, and he's looking for it. He's hunting for it as well. Ruling him down. 1 more hit is all it takes, and Mukunshi will remove them all.
Oh, Lord. This is a disaster.
Honestly, I felt like I jinxed that one, right? Because like Godshake was still on cooldown, and just as I said it, it just popped back down. Like, oh, great!
I think actually, yes, I think it was all your fault. You know, Dandelions is like, we would have won if it wasn't for this caster. He ruined it.
Hey man, I can't see his cooldown. All I see is a green button, all right?
Well, right now there's no green buttons on the Dire side.
Oh no, the Rubik forced up into the side as well. Nightmare tried to buy the next amount of time, but won't be able to last for too long here. Everyone else is slowly getting kited down. Tracks are being set.
Nice heal.
Nice timing with the mech as well. Will sustain sweet and strong. But rest on the side here for Morphling here, he's committing everything, popping into Manta. But the back line here, getting zoned out here by the Savant here as they want to try to get a couple of more. There's no Primal Split at the same time here, but he is doing his best. Palantimos is doing his best to keep his team alive and sustain. But Savant Mukunshi just wants a couple of more.
And there's going to be 3 track kills and another one on the Primal Beast.
Oh god.
This, and they want it. By the way, remember there's no God Strength, no coil being used in that fight. So it's not like they were even fighting at full strength. The Aegis is going to expire in 10 seconds. If you're Dandelions, you're hoping that they don't like decide to go high ground with 3 of your people dead.
Literally, I can tell you this right now. The timing with the mech usage for Sweden is strong.
So good.
There are also the positioning coming from Mukunshi as well. Instead of piling on top of this Morphling, he just decides to go for targets which he knows he can actually go for the pickoffs. Yeah.
Much better, much safer option. It's like, I'll just kill these guys that I can get a kill on.
And the beauty about all these pro players is that they're always keeping track of what's happening. And let's be honest, they play Dota for such a long time, right?
A couple of games a day for sure.
Understanding each of the heroes, and some of those heroes which the opponents is playing, they have played before in the past or still being played and utilizing. They just have this firm understanding. This just shows how deep knowledge they have, right? Just how long is the cooldown, the Primal Split, will it be habit? Can they fight this? Can they not? Everything just slowly like takes it to the account, and when you pile it up together, it's just absolutely amazing.
Moby going just farming around the map. He's got a BKB now. No shot. He really needs the shot because I'm seeing a lot of times he's able to throw out his poison touch, and he hits multiple people, but I ain't seen no sheep.
Yeah.
This is going to be okay. I believe that is an AoE brain sap. It's pretty solid.
I mean, it's that kind of thing where you hope to save for that 1400 and hopefully you get a chance to get it from the Tormentor, but then again, you are one of the core, so it's like...
If you get it, you know something's bad also. You know? Like, wait guys, why do I have it?
I mean, it works 2 ways, right? Like, it's like, hey, I don't have to spend 1400, but at the same time, why did I get it?
Now, the best part is when none of your team has it and the carry gets the shot, you're like, oh, oh no.
Like I said, right? It's just more like, it's more like a yes and no situation, you know? It's like, yes, I got it.
You've seen that? Oh, well, he's got it. He's definitely got it.
Does he have the ball stop for it? No.
Silence up.
Into the Crimson Maiden ultimate. The freezing feel is great. Can they get the pick up though? Nice timing with the Lip as well. Will buy you the next amount of time to pop the Primal Speed. But now, with the Primal Speed committed as well, they need to throw themselves into it. Bane buys back here. They want to go for the root. Nice steal with the stun, but will not commit on the pop.
Oh,
nice timing with the jukes as well as he tried to literally mow down the Pendas here. But the rest of the squad, nowhere in range, not enough vision, not enough positioning as well. Sadly, that buyback, that Primal Speed will amount to nothing here.
Very actually, it's not. It kept him alive.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, that is the point. He was a very desperate last-second Primal Split. The problem is that they bought back on Kidaro and got nothing out of it. And what is the win percentage? Can we look at the graph that shows the win percentage? It is 89% in favor of the Dire side of one win. Okay, you know, I'm like, I think they have 90% to take it as well.
I think it probably takes like Dandelions needs to probably like win 2 or 3 team fights, then probably we'll see that graph slight
Oh, of
just
course.
shift over.
I mean, just one team fight would cause the shift. Roshan, is it going to be a quick one or it's a very quick one? 2 seconds, and Roshan's up. It's going to be on the Radiant side in a few seconds. I imagine that one wouldn't assume it's going to be a 2-second one. Oh, fighting.
Blinks right into the mix. Oh,
Murdering.
beautiful dream call on 2 of the softest players on the side of a Dandelion. No control, no Fiend's Greed this time as well. The best part, didn't even need to use God's Train. Now they can use it to siege the high ground here. No buyback, by the way.
He tips him. He's like, you're trying to do a step bro moment. That ain't happening. You know, that washing machine is big and I'm small and I'm not going to be stuck in it again.
Oh yeah, this is definitely going to be a Rax. If you want to push forward, the BKB is going to be coming off cooldown as well in 3 seconds too.
Looks like Monkushi, he is... Oh, okay, Valentimos does not have the split.
Oh no, so close. Pops the Grace. Will he commit the primal split? The silence, it seems good, but nice timing with the Mac. We'll keep it alive, but sadly the damage was just a little bit too significant from the Witch's end. Or I guess you could say the Farmers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, that's going to be Valentimos dead. Unfortunately, he dies. Now he has the bruise split. There is a tier 2 stack. Well, there was a tier 2 sort of breathing. And now it's gone here. If you are on 1 win, do you want to push the issue? Seems like maybe not. By the way, look at the GPM difference between the teams in total. 2600 versus 1900. Oy. I don't know. I find that stat to be very interesting.
I mean, it's good to see, right? Because usually we see the individual net worth, we only can tell like, oh, this guy is farming a lot. He's doing great, you know?
I mean, yeah, you get the idea. It's like you see the 25,000 gold. You're like, okay, this team has definitely got more.
Hey, and it's a good overall because that's the overall GPM, right? That kind of thing. So you can tell like it's not just the Savannah, it's everyone else. But Moby, my friend, you're about to be whaled here. If no team comes to go in for the same, sadly the Savannah will be there to seal your fan, but couldn't she? Sieging forward here alongside with Cloud. They pop the exorcism. They are not satisfied with just the dazzle. They want to get a couple of more. Desire. He desires for freedom, and they will give it to him as they send him back to the fountain here. 1, 2, 3 will fall, and now they're slowly making their way towards the mid lane. Sadly, got the protection here by 1 last or 2 Lord Creeps here, and now they're gonna break in the mid racks, possibly even the top tier 2 if they want to commit for it.
By the way, every time they get a kill with the track, it's at least 1,000 gold. You know, no matter how many, it's like look at that. That's just a kill on a couple of supports, 1.5. I think that's maybe just 1 kill. I feel like that's. Anyway, Cloud's like, oh,
wait,
not
did he
meant.
get the track on?
No, I did take a talent, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Which is fair because the other talent is objectively, I believe, better. Having damage reduction on your team as well as turning other people invisible is super good. It's a free Glimmer Cape.
Yep.
And free. Trying to think of an item that reduces damage total, but 30%.
It is cost efficient. Let's be
That's
honest.
extremely useful. That's extremely useful. I commend him for taking it. That track talent should be at level 10, honestly. It's like level 15, you want better stuff. All right.
Oops, smoke for it.
Okay, smoke on smoke action. Oh, this could be Dandelion's last chance.
He breaks that smoke, yeah. Both players breaks the smoke, but of course Puck's a little bit faster on the draw. Will be blinking out to a safety here. Morphling did get tracked out, is also spotted out as well. Primal Split even committed as well.
Yeah, they really expect this to turn into a fight.
God, Strength blinks into it though. BKB, counter BKB also just pops at the same time here. Gets into the Savannah Folk, tries to get the stun off here. But no one is able to get one advantage over the other. However, the Rubik on the other hand, Desire gets melted away, and Mukushi is constantly pouring on the damage. Pops the BKB, pops the TP here. The Dazzle will be able to get out of it, but the same can't be said for our dear friend Morphling here. V-Tune.
I think are they gonna call it? Looks like maybe they think that there's more to go after. They call it. They call it. I can't blame them. This is a better game than game 1 for sure. Yeah. This was a better performance, but unfortunately, it is a draft issue that we saw, where you do not have the team fight. You went for the single target. I want to kill 1 by 1, and well, I mean, kudos to 1 win. They're guaranteed at least a top 6 finish, 3,500 gold dollars in their pocket, and they looked really strong as well.
Oh yes. But I do agree. That second game was definitely a lot more better. I felt like there was just, I would say I think mistake is a little bit too strong. I think it's just the opportunity wasn't really there for them, right? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because for both teams, like even in the initially, right? I'm not talking about like towards the end. I'm talking about like the initial phase, right? The way both of the teams really had to tackle the game and how they want to initiate those team fights was very specific for them. It's not something full blown. It's not something they can just like dive their head into it as well. Positioning was really pretty much key for them because they have a lot of great team fights abilities, but there's also ways to be counter initiated at the same time here. So it was, I guess you could say both teams was really battling on a tightrope here, or thin ice in this case here, to try to get one opportunity on the other. But in the end, it's just that one fight. I feel that one fight really just tipped the scale, and then after that, the second team fight, then it just was just overblown after that.
Is it the one where they were diving, they got like 4 or 5 track kills? I remember the one you mean, right? Because that was such a big deal. We were emphasizing, right, that before that we were like, this is going to be sort of the moment where the game either goes one direction or another because of the bounty hunter. Bounty hunter, he gets a few track kills, your team's snowballing. You take a team fight and you kill them, bounty hunter becomes very useless. So unfortunately for the Dandelions, the bounty hunter got 5 track kills.
Yeah.
So at that point, you were like, their net worth went up to like 6,000-7,000, and they were just super far ahead. You also have a puck that's hard to lock down for one win, and you have a death prophet. In every fight, she's like, boom, 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 spirit siphon 3 people. We can't kill her.
And the worst part about it as well is like, you don't really have, like you said, very hard to catch the puck mainly because of the fact you just don't have a lot of that control skills, that kind of thing. Sure, you got Nightmare, sure, you got Lift.
True.
But when you have, like, you understand that Savannah and the rest of the squad will come in with Blink Daggers. Everyone's going to be starting to get into your face. You need to have at least one ability to try to save your teammate as well. And committing Fiend's Grip midway in the team fight, it's relatively
very hard. It's very hard.
So hard.
And especially when you're tracked up, so you also see the silence come up for them. It's going to be tough. But in the meantime, one win, you advance. Congratulations. You're going to be... Their next game will be tomorrow because they have no more games to play today. They're going to go... But for Dandelions, they go to the lower bracket. We will probably see them at the end of the day when they go up against the loser of the next match. It's going to be Nouns versus Night Pulse. But before we start, you know what? I could use a break. I want to take a break. I'm going to go stretch my legs. I recommend you all do the same. So we're going to go for a little while here. We'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. Hello and welcome back to the second series of the Portal Dota 2 Invitational.
yes.
I'm Matomo, joining me is Leonard Yololi, and it's going to be Nouns versus Nightballs. Nightballs, haven't heard of them very much, but we do know Nouns being one of the best teams, maybe second best team we can confidently say in the North America scene. So it's going to be a tough order for Nightballs.
I mean, it's definitely quite the climb, right? Each individually is like, I guess each as an individual player for them in this current roster, right? They all definitely have their own reason why they're here, right? They're the best in their own specific field. They are here in this roster because they possibly have the best synergy. We're not too sure until we see them in full scale here in this current tournament, in this series. However, they are going up against Team Nouns.
Yep.
Nouns, who has been here for quite a while now. And don't even get me started on the rosters. Very prominent figures here.
Yep.
New talents are coming in, but also is currently on the rise in terms of prominence. But most importantly is their team captain Fly. One of the few oldest players that we have here in this current tournament. But
Dinosaur?
Not a dinosaur, still an absolutely swell guy. But most importantly is that age comes with experience, right, and wisdom as well. He has by far one of the most. He's pretty much just jam-packed with experience here, and I think it's pretty great. As not only is he the team captain and also knowing what needs to be done, but he's also being a really great mentor to his rest of his teammates as well. Being that pillar of support, reassuring them like what needs to be done, what you can do, what you can't do. And I think so far now, for the past, I guess you could say 2 months now, in all of the games, I've never seen a team who has showcased that huge pool of heroes. A very massive pool. You don't see, I mean, sure, there are some particular reused heroes in some of their series, against certain teams, but most of the time, it's never very definite. It has always been suddenly out of the blue. If you do you guys can see it, October can see it. Everyone have maybe...
You can show it to them. You just hold like this.
I don't know if you can see it, right? Like, they barely see it. Okay, they barely see it.
Okay, I mean, I say tic-tac-toe over there. That's what I'm seeing.
But basically what I'm trying to say is that maybe per player, they will at least have maybe 8 to 9 heroes in their play for the past month or two, right? But when you see Fly and the rest, they will have 15, 17 heroes. And it's just like, where are all these heroes coming from?
This is a big diversity, especially when you, you mentioned, you've been there for a while. And like you said, the Fly has been playing the game for 10 years. It's no challenge for him to be like, yeah, I'll play Enchantress. I haven't played her for 2 months, but I know how to play her. Because I've been playing her 1,000 times before. She hasn't really changed. So, Fly is very impressive. Lilith, I think, is also a really cool player that they brought in from South America. He used to be an offlaner. Now he transitioned to position 4 very nicely. Gunner, here's when I get a little bit not iffy about Nouns, but there have been. The Gunner was their mid. They moved into offlane. He has sometimes struggled. In a few of these games, they brought Copy in. He has looked good, but he hasn't impressed me. Where it's like, oh my God, what a superstar mid they have. He is also sort of fitting into the new role. Gunner, not fitting into the role, but fitting into the competitive. Gunner's fitting into his new role. So these two are sometimes I look at them like, maybe there's a little cooking that needs to be done there.
I think it's also same thing applies to Yuma, right? Their carry, right?
Hey, don't you insult Yuma, all right?
I never insulted.
He is former Nigma Galaxy.
I'm about to praise the man. Like, what are you talking about here?
Continue then.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? When you have such an experience, such a person and a huge variety hero pool like Fly as your post 5, here comes your carry. And the craziest part about it, as of course, naturally, as whether minor patches or major patches comes in, several adjustments is required, right? But in the end, in each patch, you start seeing certain hero become a certain signature hero for a very specific player, whether it's the reasoning because of meta or comfortability or it's his style. Eventually, yes, everyone can play a meta hero, but you'll tend to realize this particular hero fits so well on him alone.
Exactly, yeah. I know what you mean.
So that's the scary thing about Yuma, right? He doesn't really give the idea to everyone hey, I don't have a signature, right? There's nothing you can do to really counter me about it. I can play anything. And whatever I pick, Fly is always going to be there to have to pair up with the best combination to either give you hell of a lane or just make that game really hard for the opponent team. So I think that synergy is just really phenomenal between the two.
By the way, this is going to be the update we have done with the first 2 series of the day. One win took down Dandelions. Navi Jr. took down Bait, which is a little unfortunate because it's like Dandymon. He is going to go. But after we're done with this series, we will also know the like the matchups, the next of the ones. So it's going to be Mouse versus Liga. That's going to be done on the B stream. It's B for B quality because they ain't in the studio and they ain't as handsome as us. Now they're amazing people.
You're really piling on for them, right?
Hey, I'm sure that they're over there insulting us as well. And here we have Night Pulse versus Nouns. The winner of this series, well, if Night Pulse, Nouns, whoever loses will go up against Bait. That'll be the final one. Whoever loses between Mouse and Liga will go up against Dandelions. And we will finish up with the upper bracket tomorrow. 2-0 so far. I expect this will also be a 2-0, to be honest with you.
I mean, it's
likely.
Okay, if we go by track record, okay?
Track record, we had one game.
It's on the record, okay? On the record.
On the record.
If it's by track record,
okay.
Stat-wise, experience-wise, history-wise, achievement-wise, yes, Nouns, it seems like by stats, Nouns should be able to take this game away from Night Pulse. Like, it's very different to the series that we were casting initially, which is one win against Dandelions. That one can feel a little bit more closer. Could be a 2-1, 2-0. Although, yes, we finally know the outcome, but initially we didn't. We had this feeling that it could really go the distance. But when you hear Night Pulse, you hear against versus Nouns, it instantly just hits you. Just like, this team is a very powerful team. Nouns, there's a possibility for them to really take that 2-0. But then again, at the same time, Night Pulse, not to say that it's not really out of the woods for them. They can still try to get them out to try to take a game away for them. But it's definitely not going to be a very simple task.
I mean, this is the Night Pulse. They're shy. This is like when you buy a new game, you have to unlock the characters. It's kind of like that. So they have Kami, Vazia, Merlin, Warwick, as well as Janter. I've heard Vazia of his name a few times. I believe he's from Eastern Europe. I think he's a core player. I'm not quite sure. But your eyebrows lifted significantly. He's going to be position 5, isn't he?
You're talking about Vazia?
Yes.
No, actually, no, he's the offlaner.
I knew it. What do you
mean you knew? You literally said it's the pulse 5.
No, I said he's a core player. Then you went, huh? And I was like,
okay, I do admit I'm a sucker for offlane players, so that kind of thing.
All right, we'll see.
I'm an offlane player myself. Okay, you can't really blame me. But of course, that's Night Pulse.
Fully unlocked.
Cousin.
this roster's fully unlocked here on Nouns. You have Fly and Lilith in the middle. They've been hitting the gym. Gunner's going to be their offlaner. Yuma. Hey, Yuma looks different from before. And Copy is their new player here. Haven't seen him before he joined Nouns. They kind of recruited this up-and-coming talent. They're like, let's see what he can do in the mid lane.
But I can guarantee you this for sure. Copy, the play style he likes to really run is just really this. Either he gets up into your face, or just like bombarding you from that distance, right? That kind of thing. He's definitely up to the challenge. He definitely knows how to really play around with the patch as well. He's very proficient with the current meta heroes that we've been seeing so far, and several popular picks. For example, something that Night Pulse really need to take into account and of course be wary about. That will be the sniper pick, possibly being picked up by Copy by Team Nouns.
The thing about Nouns, by the way, as a team is so far when I watch them play, they're not passive. They're not passive. That's not. I wouldn't describe that. But they're a team that is going to wait for you to make a mistake, and then they fully take advantage of it. But they don't go like super out of their way. Be like, let's just go take towers. It's like we're gonna play normal. If we find a kill, we go for it. If we don't find a kill, we're gonna farm. But the moment you make a mistake, and they're very good at making you make a mistake, they punish very hard. And I think that might be something Night Pulse can be, not confident, but be like, okay, at least they'll give us a chance to play our game. Because some teams, they come out of the gate, gear 6 already, running at you and breaking your bones. Nouns, not saying they give you a chance to breathe, but they kind of like wait and see, like, let's see what you do first before we kill you.
I think this could be interesting, right? Because if you were to put that into that kind of perspective, right, that just means that Kami's particular carry pick does comes to a little bit more prominence, right, because of the fact that he does play a lot of Faceless Void as the carry here. And when you talk about making mistakes, Faceless Void is just one of those few carries where, whether mistake or not, he still has one of the most greatest team ultimates as well here.
Chrono. So good.
You just can't do much about it. I mean, sure, you can do something. There are specific things you can do here, for sure. That's
you can be like, let's just walk away. Yeah, there's not much to do against the Chronosphere. It's there's Wind Waker. That's kind of cool. 7,000 gold item. Just buy it.
But that's what I'm saying, right? So maybe, like, I feel like Although, yes, we only had 2 series so far.
Yes.
But I think this series in particular, the drafting, is going to be pretty interesting.
It's always very critical for the two teams. And I would like, if you are Night Pulse, the better thing for you to do is try to play as aggressive as possible. Just because we see a lot of teams thinking, oh, we'll have a chance to farm. It's like, no, when you go up against these pro teams, the really top of the top, generally they're playing so much faster than you. So you need to go as fast as you can to get online with your team, because if you don't, you're going to suffer. You can't be like, well, we're going to take a mid TA, we're going to go an off lane Zeus. That's not going to work.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm not too sure about what's the other lanes going to be like for, especially particularly for the mid or the carry lane for Night Pulse. But I'm very particularly excited for the off lane here.
Of course. Oh, here we go.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious because
the off lane love begins again. If I played off lane, what would you do exactly?
I mean, I'll see what you're playing first. That's the thing.
Of course. I can never get a straight compliment, but
no, I mean, come on. I haven't seen so far. Okay, let's be honest. I only seen you play a lot of supports.
Of course, they're the best role.
The last time I played with you wasn't even with you. It was more like against you.
Yes.
In a very friendly matchup.
Was it friendly? I didn't.
It wasn't fun. You bombarded me with Zeus.
Yes, we had to win. We gotta win. This is the thing. When you go up against your friends, you want to beat them more than you want to beat your enemies.
Yeah, at least I was kind enough to say, hey, I'm going to come after you. And I did.
Yes, and we had to win. And speaking of this, what's on the line for the two teams? Basically, it's $1,500 and you stay in the upper bracket. If you lose, you are going to go to the lower bracket. You definitely guarantee 2,000, but it's dice. You have one more chance.
Yeah, but it's really not the end of the world, because that's the beauty of double elimination, right?
I love double elimination. Yeah.
Sure, of course, it gets a little bit more dangerous when you're in the lower bracket, but I mean, we have seen so many teams in the past, so for some reason, thrive in the lower bracket instead of the upper brackets, right? That kind of thing. We've seen in TIs in the past, we see several majors in the past. We see a team goes like in the very first round, they drop to the lower brackets, and then here we're thinking like, oh, it's gonna be quite a tough climb, or they might actually just go home early, but no, that just never happens. They just climb all the way back up, and you'll be like, whoa, this team absolutely on like top gunning here.
You know, the thing is, when we talk about teams like that, maybe when you go to the lower bracket, it's not that your team is okay. It's more like the other team's feeling the pressure more. Because that's kind of what Dota is, right? Sometimes you can play well, sometimes the enemy team can make mistakes, and you're like, well, okay, then thanks for giving it to us, I guess.
I mean, it's really just a small things, right? Even in the game itself, that kind of thing. Like, it doesn't, yes, maybe like from a viewer perspective, right? When you see the game, you see, like maybe you see a miss ultimate, right? You honestly tell it's like, oh, you know, it's fine, he'll get it back, right? But put yourself in the player's shoes, right?
That's my opportunity.
Hands on the mouse and keyboards, right? I'm pretty sure that it's like, oh God, I could have done something, you know, like, can't believe I missed that, right? That kind of thing.
Yeah, you know, you're looking at your contract. Can they fire me if I miss my spell? It's, nope, I'm good. Dota's a very tense game. It's one of the things you don't think about when you watch them. You're like, oh, they're playing. But then you think about the thousands and thousands of dollars on the line with the people watching. If you win, not only do you win like first place and money, you also have a chance to get more sponsors and have a career. And it's crazy because in pubs, people are like, oh, so what? In pubs, people would unpause for 20 MMR. You know, they'd be like, just come on. So, I don't know, the difference between the pro and pub game, like when you see it, it's crazy. Yeah. We are, by the way, guys, if you're thinking, we're just here for the podcast, we're keeping you here hostage, we're not showing you the game, you're absolutely right. That's exactly what we're doing. But also, one of the players has not joined the lobby yet, so we are waiting for him. We were supposed to get him on time, but they're late, so blame the player, not us. I can check and reveal his name so that they all know whose Twitter to go and spam.
I mean, like I said, Ultimo has connections everywhere. He has eyes and ears in all kinds of places.
I have the laptop right here. We can see. Wait.
I mean,
they're in.
You break the fun, you break the mystery. You know, so I'm trying to like put you in the spot where you know you're like the Illuminati or something. But no, you have to reveal that you have the laptops.
I do illuminate. You know, thank you very much. And there's illumination. The light is actually particularly strong. So the illumination is like right here. It's beautiful.
I mean, that's why they call you dazzling, right?
No.
Stunning, then.
No, not that either. But yeah, all the players are in the lobby. Now we're just waiting for them to pick a side.
Oh, yes.
I'm still a fan of second pick myself. I do think that second pick is better.
Just it's a new drafting, right?
Yeah, no, and in general, I always like having the last pick. Second pick gives you last pick. And now that you only open up with one pick, and then you have to ban again, you can't get a combination. It used to be that you can pick, first pick had 2 picks.
Yeah, pretty much. Now it's like a ban. It's like you get the first ban.
Yeah.
You get the first ban, and after that, the other person gets like more bans. Then, but the other one falls out with a pick and a ban. I mean, it's like I said, it's unique, right? I can't a little bit of a switch. That's why I said certain drafting gets a little bit more interesting as time goes by, right? Because at least priority-wise, control-wise, as well. I mean, you're still going to be removing certain heroes from the pool in the end, right? But it's the order of things, right?
And the problem with first pick, by the way, is that when after you pick, there's a chance the enemy can perfectly counter you. There's nothing you can do. When you have second pick, after your first pick, you immediately get that chance to ban. So you immediately get to protect the person that you picked for. You know what I mean? Like you go, oh, I picked freaking Necrophos first pick. Doesn't happen. But let's say you do that, you can immediately open up and say, I'll ban each apparition after that. So that is one of the benefits, another benefit of second pick that I like. As for sides, I don't really see a big difference, but people always say, Radiant, the mouse moves up. That's a big deal. The mouse moves up. And I'm like, oh, okay. The mouse moves up. You got me.
Yeah.
Is that a big deal for you? You know, the mouse moves up?
I know, but like it doesn't really affect me that much, really.
But it moves up, not down. So
yeah, but what am I supposed to do about it then? What am I supposed to do? Like, what? You mean like start a strike, just walk around, just like the mouse don't move up, you know?
It's like you can move the mouse up, and therefore it's easier. I guess so. I don't know about that.
I also don't know either, man.
But the 2 teams are saying they're ready. We should be going in about like another 3 minutes. I don't know. Okay, wherever they start, we start.
You know, when they're ready, they're ready.
Yes.
It's like you say, a lot of pressure's coming out the line. You know, sometimes it's like what most people say as well. The battle actually starts in the drafting itself here. So so it's really the mental game here. Then after that, we'll go straight into the actual game here. How to really play things out. But I see from your little screen that we're finally in the.
Nothing little about it. It's perfectly proportional to what it needs to be. It's exact.
Well, it's not proportional to me. I can't see anything.
Oh yeah, well it's far away from you. But yeah, we'll go into the draft in just a second.
Fairness, guys.
We'll go to the draft in just a second here. As again, we are grateful to Portal for having this tournament. It's a $100,000 prize pool. 50 goes to the number 1. It's a nice chunk of change, especially in this period right now where there's a lot of qualifiers. We're not having actual big tournaments, so this is a very nice palate cleanser right before we go into some of the bigger things. It's good, and especially for some of these teams that are a bit more up and coming. Yeah,
and also Portal as the next gen gaming platform and publisher as well. Their ecosystem literally composed of multiple interconnected elements here with 200 plus gaming partners here. Really looking forward to be the next generation here to be really delivering great gaming experience to players and gamers alike.
All right, let's see. Night Pulse, immediately they remove some cores. They don't want to play against the Death Prophet and the Timber Saw. And Nouns, that's going to be the Enchanters and the Doom. There's Fly. We will have interviews, but it's going to come later in the tournament. So unlikely we'll be able to talk to any of the players after this series, which is, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I love doing these interviews.
Right.
So I always feel a little bit like, can we get them? Can we have just one player?
Sure, the Doom ban is actually a pretty interesting one for me for an opening. I wouldn't expect to see a Doom as the second ban. I've seen Doom as the third or maybe third, fourth, or maybe fifth or sixth ban, right? That kind of thing. But never as the second ban, at least not during the first phase here, at least.
That makes me think that they might want the Meepo. Yuma, you were talking about signature heroes and things like that. Yuma loves the Meepo.
Right.
And if you do one Meepo, that one can't heal. That's the one you target. It's also a very nice way to get the team to focus because, the Meepo comes in, there's 4 of them. Kill the Meepo. You're like, which one?
It's been a while too, right? That kind of thing. But also at the same time, it feels to me that for the side here, they just feel like might be leading up to other kinds of cores here in particular.
Copy is very sleepy. You can see all the way down his esophagus.
Very nice timing too.
All the way down there.
It's a long day, and it will continue to be a long day.
Long day. It's like 10 p.m. for them. No, sorry, 10 a.m. for them. So it's,
hey, sometimes we gamers, we're nocturnals.
We ain't bats. But sure, it is Night Pulse. What did they open up with? They go with the Bat Rider.
This is actually pretty interesting because recently we see some teams in most recent scenes so far picking up the post 4 Bat Rider.
Oh yeah.
Right? Really great for catches. This really allows you to lead up as a support.
Yep.
You're able to frontline, getting those necessary visions, initiating as well, and you can actually pretty much farm the jungle quite efficiently as well too. So pretty great as opposed to a good decent amount of harass.
Yep.
Now the decision on how you're going to pair with that Bat Rider and how you're going to deal against it. Usually, Shadow Demon would have been a really great counterpick against the Bat Rider to really save your allies from the Flaming Lasso here. But then again, you do have that Glimpse.
Yeah, the glimpse is good enough, honestly. Plus, sometimes you might jump in, you get caught in the static storm, it's the kinetic field, and you're like, oh, that's not ideal at all. Yeah, it's interesting to see Nightfall's really valuing the Bat Rider this early. He's also been a hero that's been nerfed recently, particularly the Flame Break duration went from 5 seconds at all levels, now it's 2, 3, 4, 5, so it's just not as good as a combination with Sticky Napalm or as a slow. Nouns, these bans are extremely standard, you know what I mean? They're not like very meta bans, we're not seeing anything crazy from them.
It's actually, I feel it's a lot more targeted, right? Because we're talking about a lot of off-lane bans here. Right? I mean, sure, Kuga can also go to the mid lane, same goes to the Pangolier here as well. But from the way I see it, Vasya is slowly getting chipped down. He doesn't have his center anymore. TIE Hunter here, sure, he does play a decent amount of TIE Hunter games as well, but you can somewhat play around with the TIE Hunter.
Okay, yeah.
Sure,
yeah.
Ravish is kind of scary, but you do have that BKB kind of thing, so you're still totally fine. You can play around it. There's ways to really kite around the watermelon here. Doom also being removed is also one of his few go-to. There's really not much left for him here, especially since the Night Pulse also banned the DP for themselves.
Timber Saw and
not a lot of options. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, the Crystal Main comes out from Night Pulse, so we can see these are sort of their opening support picks. And by the next time they pick, they'll have seen more than half of Nouns draft. So I don't mind opening up with your 2 supports. And Crystal Maiden, very strongly, pretty much she and Disruptor have emerged as sort of the best position 5s that you can get because Chen is always banned, so these 2 automatically rise up in stock.
I mean, sometimes at times you would see a return of the Mirana post 5. Or
Yeah, but I think apart from snaking on Falcons, I've never seen any other player use the Mirana as well as him, or even close.
Oh yeah, of course.
So it makes sense. He's a TI winner on arguably the strongest team right now. So it makes sense that his hero looks particularly good. No.
This is going to be a scary one. Lelis is going to be able to get that gyro on his hand. A very nuking potential here. Great team fight, especially with the new change with the call down as well.
Yeah, the 3 rockets is great. And that's going to be the tiny command.
Tiny. Now here's the question here: would it be the offlane Tiny here? Because Gunner has played Tiny once before this series. Right?
I'd feel a lot more confident if it was the mid Tiny. You're up against Bat Rider. Sorry about that. Bat Rider and as well as Crystal Maiden, so it's easy for you to get the Blink Dagger, jump, Echo Saber, boom, boom, Avalanche Toss, and straight to heaven you go.
Yeah, it's really
or
great.
hell.
Right? It's really great. Great for counterplay, great for initiation. Great CC as usual. It's a stun with the Avalanche as well.
It's a strong hero in general. It's a very good hero for them. When you look at Night Pulse, you don't, like in general, not only does the Tiny crush you and hunt you down, but these 2 supports don't really do too much against the Tiny.
Okay, let me think of this one.
Right, that's all right. Now Night Pulse has 2 picks that they want to go with. Gyrocopter, the problem is you don't know if he's a support or a core, but I think you have to lean to the fact that he might be this position 4. So what do you want here? Alchemist is not bad, but just because I've seen the Alchemist Crystal Maiden be an absolutely devastating combo. Oh, they take Window Ranger, they take Primal Beast.
Actually, I thank God I didn't mention this. I was just about to say it'd be pretty dangerous to bring in the Primal Beast, but he locked it in anyway, so thank God I didn't say it. Because I'm just concerned, right? Because if he were the remaining offlaner that he can actually pick up for the side for Vasya for Night Pulse, right?
Yeah.
Will be the Primal Beast. However, you are without the BKB, you are charging it into a Disruptor. You're charging with the Glimpse, an Avalanche. I mean, homing missile, but you know, it's still a lot of nuking damage they're going to be piling upon you without that BKB. Not to say that he can't really farm up the BKB, but it will take time. That's the thing. And time is something which he might not have in the laning phase because that's a lot of magic damage, regardless of which lane he goes into. I mean, sorry, he's going up against a Disruptor, so it's
not that bad.
Yeah.
No, I would have liked to see something other than the Wind Ranger, though, just because you look at Night Pulse and you think 3 of your heroes are super squishy against what looks like a tiny core. We'll see if Nouns wants to adjust this or not. They think that's going to be Yuma's hero, which means that it is definitely going to be the Gyrocopter support. Oh, and Tiny mid.
Yeah, I think this was pretty clear cut as well
Yeah.
with the Doom ban, right? That
Yeah.
kind of thing. It's like one of the best offlaners against the Void too. I mean, sure, you can. No, you can, it's so difficult to
10
catch with this
seconds
Void, right?
remaining.
Unless personally you as a Wind Ranger, maybe with the Scepter, you can actually try to catch
5
the Void
seconds
off
remaining.
guard.
Yeah.
But that's if you land that, like, Stars needs to land, Shackle needs to land, you need to also have decent amount of item to really burst it down and not. He's just gonna time walk out, and time dilation against like CM and Bat Rider is like probably one of the most worst thing to deal with here.
Oh, I mean, they're all active. They all have like 4 active abilities. So time dilation is a nightmare, no, regardless. If you are Night Pulse, though, you do have BKB piercing stuns with the ultimate from the Primal Beast and the Bat Rider, which is nice. Just don't know if it's going to be good enough. I'm really feeling the Nouns draft. I think it's great. Night Pulse, you have to give us an amazing last pick. Could be mid, could be off, could be carry, though.
It's so difficult, right? Wind Ranger can be picked up by Manic, their mid laner,
Yeah.
or by
Team
Kami, their carry. But in the end, they still have to deal with this
Dire
Void. It's
team
regardless that team
Nouns
fight. If you're talking about
turn
team
to
fight head on,
Hmm.
there's more team fight potential coming from Nouns with Static Storm.
100%.
And Chrono is a lot more better.
Yeah.
Catch wise, with the glimpse is always horrific to deal with. Homing missile as well with the shard. Oh man, it's so difficult.
It is very difficult. It is not easy for
10
the Night
seconds
Pulse draft
remaining.
right now. This last pick that they're going to get, well, at least they have overall last
5
pick. So
seconds
they'll see that they'll
remaining.
draft, then maybe they can find this perfect hero where we'll be like super impressed with them.
Right. I love the puck. I really love the puck ban coming from Night Pulse as well because you just give that. You already have this diving, like somewhat team fight, and then maybe slightly diving from the Tiny here. But if you give an additional one like a puck, I think it'll be a little bit too much for them to deal with here at this case here.
Nouns turn to
They
pick.
better not the Terror Blade. Again, very likely that it would have been a Terror Blade carry here. No Night Pulse. It's the sorry, not Crystal. The Wind Ranger does give you flexibility because she can go in sort of any core role. Right now, it's only the carry or the mid that's open, but
10
they'll see that
seconds
last pick,
remaining.
then they decide where they put the Wind Ranger, and they pick something else. Because they
5
do look.
seconds
Oh, okay.
remaining.
Oh,
Team pick.
Magnus. This is, of course, going to be the offlane Magnus, so it's going to be the mid-tiny. Mid-tiny. Oh. Well, I don't think there's any hero that particularly does that well against the mid-tiny. And like, you put Wind Ranger there, she's going to take a lot of damage just from the tree tosses and the
seconds
avalanche.
remaining.
They're so durable on
5
Nouns.
seconds
Yes, they have the
remaining.
3 cores who are durable, but even Jaro has that plus like 175 talent at level 10. He has, I think, 2.5 strength gain. Generally, Gyrocopter tends to be on the higher farming scale when it's in supports. I'm very worried for their kill potential.
It's really not a lot, especially coming from Night Pulse, right? You
Nope.
really need that really massive nuke. Or
Yeah.
need someone to really like peel through all this beefy lineup, right? A very durable lineup, like you said, for team side, for team Nouns. Lifesteal is here, but the thing, what I'm really
Lifesteal's
concerned is that, yeah, exactly, banned. So
Morphling, maybe? I don't know if the Morphling would
you get
solve.
Chrono and you're gone, dude.
That, I mean, well, it's not my fault.
Like, I can only think, like, maybe you could be greedy.
Slark or Alchemist? Yeah, Slark or Alchemist.
I was thinking, like, Alchemist, maybe Luna just try to flash farm this because you definitely farm a lot faster than the Void here.
True.
Or you Medusa, at least that way you got that. If anyone gets RP, anyone gets Chrono, you can just pop that Stone Gaze as well.
I mean, the Slark gives you the same save with his shard, which I would have.
Or Naga Siren.
No, I guess it's banned.
Ah.
It's
It's banned by on the
I
outside.
know. They take the Luna, decide that
right,
let's
okay.
just farm quick
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Choose your
Yeah.
and hope we can end the game very early. All right, I guess I think I like the Luna somewhat. You know, solid laning phase with the Crystal Maiden is going to be the mid.
Now,
Wind Ranger versus Tiny. Oof, that's tough.
now here's a trick, right? As we both mentioned, Luna definitely farms a lot faster than the Void. However, with the competition that Noun has, and also understanding that Luna will farm a lot faster, we're going to be expecting a lot of jungle invasion, definitely for sure. A lot more dives, a lot more catches here. Night Pulse needs to be really prepared to try to slow things down here. But at the same time, do take into account they're very soft. Except for the Primal Beast, everyone else is relative. So you get Avalanche once, that's it.
That's it.
Everyone is just gone.
Yeah.
Avalanche to call down or even just one single combination. Tiny could do a full combo, yes. Unfortunately, will not be able to really one-shot anybody. Maybe CM if you're lucky here, if you have more levels than her for sure. A couple more stats. But other than that, you still will be able to get a good chunk of either 50% or 30 or at least 70% of that of any person HP here in this case here.
No, I mean, I think Tiny can kill all of them except the Primal. You know, you blink in, Avalanche Toss, you hit with the Echo Saber.
Short tree, who knows?
We're seeing a lot of people also going for Phylactery. But that actually gives you that 150 damage when you throw the tree as well or toss them. Yeah. So it's like, so it's a lot of damage coming out from the Tiny.
Right.
And in general, he'll have a decent lane. We have Gunner on the map. We have two massive ultimates, the Chronosphere and the RP. I mean, I just don't. I'm all in on Nouns. So good luck tonight, boss. We'll see if they can take it in some way or another.
It feels very restricted, right? That kind of thing. Is either you. I think the only way Night Boss could possibly try to do this is probably maybe try to catch them before they get catch first. You know, kind of thing. Try to avoid those massive team fights. Really try to isolate those games. Maybe that's pretty much the play when they really went in for that Wind Ranger and Primal Beast locked in, because they locked in both of those picks together. I think that would possibly be the goal here. But you know, we'll just have to see. You know.
Well,
because they didn't anticipate the Faceless Void in the first place, right? It was 3 picks
there's
against
no
the
saves.
4.
There's nothing they can do. Like, they have no saves against the Faceless Void. None of the heroes can build, wants to sort of build Yules into Wind Waker anyway.
I think that just hurts sometime, right? Like when you try to pick, like when you're slowly building up your composition with the ideal vision you try to go for here. Flying out of the blue, your opponent team captain decides to just drop a massive ball. Like, hey, guess what?
We got what we need.
You got a chessboard. I'm gonna throw a wrench to that plan. Break it all with a Chronosphere. Why not?
This is the scariest thing, by the way. Firstly, you as Grandmaster in the Faceless Void, but in general, late game Faceless Void never loses. Never loses. You always get the Refresher Orb at some point. The moment you have Refresher Orb, you don't lose.
Like, the only time you ever see a Void ever losing a game is probably maybe just a mistake, really.
No, I mean, once you have the Fate Refresher Orb, you know what they do? You chrono the first guy, come across, kill him, refresh, then you always take a fight 5 versus 4. You don't care who you chrono, you just chrono every time.
It's a done deal here for sure. Oh, not really gonna contest for that. Actually, no, he doesn't really have the Avalanche. Sorry, he went for the tree grab first.
It's very standard. He wants to make sure that you have a decent time against the Wind Ranger. So it's like you always have to sacrifice that level 1 Avalanche. It's worth it, but and I think the bounties are going to be 3 for 1. Okay.
It's a good start.
It is a good start here. Not bad actually for Nightpulse. Look at that Vazia skin, by the way.
This is what I was just talking to my friend the other day, right? Like, because Primal Beast set is like a 2-piece kind of thing.
Yeah.
You can't really specifically like choose what you want and what you get. The back is great, the head is great, but when you put it together, it's just some kind of monstrosity.
And I was like, this is like the half the Arctic set and half the mechanical one. And you're like, wow.
This is what you call a science project gone mad, let's be honest.
Frankenstein's like my greatest creation, you know? It's
more like failed experiment, let's be honest here.
Alright, the mid lane copy should have a decent time. He's actually got 5 into the 1-0 of the Wind Ranger, but you know, first creep wave is going to go to the other side. He should be able to get to 1 of them. Wait, 3 of them. Alright, not bad. But in general, this is a Tiny favorite matchup. Although one thing is that the Wind Ranger should be able to harass him quite a bit, and you can feel like Copy is taking that.
I mean, that's the trade-off, right? Like, melee will be able to deny better, last hit better against the range units, right? But in return, the range units are able to just naturally poke you from distance, just really whittle you down. And like, we're not talking about just any like range mid laner, we're just talking about like really strong core range damage dealers. Right?
Yeah, if it's like...
It just hurts.
And, but again, the Tiny does take a little bit of harass as Lilith! Lilith is dead. Janter gets the kill on him, and Kami is like, come here, Gunner. That was a good skewer, but it was not enough, and a big start. You know, Crystal Maiden getting the kill might be the only solace for Nouns, because she's not a hero that generally builds a whole lot of items.
I mean, definitely, sure.
But you'll take any kill.
I mean, of course, and you do need to take it to account. There's a lot of nuking damage coming from both the CM and the Luna as well. Lucid Beam into Lucid Beam into the Nova and everything else is just really hard to deal with.
Yep.
You're sure you can be tanky. I mean, sure, mana, they will run out of mana eventually, but over time, if you don't really have really decent regen, you just actually just get whittled down and you just be forced to play a little bit more passive than usual.
Yeah, Gunner's, whenever he walks up, he's up in the Luna Crystal Maid. There's a slow mini stun Frostbite. It is quite a lot. I do like what Les went for. He went for that early level in. Oh, Janter's. He's got for early point in. Oh, wait, you're the play-by-play. I should say anything. We received feedback.
Well, naturally, I mean, you had to get the trade-off, right?
Yeah.
If the Luna's going for the gunner, you might as well, the Gyro needs to go after for Sweetie here, or for Janta here in this case here. And he's a lot more softer, so with the Rocket Barrage, he should be able to melt him down. Nice timing with the skill, right into the, so really locks him down in place to get the necessary pick-up. 1-for-1 right now, scoreline, pretty great. Although he has to, sadly the pick-off wasn't into the hands of the Mactus, but you know, whatever works, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I do love the early point Black Cannon for Gyrocopter because you hit both heroes with 4 hits each, and that's like 200 physical damage. It really adds up, and it's very cheap mana-wise.
Just really poke them down, right, that kind of thing. If they're nuking you down, you need to at least find some way to really treat things back.
By the way, Lelis has 11 CS and Gunner has 10, so they are really like sharing the gold in the top lane. They're very happy with it. And that is the problem with the Flak Cannons, that you do end up getting CS.
There's no discriminating with the Flak Cannon.
I hit everybody.
Yeah, it hits everyone.
Gunner.
Nice locking with the Frostbite as well. We'll try to force it back. Does come with the Flak Cannon to try to zone them out here. But as long as he has the skewer, he's going to be totally fine. But that's until the Frostbite comes back. And let's be honest, Frostbite 7 seconds, absolutely no problem.
Janter.
But Janter stands a little bit too far, a little bit too close to the Gyro here, allowing the Rocket Barrage to really seal the deal. Kami pops in the stick, but that's not going to be enough. But then again, the damage has been done here. At least try to zone things out. A little bit unfortunate, was not able to get the second pick off here.
Well, yeah,
but they just have to do it for now.
I mean, because of that, they're very happy on Night Pulse because they do trade their position 5 for an offlane. Free bottle refill here. If you're Copy, you're like, I hope someone on my team dies so that they can refill my bottle.
Yeah, well, that's not gonna happen, isn't it?
Copy. He's still doing well for himself. Second highest CS in the game, so it's not a big deal. But the Wind Ranger, due to that near infinite harass, she is just zoning him out. Very well done by Warwick.
And the crazy thing about it is it's just rune control, right? It seems a little bit better. Sure, you could commit an avalanche to try to stop or hail back the Warwick here. But that's not going to happen. He does pop in the run to try to get a couple more pokes here, really try to keep Copy at bay. A couple more seconds before the 6-minute rune as well. If it becomes a regen and something that Tiny can really pick up, that would be really phenomenal for him.
Would be. Again, 17 and 4 to the 16 and 3 of Gunner. I just love this. You activate Black Cannon, you get a couple of CS, you just go, I can't help it, bro. That is it. Okay, all right, Fly's here. I think they spot him though.
Oh, definitely. With that kind of distance, even though it's nighttime, he's definitely going to be able to get spotted first. So nighttime with the glaze, but sadly would not be able to connect with the first kill, but that's still totally fine. Thunderstrike is still on top, is still slowing him down. He's trying to get for the neutral deny here. Will he succeed? No, the Black Cannon secures it.
Black Cannon too good. The meantime, though, Janter, he's running away.
Oh, no, Janta. Trying to run, but he just can't. Not enough mana either. He can actually pop the stick, but I don't think it would even matter.
What? Yeah, he will get that extra attack off.
Nah, like I said, wouldn't even matter. Just really delaying the inevitable. Tops, mid lane on the other hand, did manage to pop the ultimate, and here comes the defensive TPs at the same time. Popping the Rocket Barrage, sadly, there's a little bit too much crease nearby, so the damage somewhat mitigated away. But nice timing with the pull, but into the skill, an unbelievable Gunner! Literally gunning for the kill, and it will succeed in doing so.
And the tips come out for each other. Gunner, he knows what he did there. Yuma?
Oh?
Yuma?
Bash? No bash, Yuma. Appreciate it's like screaming on the microphone to the call. Bash! Bash!
If only it worked that way, right? Maybe, maybe it's because, I don't know what to say. He's level 30, he's a Grandmaster, and he's got the Arcana for it, so he's definitely gave Gaben the money.
It's just one of those kind of thing, right? It's just a little bit built different, because I know my friend, he bashes like every time.
On command, yeah.
But if I bash, I can't, because and he tells me, oh, because my bash is made from China, so that doesn't work out.
I think China might be sponsoring this tournament, in which case that means it's a good bash. It's a good bash, ladies and gentlemen. We call those made in China bashes, the one that get the kill. In the meantime, in terms of net worth, look at Lilith. And also look at Yuma. That is a sad and good story at the same time.
Still not much happening. Want to see if we can try to go for the glimpse back into the kinetic field, but that's not going to happen. I think he did get spotted from the initial defensive ward, or at least high ground ward that he had initially for the top side. Here, Gunner not able to find any key moment. Crystalman, although at the back can call to support the Luna.
Yeah, but Gunner hasn't even put the point in his ultimate. He's level 6, but he's not sure if he wants to or not, because if he goes farming, he's like, I'd rather have more points than power, which makes sense. Copy's got the DD. Sorry, AD ruin.
Oh yeah, the change.
It's so...
I'm still not used to it until now. Ooh, nice frostbite into the mid. So not going to commit the ultimate. It will be suffice. Rocket Barrage, however, is pretty significant, but Warrior will still be able to secure the pickup for it.
I mean, look at that. Top 3 net worth, all on Night Pulse. After we were sort of saying, like, Nouns comes in as the favorite, ooh la la. In the first 10 minutes, it's looking not bad for Night Pulse. Not bad at all. What? Lilith has done a good job of sort of reducing that net worth gap between them. Although the Bat Rider's also farming fairly decently. Looks like there should be a nice bit of stacking going on. Yep, you hear the sound. That's not exactly the sound it makes. I made a different sound.
Unfortunately, they did nerf the stacking bonus a little bit, right, didn't they?
Very tiny bit, very tiny bit.
Very tiny bit. But then again, the bottom lane, beautiful connected field, did manage to catch it under the tree. Warwick comes in with the ultimate as well, trying to get a couple of bit with the wind run, but he does manage to time out in time. We'll come in and see if we can get at least a pickup. Power shot will secure on fly, but can they try to get a secure a couple of more here? A couple of pokes here and there, stacking in the napalm here, and Janta trying to get that nice vision for the frostbite. Yuma does have the time walk, so he should be able to get out of this tight situation if necessary, and he will. Back to the farm. Tops on the other hand, not really much competition between both Kami or Gunner.
Yeah, if the stacking bonus for those who are all the way.
Oh, mid lane on the other hand.
There you go.
Beautiful catch on top of it, but he did manage to get the call down in time here. Will fall, unfortunately, here, but can the Thunder Strike be enough to secure? No.
So
timed out, but he still be able to get out.
And but Kami,
he's thinking about it.
Kami did kill Kami at the other side, so that's not bad for them. What was I gonna say? Yeah, the stacking bonus is went from when you stack, the secondary camps give you 30% experience to the person who stacked it. Now they give 25.
Yeah.
So it's not huge.
Not too bad.
We've seen worse.
But you know, at times it feels painful, you know.
Yeah, in general, I love stacking bonuses. I feel like they should. It's a good thing that they exist. Meanwhile, though, it turns out like Gunner, he's having a very good time, but not Yuma. Yuma has been struggling this entire game. Fly is low health. Oh! The power shot, he barely dodges it.
Hole and behold, but of course the Avalanche will be able to connect on Warwick, but he still has the win run, so doesn't really have to worry too much about it. Especially since without the Disruptor nearby, doesn't really have to worry about the glimpse. I mean, he did the damage, couldn't get the pick off unfortunately, but he knows for a fact he's definitely not going to be anywhere nearby. Bottom side, I don't think we're seeing much confrontation. I think Yuma has been pretty, I mean, it's safe farming.
Yeah.
But of course, he's not out farming the Luna. And we already spoken this before. Luna just naturally just farms a lot faster and definitely going to be getting those items a lot more faster as well. But we did talk about the scaling for the Faceless Void towards that late game, to mitigate the late game. Chronosphere is still a relatively scary skill
here. The King ability here, oh dear.
Oh, freezing field into the static storm definitely needed to try to cancel out the freezing field, but can they try to get for the pickup? Yes, they will succeed. A post 5 or another post 5, but can they get the offlane? Can they get Gunner? Although trying to go for the setup here, trying to go into the mix. There's probably the Rocket Barrage, just significant amount of damage. Gunner will be able to safely guard it and will be sent home safely.
Just a trade of position 5, so no big deal. Neither team really comes out ahead, but Gunner, he was worried. And Yuma. He does lose a lot of health just now.
Yeah, naturally, right?
It looks like he got pulverized a little bit, but was able to time walk just in time.
I think he's totally fine. I think he went for the engagement. Vasya went for the engagement mainly because of the fact that he just got this interior. Everyone's fighting on his top side.
Yep.
No one's going to come for the reinforce for the void. He might as well try to really try to whittle the knight. If he gets the pick off, it's massive, of
Radiant's
course.
bottom tower is
It's
under
still,
attack.
of course, it was a really
structures are
close situation for him to try to get the pick off as Primal Beast against the Faces Void, but you know, might as well go for the attempt anyway.
Yeah.
There's no big loss either way. His ultimate's like pretty short. He's gonna get it back shortly.
Yeah, it's what, 40 seconds level 1, it's no big deal here. As the glimpse comes out, Fly is going to be A-OK. Looks like they're putting a lot of emphasis here on taking this bomb tier 1 for Night Pulse. And overall, this was a team, again, that we went in and we were like, oh, they're fine. But they have been doing an amazing job.
Radiant's bottom
I just realized I really like the
tower is under
animation of the Wind
Radiant's
Ranger
bottom
Arcana for
tower
Focus
has
Fire. It
fallen.
looks very nice. The way the arrows come out. Crystal Maiden.
You will make a nice snow angel.
Well, thank you very much. I think you'll make a nice snow angel too.
Oh man, that is so much stacks. Definitely paying full dividends here for Kami. No confrontation at all here, especially since they broke down the Radiant tier 1 tower here. So maps open up a little bit more better. Them allowing to get a lot more overextension of vision as well.
Yeah, in the meantime though.
But the smoke though.
Yeah.
Wrong area though.
Radiant are scanning.
They can try to attempt to get the Bat Rider is probably not their core target. They did get
Still.
spotted, but we'll just have to attempt to go for it. It's better than nothing really here. And we'll be able to secure it. Not the target they were looking for, but it's something they'll just have to accept and get over it.
Every kill is a good kill, you know. Like, yeah, but some kills are certainly better than others, but every kill is a worthwhile kill for them. Meanwhile, I think Janter might be losing his life. Yep, he will.
Ah, that's the one. Glimpse into the rocket barrage and toss.
And
No way you're gonna get out of that.
That's these couple of support kills, they do add up. It's Yuma, he was able to take his Wisdom Rune, Kami takes theirs as well. So both carries prioritizing getting the Wisdom Rune. Unfortunately for Nouns, Kami is 2,000 gold ahead of Yuma, basically.
Yeah.
Dire's
You know,
middle
okay,
tower
wait,
is under attack.
let's just quickly take one step back, right?
Okay, I will.
Let's leave our foot off the pedal for a second there, right? We talk about Chrono, pretty great team fight ability, possibly one of the best one as well. Denies almost anything and everyone who's in it as well.
Yep.
But usually, we have really great range follow-up damage when you have the Chrono, right?
Yes.
Now look into this composition as well. Maybe, depending on the position, no, even Rocket Barrage is not really ready. Maybe Flat Cannon once we come up, but other than the Flat Cannon, is there really any other ability that's really pairs well with that Chrono?
The Tiny Aghanims, the tree volley.
Oh, yes.
That one would be a huge one. Plus, after the Chronosphere ends, you can throw a Static Storm Kinetic Field, like you throw it about a second before it ends, and that's also... The damage is not great the first few seconds, but the lockdown is great. It's okay combinations until they get a tree volley, honestly. It's not bad.
Because sometimes I feel like this sometimes is the problem, right? When, yeah, sure, Void is always fantastic, but when you see certain games of the series,
Yeah.
you have this Void, but there's just not anyone to follow up with it. It's just the Void himself doing the damage. Everyone, all they can do is just be at a distance, you know?
They're waiting outside. They're like, we'll wait. Let us in when you're done.
But there are times where I'm really well placed.
Gunner. Yep.
Nah,
He's gone.
no way. Maybe the lasso wasn't necessary. I think the Lucid Beam would have been enough. But of course, that will be the nice pick-off. Two ultimates, by the way. Lasso and even the Eclipse coming in.
Yeah, but he used RP.
Dire's middle
So
tower
you're very
is
happy.
under attack.
You know, you're still very happy. RP is pretty long cooldown. You're generally not fighting that much with Luna.
Toss on the other hand, no lasso for him to really try to lock down Yuma. He's here for the fight. Pretty confident as well. Has the Chronosphere at the ready if necessary, but not needed. Not spotting the Luna. Seeing that he has more numbers here to really pile upon, they will slowly get the necessary pick-up. Although yes, it is just 2 supports, but like you said, every kill is important.
Yep.
It's always great for good EXP, decent amount of extra gold to really build up the necessary foundation for that later stage.
Oh, they go in there. Oh, they don't really check Nouns. Not realizing that there is a bit of a stack here, as well as possibly a Luna kill. But, oh well. BKB finished off on Vazia. Suddenly, when he goes in and starts using that Pulverize, you have to use an RP or a Chrono or hope for a Bash. And that's a tall order. Before this, all of them could stop him while he was Pulverizing. Now only 2. So, you know what you do? You just always Pulverize the Faceless Void.
Yep.
Well, Lilith, he's been farming pretty well for him. What is Lilith building? Can we look at the Gyrocopter for a second? A Glimmer Cave. He's already got the shard.
Yeah.
He is sitting pretty. I played support Gyrocopter today.
Yep.
I lost. It was a very sad game.
Post 5 or post 4?
Post 4, of course. You know,
Just checking,
the game started and instantly all cores started feeding, and you're like, oh, it's one of those games. So I didn't lose because of the Gyro 4. The Gyro 4 is good.
Oh yeah, it's totally fine.
The people are bad.
I mean, it's that kind of thing, right? Blame others but yourself, right?
Hi, man.
I did well.
I did. Oh, okay. I didn't do well.
See, sounds that way to me, let's be honest, the way you're putting it.
They did. Okay, look. They did worse.
Beautiful static flow into the kinetic field. Unfortunately, it's only going to be Genta will fall here, but that's still sorry, Lelis will be on the fall here, but that's still totally fine. Massive ultimates was committed for this. And I think they're totally be quite content for it as they try to contend for this tier 1 mid tower. However, nice combination, brought it all the way up to 50 HP. Will commit the chrono. They just want to go for the necessary amount of pickups and they will succeed. Kinetic field's been pretty great as well, but nice skewered into the RP! And Wind Ranger, that Wind Run's gonna time out eventually, but he doesn't really have a lot of mana. Freezing field, but that's into the ambulance as well. Beautiful counterplay and follow-up here as well. Copy all alone, trying to see if he can go for a couple of pickups, but he keeps getting denied, and he gets thrown back again. What a fight, what a round. A lot more longer than expected.
Yeah.
Or I guess you could say it was really unexpected as well for some of them because everyone just kept popping in unexpectedly here.
Yeah, in the end, it's a 2-for-2 trade of the mid and the off lane, slightly favoring Nouns in terms of gold, slightly favoring Nightpulse in terms of experience. So, even. And look at the damage. 1 damage point. Can you look at the fight recap? There's 1 damage, 5,946, 5,945. Like 1 damage.
Is under attack.
That's all it takes sometimes. That's all it takes. In the meantime, though, I do think that if you are Nightpulse, you're a bit happier. They used big ultimates and they could barely like bring people down. Vazia, despite dying first in the fight, did a lot just because he absorbed so much of the enemy damage.
I mean, that was the goal as well, right? And like, crazy enough, actually, they also had the vision advantage too, because if you can see the river, they have also full clear view on the high road itself. But nice timing with the flaming lasso. They just want to try to melt down anyway if they can. Commit the polarize into the power shot. That's going to be a nice pickup at all. That is now they're slowly making the way towards that top tier 1 tower. And then it's going to be out for the count for the next 20 seconds. Yeah. I don't think that top tier 1 is going to last for too long here.
Actually, they might consider going for Roshan. They're like, we got 30 seconds. Okay.
Middle tower has
It's getting there. Taking its time.
It's definitely a lot more slower. It's definitely a lot slower than I would love it for sure.
It's like, oh my god,
Yeah,
everybody use everything you have.
Yeah, they just have to, right? Because that tier 1 tower, that top one is still standing. I mean, sure, creeps are there. Creeps are there. It's giving the necessary amount of vision, but other than that, you just don't know what happens next, right?
So the league, Chronosphere is no problem now for Kami. He's like, if you want to chrono me, I'm good. But of course, everyone else still would prefer not to be chronoed.
Yeah. Flaming Lasso is eventually going to come out cooldown because he did use, like, I think about like a minute ago as well, so he should be coming out shortly.
Yep.
But there will not be the focus fire here. There's no freezing field as he just committed as well. But it seems like the rest of the team not really looking for the fight. I think Void wants to try to get a little bit more items out as well.
Yeah.
Can we really check on Kami? Or was it Kami? Yes, can we really check on Kami here? What's
He's right there. He's right in front of us. He's got the Mask of Madness, the Manta, and
sorry, not Kami, Yuma. Can we check out Yuma's itemization right now?
Mr. The Faceless Void. He's got. He's still working his way towards the BKB.
Yeah.
Good damage though.
Yeah, I think he's trying to look for it. Skewer's not going to be able to connect, but a beautiful static storm. Chrono as well. We'll be able to catch both the Wind Ranger and the Crystal Maiden as well. But he does manage to time out, pops into the focus fire, but he does have to time off. Did put the time down before he gets out into the mix as well. Call down. Perfectly connects on 3-player. And guess what? Copy in the back line. Kami doing his best. Beautiful skewer. Isolating Kami. And then the rest of the squad trying to see if they can try to get the necessary pickup. But everyone is so isolated. Everyone's going for their own individual pickup. Some will succeed on the top side here. Kami, on the other hand, will slowly fall down his suit. He does have the time up, resets the HP. They won't even force out the Aegis. Couple of 5 parts in the Manta. Will he be able to sustain for this? Resets his HP with the time walk again. They can play with him like a fish in a barrel here for as long as they like because they can and they will.
Dude, did you see the start of the fight? They had this, the Venn diagram. I haven't seen a Venn diagram since 6th grade. You have one circle of purple and one circle of static storm, and in the middle, yeah, there you go, that's what it was. Yeah, the Venn diagram. The part, you know what they call the part where the two circles intersect?
Yep.
Death, that's what it is. It's a bad spot to be in.
Yeah.
And Copy jumps in and gets a nice double kill for them. Kami, he almost kills Yuma. The damage was insane, but not enough. And what was, I think, a 4,000 gold advantage for the Dire squad is now in favor, now equal. This has been the Nouns that we expect. When the game, like they're not hyper aggressive, but they wait for you to make a mistake.
The thing is this, right? I think even in that 1v1, it would have been a little bit difficult for Kami to actually really pick off Yuma, mainly because of the fight just of time walk, right?
Yeah.
I think as long as, like, the only thing can really like just nail him in place is just the Lucent Beam, but they can only lock it out for so long, right? And once he gets out of it, he just time walk, resets, get back into it. The Magnus also, the Vastia was also nearby to reinforce if necessary. It was tough. I got a little bit concerned because at one point we saw the Tiny going after the Primal Beast and just leaving Kami and Yuma to fend for this. I get it. Kami can't kill Yuma at that moment of time, but still, it's like that's a prime target, you know?
Well, Vaz is going to go for, he has the Blink Dagger finish, so he should be able to jump and grab people, as well as the Eternal Shot coming out soon. So decent amount of magic damage that he'll be able to block. It's, what's the win percentage? I believe it's something, I imagine like 60%, oh, 71 for Nouns. Lord Gaben hath spoken.
I mean, it's been looking so, like, I guess you could say in terms of who has better initiation or counter initiation, it's still definitely the control is still definitely in the hands of Team Nouns for now, right? Chrono, RP, Static Storm, you pretty much get to dictate the terms of combat.
Engagement.
Engagement, at any point of the game here at this point here. Like, it will only be in the case where probably if you get so isolated, right? Like, it was such an isolated pickup or isolated kill, then it might be a little bit of a different story. If you're too far from the rest of your squad, then sure. Then maybe that might be a possibility. But when it comes to team fight, it's just...
It is very tough. It's very tough when you have to always be dodging. You have to think, where is Magnus and where is Faceless Void at all times?
You really got to pick your battles here.
It's who's going to get it? Janter, you do get the Crystal Clone. It is a lot more expensive mana-wise than before. It went from 50 to 150. And, you know, she may not be blonde, but she's still kind of dumb. Not really high intelligence, so not really able to spam her spells as much as she used to. As much as she'd like.
Yeah, but still, again, that shot still can be helpful, especially for
still a good shot, 100%.
Still a good shot.
You know, you might be able to jump out of the Venn diagram next time. You're like, nah, not this time.
Wait, could you do it during the chrono? I don't think so, right?
Oh, no, but like, before it lands, you press it. It gives you that little extra to move out of it.
It's like a Shadow Clone Jutsu, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's called... it's a Crystal Clone. I wouldn't mind it.
That's why I went for that. That's why I went for the reference. But, did they barely skim past each other? No, they definitely spotted.
If Fly was revealed, the smoke would have been brave. Okay, there you go.
Alright, so the disruptor. Fine, it's fine. I'm going to try to go for the isolation. I think just him alone, Vasya, him alone will be able to be sufficient enough to go for the disruptor pickup. Now playing with Lasso. This is what I'm saying. Go for the individual pickups here. Don't go for the team fight. Catch those players, isolate them one by one. Two currently out in the picture. However, there's still the RP. There is still the cross. Still need to take it into account of that one. Don't stick too much, which is fine.
No, if you're... Oh, Copy gets a good kill on Janter. But if you are Night Pulse, when you see two of them dead, you don't really care about the other spells, just because you know, like, they're not really going to be doing too much without their supports. Tiny finished the Kanda.
Focus fire into the Shang as well. He's going to be stuck here for quite a while too.
Copy.
Sustain, skewer, not going to be enough. Pops a nice time with the BKB. Pulverize into Yuma as well. Can he time walk in time before he can? No! The Lucid Beam locks it down long enough for them to get the pick off. Fantastic plays coming in from the side of your team Night Pulse.
Oh man, do you see the RP? It actually did not land. He cancelled. I think it was cancelled by the animation of the pulverize. That was a big problem for them. This game. Dude, we were expecting the first series to be fairly even, the second series to be a stomp. We got the exact opposite. Game one, series one was a stomp. This one, very close.
Well, this is what I'm saying, right? It's the stars are slowly aligning, right?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, he got pulverized. He just couldn't poke it out in time. Really fantastic here. Thank you, Observer, by the way.
Yeah, I like how they give it to us at the exact second, not like 2 or 3 seconds before. Like, next time, give us a little bit of more seconds before that so we know what we were looking for.
But you see what I mean? Like, just really need to pick their fights and they just pick it accordingly.
Yeah, one by one is what suits them. The Kanda from the Tiny is good, but now he wants to go for a Wind Waker, which means, again, the damage inside the Chronosphere not amazing. himself. Oh, all right, you got him. Can you kill him now?
Toss it to the mix as well. Not going to be able to get the pick up on top of the bad rider.
He is
There's going to be the
durable.
power rise as well. Yes, durable, but not for too long. He eventually will fall. And let's be honest, with more pickups like this succeeding, especially in the hand, being picked up at the hands of Warwick, more damage item, then eventually he's gonna end up coming to the mix where he alone can just start melting everyone here. Okay, maybe not for Yuma,
Yeah.
just in case of the chrono, but I think everyone else he would not have that issue here.
He is dealing with damage you'd like to see, and also he's becoming kind of durable himself on the Wind Ranger just because the stat items are rolling in. You know, you got the BKB. It's kind of it, really. Upgraded Bracer's kind of cool, but... there you go, the Agam Scepter, so...
Now it's even more harder for them to really go to catch now.
And of course they want Paviche on the Crystal Maiden. If you are on the Radiant side, 10,000 gold behind...
Oh no, that's a gem too. Fly, you gotta be careful, man. Warwick, he has the Scepter. He's actually susceptible to actually go for Hunts if he wants to go for it too.
Yuma... There you go. Almost level 20. Should be after he gets this creep wave.
Yeah, definitely.
What's he gonna take as a talent? I believe there's attack speed and time. I'll take attack speed. So he's really focused on getting these kills. I guess they feel like on Nouns, they're like, we need to make sure we get those pickoffs and start these fights with an advantage. He does not want the time walk cooldown. Doesn't feel like it's worth it. Vazia, a juicy but very difficult target.
I'm just
Radiant's
I'm just
bottom
worried,
tower
will there be
is under
enough damage inside the Chrono, right? Because
Ye-
he's going for a lot of utility after that Mjolnir. He went for the BKB. He's trying to build up for the Linkers as well. A lot of defensive is really great, but will he have enough damage here? That's why I'm really concerned. There's no Scepter, by the way, on the Tiny yet.
No, and he's not going for it. He wants to go for the Wind Waker, which I'm not loving, but we'll see. As for... they haven't attacked Roshan yet here on Nouns. Kind of waiting.
Are they suspicious of it, though? That's the thing.
Looks like there's going to be the Luna. We might need to glimpse it. Oh,
Oh, they
Courier?
spot the Courier.
yeah, they know they're there. But Nouns also knows, ooh, Fly first to fall.
Oh, he's trying to sustain his long as well, but the RP is good into the Salix one. Bonds in the necessary amount of time.
Not
Can he battle
bad.
as many people as much as possible? But nice time with the BKB response coming in from the Primal Beast here. Won't be able to proc them up with the Power Rise, but then so guess what? Focus Fly outside. Yuma is slowly getting whittled down.
no.
None of that damage will succeed to pick up the Primal Beast, but will it be enough? Warwick
What a
gets a
shackle.
beautiful shackle on top of the Roshan, and they want to get a couple more, and they will succeed. A triple kill coming from Team Night Pulse here. They want to look for fights, they gotta fight. They want to look for a beautiful pickup, they secured the pickup. They want to look for Roshan, now they're about to get the Roshan.
How often do you see Roshan being used as the shackle like Link?
Never.
That is insane that Warwick
Never.
was able to do that.
I have never, I think that is a real first for me. A
Same here. I don't think I've
Never
ever
seen
seen
it.
it before. He's like, oh, I'll just rely on Roshan to be the target. Very well done by Warwick over there. And the chrono was not ideal. I think he'd caught...
He got 3, but not the main damage dealers.
yeah, they were, and Kami was also caught, and he was just taking hits. It was very hard for Yuma to get the chrono that he wanted. Overall, the situation very, very dire right now for the Radiant side.
I think that's only because of the fact that I think the right term or the problem about that was just the lack of intel. He didn't know that Wind Ranger had the Scepter here. He just came in Invi. He had no vision on the lane at all.
By the way, where is the gem? Who's picked it up?
Oh,
'Cause,
that one.
It's on Jantor. It is on the Crystal Maiden. That is another... By the way, that's 1,800 gold. That's better than like 2 kills. When you get the gem from the enemy.
Yeah. But at least now they know. There's a Scepter on the hands of Wind Ranger.
Knowledge that I feel like you could have maybe gotten without paying for it with your life. Now there's the problem is the Aegis. Oh dear.
Oh, Shackle into the lasso. Still pretty durable as well, but he doesn't have the BKB to really try to get out. But he is actually tanking for a decent amount of while.
Almost kills him. He's like, wait a minute. And he's like, and that was him taking damage the entire time. He's still...
You know, this is just one of those few times when, you know, like it's random. I don't think we rarely see it often, but just a very late blade meal does come a long way.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, well, you're taking like thousands and thousands of damage. Maybe it's good.
All right, and the thing is, we do see like certain pro players in certain games actually did buy a really late blade mail. Like the timing is sure it's not perfect, but if it does the job, it's like
It's still a good item, right?
Yeah.
Someone's gotta use it.
Top
I mean,
tower is under
okay, yeah,
attack.
focus fire is not a very relatively long cooldown, but the fact that if in a fight or in a certain engagement, if you can force a guy off you,
Yeah.
it's just like, hey, he has no ultimate. Let's just try to play off this, you know?
To be fair, it's not Blade Mail's cooldown is also fairly short. So, you know, he has Focus Fire, I have Blade Mail.
Yeah,
Let's
but
do
you
it.
wouldn't want to hit that same guy again, would you?
Tower is under attack.
Well, Faceless Void. He is... he's thinking about damage,
Radiant's top
but he's also
tower
not
has
quite
fallen.
sure. It's like he could go for the MKB, he could go for the Link. Because I think you might need the MKB up against Butterfly Luna as well as Wind Ranger with Wind Run.
You see-
Usually,
Sorry, you?
usually I would say Maelstrom is enough to pierce Butterfly, but it's not enough against the Wind Ranger. You
Yeah.
need more.
But you see, that's the thing, right? Now we're slowly coming back to what we discussed earlier. Yes, sure. We thought like if the Tiny went for the Scepter, then the damage would have been enough with
Yeah.
the Chrono combination. Now, everyone started being very, I guess you could say in a way, utility or very defensive.
Utility based, yeah.
Like even with the Chrono, the full duration of the Chrono, it barely, like, I guess you could say it almost was not even able to pick up the kill on the Primal Beast. I mean, he get it in the end,
Yeah.
in the Chrono, right as it ended. But that's not the result you're looking for, right? You
to be
really
fair,
want...
To be fair, Primal Beast is tanky. And
yeah.
wait, can we check and copy again? Maybe he's changed his mind. Maybe he has seen the light and he's like, nah, I'll go for Agams. Copy the tiny. He's
No,
okay. He's going for Shadow Blade. Some damage.
I guess so, yeah.
I mean, I still want to see the Agams, man.
But I saw Yuma, although he still had the Linkers in the slot, I saw him actually got the Demon Age. Or did he have the
Yeah, he's got the image before. Yeah, he had it for a while. I think he's Yep, he's going all in for
MKB, yeah.
MKB.
That's great. Like you mentioned as well, it's definitely not enough with the Mione. You need that piercing.
You do. And now he has it. All right, they smoke up immediately now as they want to get a kill. They are very far behind in net worth, 21,000 gold. Radiant scanned. They see someone walking there, so they know they're in their triangle. Bazia. They know the Bat Rider's coming in. This could be a good opening.
Oh, this force out the defensive BKB.
Big
But the
RP.
RP is just so good. This managed to catch the two. Did manage to find the Luna, but is he going to commit the...
Yuma.
Yes, he will commit the Chronos here. 2 man on top of that. Will force out the Aegis, which is totally fine for them. They just want to try to get the kill. Freezy Fields also committed as well. But the lockdown, the frostbite, is just a little bit too good here. CM pulls it through. Jenta pulls in the win of the team fight here. An absolute tip of respect. Because understanding what he did there against the rest of the team here.
By the way, that was another Chronosphere where he hits his own allies, and that cost him. And Janto, great move with the Shadow Clone, gets the 3-man Frostbite, throws an ultimate, and Gunner,
He has it.
he's dead.
Oh, too much damage has been done. So
Might
much
be over.
control.
Oh no. Fly is like, let me see what I can do, boys. And Fly's like, let me not see what I can do, boys. Let me out, let me out.
Oh, man.
Radiant's middle tower is
This
under attack.
is one, a surprise, because I thought Nant came in as a favorite, and two, just what a play by Nightfalls. Just everything they did was so perfect.
Yeah.
Of course, Luna, one of the best heroes at taking down buildings.
Radiant's middle barracks
I'm not
has
sure,
fallen.
was it
Radiant's
an act
bottom
of
tower
desperation?
is under attack.
Well,
Because you would commit the RP. I mean, don't get me wrong. If you're on the assumption of the fact that maybe it's just these two alone,
yeah.
and the rest of the squad's probably not nearby, the RP, then the follow-up with the RP would somewhat be understandable, right?
Yeah.
Radiant's top barracks are
No,
under
my
attack.
biggest problem, so, is the fact that we didn't see the Aegir Scepter from the Tiny. Because now what this has led is that every time we see a Chrono or RP, Tiny is forced to jump into these fights. Whereas if you could just stay behind, throw your 3-ball, you can be safe and still provide a huge amount of damage.
Yep.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, well, looks like Nightfalls, they are going for the Megas. Gunner up in 10 seconds. There is no glyph. 10 seconds might be too long. It
Radiant's
is
bottom
looking
barracks
too
are
long.
under attack.
It is.
That's Mega.
Yeah, it's mega social. They can't really do much about it as well. Although, trample into the pulverize as well. Gyro trying to do is just even pop the mech to give some form of sustain the fall back, but Luna just hitting for the tower.
Okay.
Nice skewers into the limelight, does have the BKB, absolutely nothing to worry. He does have the RP, but he doesn't really have the comp to really follow up with the RP yet.
Good.
But he knows he has no BKB. Glimpse him all the way to the back line, tosses him into the fountain as well as he slowly tries to melt them down the way. 2 will fall, possibly even 3. Can he get a couple more? Wind Ranger warring into the RP and also doesn't about completely spotted out. Kinetic field for a little bit of good measure, and they will get the kill. They will try to pull fishing for barrel as they find a way to bring back the team fight by bringing them all the way to the fountain.
Okay. Very, very late to do all this, but it was really well done. Firstly, the use of Gunnar being able to score him back, then the glimpse to make sure that he stays there, then the toss, so they were able to get that kill. It did cost them, of course. They had to use the RP, the Stack Storm, as well as the Chronosphere. So when everyone respawns, they could go for a fight here on Night Pulse. I imagine at that point you will still have RP and Chronosphere coming out. So Nouns, signs of life, but also they're really, really close to losing the game. I thought they would call it. I honestly thought they were going to call it.
Dire's middle tower
I mean,
is
it's
under
really
attack.
not the end of the world. I don't think it's...
It is the end of the world. It's Mega Creeps. It's like, what's the win percentage? Tell us the win percentage, please. Mr. Observer, when you're ready for the win percentage.
Because
Dire's middle
It's
tower is under
98%.
attack.
let me tell you something, man. It ain't over to the fat lady sings, okay?
Dire's
Well,
middle
I mean,
tower
I
has
don't know.
fallen.
Who is the fat lady in Dota? I think Dota 2 has a fat lady.
She's magical, okay?
Yuma?
Nice ball shooting into the
Okay.
power set. Alvarez just managed to cancel out just in time, but the Flame Lancer will pull the Tiny all the way to the back line off into the clip as well. No way for him to get out of this kind of situation, but he is hitting like a truck, and it will send Merlin to the other side, back to Camelot to reunite with his King Arthur. But then again, it is 1-for-1 here. The rest of the squad has currently been respawned and currently making their way
Merlin,
to the
He tells
radius line.
someone, he's like, you did 2,500 damage to me. Like, what's like, oh, Aghanim Scepter finished on the Tiny. By the way, that Camelot reference,
Radiant's middle tower is under
it's
attack.
forced. You know, it's like,
Really?
3 out of 10.
I mean, we rarely had anyone named Merlin.
Like, I don't, no. It's we'll let Chad decide. But I'm like, that's a 3 out of 10 for me.
I'm assuming you're not a big fan of King Arthur.
I
right?
like King Arthur. I like the whole Camelot stuff, the Arthurian legend. But what's forced? All right. So they do have RP, they do have Chrono, but they don't have the Tiny to do extra damage.
But they had to stop it though, so last tower too.
Oh, okay,
Oh.
that's nice.
Skewer in, RP, can he get a couple of bit more? He'll try to lock him
But
down in place. He
no
does have the
Tiny.
clips though. But that's still, it will still be enough. They will
Okay.
lose the tower.
That's fine. Well, you
Can
got
they
what's more.
glimpse though? I see the intention coming in from Fly. But then again, BKB Blink, counter initiation. He does have to set to the hands of Vasya here and will completely melt Fly away. But he
Oof.
does drop the static storm for a couple of good
Thank you.
measures as well. But they will skewer once again. This game will begin as the Magnus will try to start making plays after plays.
lasso.
Bad riding into the lasso here. But it's going to be on top of Yuma. Of all the players, the one that could
Oh.
possibly turn the fight around. He has fallen for 90 seconds here. But guess what? Kami is hitting everything and slaughtering everything. GG's the call, and Night Pulse took the game back in such a convincing manner. Let's be honest here, right?
This was a very one-sided game overall by Night Pulse. Looked pretty good for it down to the beginning. I'll be honest, here's another thing. That GG call, I don't know if Nouns was fully on board. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
Yuma called GG just because he died, but the rest of the team looked like they were ready to take a fight. They did get a kill right after.
Yeah.
So that may have been odd to say, a premature GG from Nouns. In the end, it doesn't matter. Night Pulse, they'll take any victory is a good victory.
I mean, whether the GG is called or not, whether it's in unison or not, I was not too sure because we see the Luna just naturally already hitting the throne as well.
True,
Tiny was relatively low. Yuma's gone.
Yeah.
Magnus had no RP. So even if we were to screw the Luna, it's just basically just like you're just basically just delaying the inevitable, right? That kind of
For
thing.
sure.
But I think it, like you said, early aspect of the game, they had so much control because they had better team fight ability. But then everything starts falling out of line when they started started having priorities, right?
Yeah.
Going for pickoffs. Target anyone we can, isolate those pickoffs. And then they just kept implementing this. They just hammered this strat into their head. We're just going to keep doing this and keep doing this here. Punish anyone who's in the lane alone, pull them back, melt them down, doesn't matter. And it eventually just really enabled them to just scale until this stage of the game.
I mean, Nouns had a decent start to the game. They're still pretty good in this stage. I think the biggest moment was when Janter was able to use that jump away and catch them all. That was pretty insane. They also got 2 Roshans on the Dire side. Like, this was when they were like, oh, the game is going to be over. But no, they just killed them one by one at this stage.
Yeah.
Very impressive performance by Nightpulse for a team that we thought was not going to be able to take it. And here, look at the Chronosphere when it comes out. He always does this. He always Chronos.
Ah, you see.
Yep, he Chronos a couple of people, and you have the Wind Ranger on one side, and while Crystal Maid is not a whole lot of damage, she's still at least outside the Chrono, so she can still do something. I think Yuma's Chronos were the biggest problem on Nouns.
The thing is, just, you also saw his positioning and the way he plays the Chrono, right? He was attempting to Chrono Warrior because the minute he saw Warrior, he dived in, then he went in, Invi.
Oh, there's another one. Also, the Tiny gets chronoed. I mean, he was shackled, but that's so good. So good by Janter.
Without the Tiny, you just don't have that instant stun anymore as well. So
this was, we were like, okay, there is a chance here for Nouns, but it was a small chance, and 1% was not enough.
Yeah, but I really think Vasya did a phenomenal job. I think like it started really just from Vasya's initiation.
Yeah.
Just getting those isolation pickers. He went for the disruptor, started going off. When they started winning some of these pickers, then they started getting a lot more confident. He said, all right, I'm going to start going for bigger fish. He started going for the Tiny, started going for Yuma, started going for more high tier units. That Chrono, that Roshan there, I felt like it was a really good attempt because he didn't expect the Scepter for Ranger. He had no intel about it. When he went in V, he just tried to attempt it and hope that the radius was long enough. While Wind Run with the bonus movement speed, just enough for him to get out of the range. And then when he came back with Focus Fire, he just said, yeah, I just can't. I just might as well hit this Primal Beast.
It's all of them, honestly. Look, Vazia was sort of the main tank of the team. He did an amazing job because every time when I see him grabbing someone, I'm like, you might have to chrono just this guy. And you don't want to do that, but you might have to. Yeah. We saw Jantu with that one play, which was really good. Warwick as well as the Luna were doing great jobs. Just overall amazing from Nightpulse. It is a best of 3. So Nouns, they will have to do a reverse sweep if they want to stay in the upper bracket. We'll see if they can do it, but for now we're going to go for about 10 minutes break, and we'll see you guys in just a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again for another round of the Portal Dota 2 World Invitational here. I'm Len, also known as Yolani. Joining me once again is Atomo. Let's be honest, Atomo, we have quite the ride.
We have.
Literally, we have our ups and downs. We have also had
Our side
great
to side.
games.
Yeah.
Side to side.
You know?
Also, a couple of unexpected gameplay. Some really great stuff coming in as well.
Yeah, today when in the first game we were like 1 win and Dandelions, we were relatively close. 1 win smashed it. That was surprising. In this game we were like, now we were heavy favorites. We were like Nouns, crypto, and all that sort of stuff. And then no, like Nouns just kind of got smashed in the first game. It is a best of 3. Even if Nouns lose, they have a lower bracket that they can make a deep run in. So it's not the end of the world no matter what happens, but a very surprising performance out here from Nightpulse.
But that's if we get there, you know, if we ever get to the lower bracket, because we're still in our second best of 3.
Yep.
We're still in the second game. Let's be honest, the series ain't over just yet.
No.
Until Nightpulse secure their second win. However, let's just do like maybe just a quick rundown, right?
Okay,
Because
sure.
like generally, like that first game, I didn't feel like it was a mistake or anything. I just felt like they just fought. They just more like just really change up the strategy of engagement, right? That kind of thing. And then they just really work hard for it. It wasn't like a landslide of a win, right?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. They really worked for it. They really won for it. Although stars did align on certain angles as well, maybe on certain lane lines for them too, praying to whatever like higher
Deity is over there. Now there are sometimes when a team wins and you praise the winning team. Sometimes when a team when the team loses, you're like they lost because of the losing team. Sometimes they win because of the winning. You know what I mean? Like that's the way the series goes because one team performs well or one team performs badly. And this one you can definitely see that Nightpulse, they performed amazingly.
Yeah.
Like they were able to always play around the Chronosphere and the RP in a way that they forced Yuma to always kind of chrono his allies. Vazia was an amazing tank. I don't think Nouns played badly. Nouns played well, but Nightpulse outplayed them by a lot.
Yeah.
Whereas in the first series, I can be like, I think Dandelions was very lost, and one played normally.
Yeah.
And they won that one. So we'll see. I think that we have the draft actually on the way. We'll be going in just a second here. Is there anything you'd like to see coming out from the draft from either side?
Oh, I want to. Actually, I think I pretty much saw it all. Let's seriously, because like Vazia really had almost like his, I guess you could almost like 60% of his like offlane pool just like smashed. Like it was completely gone. Like sure, there are other offlaners he could have gone for here, but it wasn't as prominent as those that was currently banned or removed or taken away for him, right? So still managed to pull through, still actually being one of the few reasons for their success. I think that's a really well done job coming from Vazia from Nightpulse as their offlaner. But of course, this is the draft pick for the second game. This is gonna be quite the round because let's be honest, one of these two teams is going to be going to the lower bracket, especially, and that's going to be Nouns if they do not pull through for this second round. So our first two bands so far, we had the Bat Riding and Enchantress coming from the side here for Nouns. Alongside with Nightpulse, still going to be sticking with the Chen and DP.
Yeah, for Nouns, I want to see one of two adjustments. One, either you give Yuma something else. I think they just knew how to play around the Faceless Void. Whether it's Nouns' mistake or Nightpulse's outplay, one way or another amounts to the same thing. Or you have, I know that I said it, but Copy not going for early Aghanims, I think really hurt them because you wanted the Tiny to do damage when there was RPs and Chronos landing.
Correct.
By the way, I think that camera is stuck because...
he's just absolutely just
he's like,
serious.
He's like, I am not moving.
This is what we call like in sports, right? I guess also in esports as well. That's what we call when the player is in the zone, you know?
Yeah, he's
absolute focus.
I mean, he's like so deep in the zone right now. The bat ain't breathing. It is most important that we will have a slightly shorter drafting phase because Nightpulse does have a small penalty. You know, they did arrive a little bit late to the series, and you know we didn't give them any punishment in game 1, but game 2 we're like slap on the wrist. You know, don't do that again, bad boys. All right. Opening draft is opening picks. It's going to be Disruptor for Nightpulse, whereas now they take the Kunkka, who's generally seen as a nice counter to the Glimpse. You know, it's like you glimpse him, I bring him back. It's an interesting relationship.
And the best part about it as well, like nowadays we see a lot of Kunkas being really full
5
utility here.
seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Coming in with the scepter here.
Yep.
With the shot, with the torrent.
The water park. Yeah.
Absolutely fun thing to see. I think it's so disruptive even when CK was the meta at the time.
Yeah.
In one of the before a few patches back with the water park, right? He just couldn't do anything. It just that whole duration, even his illusion just timed out.
No, it's a very good way to play the
Dire
Kunkka right
team
now.
It really is.
We sometimes see them go for Blade Mail Orchid, one or both, then he goes into the Aghanim Scepter. So it's usually not just a straight up, but they do go for it, and then they also get the shard, and Kunkka does good damage, massive control.
Yeah.
Or
But,
not.
but the fact remains that it's a very strong opening. Not to say that Kunkka
10
can't go to the
seconds
mid, but
remaining.
it's something that Copy didn't really try it out so far for the past few matches. They really,
5
they really bring the
seconds
Kunkka to the mid lane so far as he had more priority picks, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Even in the hands of Gunner, even in the hands of Gunner for Team Nouns, he only played Kunkka once so far.
Yeah.
So the thing is this, right? You do have the sustain from the boat, right? That kind of thing.
Nouns
So
turn
still
to
pretty
ban.
flexible, but they want to go utility. Copy could even pick that out, go for the Yorkie build like you mentioned as well. But seeing for the next few upcoming packs, even the Shadow Demon being banned out here, does that mean we are seeing a very specific hero that's going to be coming back into this?
This is all to protect Disruptor pick, because we see the Tombstone shard from the Undying, where you can put
seconds
people on
remaining.
Tombstone.
Turn
They
to
don't want
pick.
that. They do not want the Disruption to come out to save people. Like, they
Dire
really
team
want to get value out of
Skywrath
the Glimpse.
Mage.
Skywrath Mage being picked up by now, so that's probably going to be Lilith's hero. I was watching Liga versus VP,
Yeah.
and they had a Skywrath Mage. Did not look good at all for Liga. Obviously, very different game, different teams, blah, blah,
10
blah.
seconds
But
remaining.
Skywrath Mage, you need a lot of control on your team to make him look good.
5 seconds
I mean, it's a
remaining.
lot of nuke damage. Poking-wise in the lane itself is also pretty annoying to deal with.
Yep.
And
Dire team
scaling-wise, I think in terms of itemization, we just talk about itemization, right? Rod of Aethos is always great.
Yeah.
There's always the silence. He also has really great range as well.
Yeah,
So
I'm
I
thinking.
think that's maybe something they really want to try to play off with, because it's really undeniable that you're going to be having this contact play against your opponent team as well. So
10
a sudden
seconds
silence here
remaining.
midway is actually can be quite annoying to deal with, especially if you know the person might not be
5
having that
seconds
BKB.
remaining.
I wonder if they're thinking of taking the Faceless Void again. You know, it's a great pairing with the Skywrath Mage. Maybe you pick up a Phoenix next. Night Pulse, they have no Phoenix hitters right now. We shall see. What's Night Pulse? They don't have a whole lot of time. 15
Nouns
seconds.
turn
They
to
go for
pick.
the Hoodwink. Again, a really weak egg hitter. I'm feeling like you might want to take the Faceless Void and Mars. Sorry, Phoenix and Mars, Phoenix and Faceless Void. We'll see. Mars in general would be really good with the Skywrath Mage.
But here's the thing,
seconds
yes, it
remaining.
may be a very weak egg hitter, right, for the hands of Hoodwink, right? But okay,
5
let's just slowly
seconds
branch out away
remaining.
from the idea of hitting eggs, right? Great range. He's been one of those few supports that you can, if you have enough items as well, you can actually do massive amount of
True.
damage.
Just a Maelstrom is all you need, really.
Good range. His bush right can pretty much just you're always surrounded by trees, let's be honest, in the laning phase. Great amount of CC, great amount of control, can be pretty disruptive. Even if you can't get that one shot off, you still do significant amount of damage, right? So still quite a threat. It's also one of the few go-to support hero for the hands of Merlin. So I think he will be very comfortable with this.
We'll see. Now has to take 2 picks. Night Pulse, I imagine that next pick's going to be the carry because they can flex the Pango a little bit longer. You don't want to pick a Pango and immediately show if it's going to be the mid and off, although they don't have overall last pick, so they might want to do that. That's tough. Nouns, they are also dipping into that reserve time.
Nouns
It's going to be the
turn
Storm
to
Spirit for copy.
Spirit.
Interesting pick. A bit of risk there because we see Diffusal Blade on the
Storm.
a lot of times you jump into the Static Storm. The Bushwhack's also it's pretty solid. And Pangolier does like building Diffusal. Not as good as it used to be, because
10
now you only do
seconds
3 strikes instead
remaining.
of 4.
Correct, but I'm assuming mainly because of the fact he's a lot more confident despite
5
having the existence of the
seconds
Static
remaining.
Storm is mainly because he will try to prioritize getting the Disruptor, but most importantly, not a lot of really instant stun, not a lot of decent control, not a lot of roots here. I mean, sure, sorry, that's the Bushwhack, but it's not a stun. It's not an instant stun here. So nothing really to stop the Storm Spirit, even if he doesn't really have that BKB here.
Well, it looks like they don't want the Phoenix at all. They go for the CM here. Kind of a mana battery, very minor battery though, for the Storm Spirit. Kind of squishy for Nouns, but good jump and damage from
10
their mid and
seconds
supports.
I'm fine with this, right? Because usually when you go like utility Kunkka, you
5
just don't really
seconds
have a lot of damage to yourself.
Yeah.
Sure, the bot has its initial damage, but that's just pretty much it. You're not like the previous Kunkka where we had like 3 Daedalus, you
Silver
yourself.
Edge.
So it's like kind of like no, now this everyone always plays with that scepter and shard now. Just constantly just
Ah.
controlling displacement. Great counterplay, just to try to fight instead of fighting into the water park. You bring in the stone gaze to at least give you some for a fallback, right?
Yeah, and you can also go for like the Aghanim Scepter, which gives you that very nice
Browns
turn to
turn to
stone
ban.
ability.
Is there a possibility of Phantom Lancer coming back here?
Maybe. Night Balls, I mean, they do have decent AoE to deal with it. I don't know if we'll see it. It's not... Again, a lot of times the hero is not in the meta.
Or Naga. Like, at
10
least someone
seconds
with that
remaining.
diffusal here. Because, like, the minute I see the anti-mage ban, I already knew exactly what they were
5
feeling, right? Like,
seconds
Yeah, but
remaining.
Naka Siren, which just generally never shows up with... I mean, when she's picked, she never goes with Diffusal Blade build. That's considered like an old build, you know? And old is bad. You know, if it hasn't been done in the last 3 months, we don't want to see it. That's the players. They're like, is this hero been picked last month? No, it must be a garbage hero.
but then again, we have seen certain itemization, whether all or not, to somewhat fit with the
Team
current
back.
situation, right? Whether
True.
it meta or not, they just change it. Look, take BB, like not BB, take Gyrocopter, for example. They being picked up last time against the BB.
I mean,
He brought the
if we're gonna
diffusal.
go back to like TI9, I think that serves my example very well. You know, it's like, remember 5 years ago? And so like, well, yes,
10 seconds
5 years ago.
remaining.
You're right. Night Pulse, they have the last ban and Zoa's last pick.
5
They could
seconds remaining.
is likely that they want an offlaner here. They know they made the matchup, by the way. It's going to be Storm versus Pango. Is that something they want for Night Pulse, or do they want to take something else? Diffusal Blade is going to be very valuable for both
Dire
teams.
team pick.
It is.
You gotta get rid of the Terror Blade here. Did not want to make these illusions against the Medusa. You'd love something something tanky or something that can make auras. A pipe. A pipe is so good this game.
I want to say Tidehunter, but I feel like
10 seconds
I
remaining.
wouldn't mind Tidehunter actually, just because you can go for that Mage Slayer, although it's not as good as
5
before.
seconds remaining.
Ember could also go Mage Slayer. But then again, the debuff only lasts for 3
Nouns,
seconds. Hey, well done. I was like, yeah, let's go for Tidehunter. You brought up though.
I know, but like, I was just concerned because it's just. You see, that's what I'm concerned about, right? You Tidehunter in that lane, right? You paired it with someone like Sierra with the post 5. Ursa comes to the line. I mean, sure, there's also other like safe lanes you can really try to opt for, but like Ursa into a Tidehunter is never a fun lane.
No, it's not. But you have the Hoodwink to balance you out, and you can still take a couple of points in the Kraken. Kraken Shell, you'll be not okay, but it helps a lot. On the other side of the map, it's going to be the Disruptor as well as the Medusa against Kunkka and Skyrath. I feel like that the Medusa is going to have a decent time here. Overall, it's fairly even in terms of draft, but seeing the way Game 1 went, I almost want to go with Night Pulse right now.
Okay, let me lay out for it. For laning wise, I think laning wise always when like, okay, if you don't talk about like any assistance, right? Yeah, sure. Ursa is always a pretty tough thing to deal with because he's just that kind of, he's just, that hero particularly is built that way, right?
Yeah.
But
built.
when you get to that late, like towards that mid to late game, sure, scaling out is pretty okay, but like, but Ursa is just one of those like core heroes where he is somewhat kiteable, right?
Yes.
You wait, the BKB eventually will be reduced to 6 seconds.
True.
You outlast it, you outlast the ultimate, then
Yes.
eventually you just really just play around with him, right? And you have on the side here, besides the Ravage Cell, which by the way still can be mitigated away by BKB, you still have option for it. He's an aura hero, right? That kind of thing. You just give the necessary. He's also a really beefy guy when you get towards that late game as well. Gets that scepter, really great wave clearing as well. 6 seconds, by the way, to clear out and constantly just go back at it again is still pretty great.
Yeah, but you talk about Ursa being kiteable. I don't think that Medusa's not as... I mean, she's as kiteable as he is, honestly. She's also not a very high movement hero. So it goes really both ways here.
But that's what I'm saying, right? You're playing into Stone Gaze. It's not like...
Hey,
Like, if you ask me which one I prefer,
you have your
walking into the
ulti
earth.
though. Like it reduces it to like by 80 what was it 80% 50% status resistance. Really not. You don't care about Stone Gaze that much. It's I feel like that matchup goes either way, and I do know Ursa is a diffusal builder. Like you can go for like one farmer and then you get diffusal blade. You jump on Medusa, you do shred her. This is... Okay, so are you on Nouns? Pick a team. It's on our contract. We have to pick one.
30 seconds to
It is. I have it right here. It's
I-
signed.
I'll go with the watermelon.
Watermelon, huh? All right, well, I'm going to go with watermelon too. You know, I do like what they have on Night Pulse. I think they played really well in game one. And by the way, Ursa in Rage is great against so many stuns and slows. But you know what it doesn't help you out against completely? Glimpse. It doesn't matter. You enrage, don't enrage, whatever you do, it's like you're being glimpsed back exactly where you were.
The battle
Okami.
Oh, this is not going to be fun. He is trying to sustain as much as possible, but eventually that mana shield is not going to be able to hold out for long enough. He did mitigate away from the torrent, but now he's out of mana. He's literally a turtle without a shell here.
First
Absolutely melted away. That's going to be first, but on a core too.
It's Fly, actually. Oh, sorry, I mean who they killed.
Yeah, they killed Kami.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. No, but I meant like, usually when you said that, I thought that you meant who gets the gold, but
Oh, no.
Kami, very happy in that situation.
I love how they're still friendly with each other. There's just a couple tips here and there. They're like, hey, you know.
We're assuming they're friendly, let's be honest. We don't know that they're friendly.
October, you know my motto, always be positive. Positive mental attitude, you know? PMA?
PMA, oh god. Are you one of those players who's like, mode PMA in pubs?
No, I'm actually more of the dog meat that just say where the whole house is on fire. And I'm just like, everything's okay, this is fine.
Because those mode PMA players, they are not PMA, let me tell you. It's like, nothing scares me than a guy rolling in, mode PMA, anime picture, you know. Oh well, and then, all right, so bottom lane is going to be Hoodwink and Tidehunter versus Ursa and CM. Really could go either way this lane.
Merlin has a lot of responsibility here, really. To try to keep Yuma in check.
Yes.
He gives a little bit. If he gives a little bit too much space, like if he doesn't really harass Yuma as much, then you go to see Yuma just having a time of his life against Vartia.
Yeah, but Fly's taking a lot of hits right now from Merlin. I like it.
That's the beauty about Hoodwink, right? He just has so much. He has superior range, and I think.
It's a she.
She, sorry.
You know?
She has superior range to the Crystal Maiden. I think it's a...
Potter scucks into.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Merlin takes a few hits.
For some reason, we're slowly going back to like what we had in the first series, right? Where it's like a Rubik against a CM.
Yeah.
I mean, CM is great, but Rubik just hits you harder, outrange you better.
I think that's not really about the Rubik or the Hoodwink. It's just the CM is so pathetic at trading. It's like, she's great at setting up kills, but in terms of like, I hit you, you hit me, she's one of the worst.
Yeah, I agree. It's so soft as well.
Oh, they did a test of who is like the strongest hero with no items at all.
Yeah.
Apparently, I think it's like Spirit Breaker. With no items and no skills. Just in a matchup of I hit you, you hit me, Spirit Breaker wins.
Right.
Shockingly.
Is this with abilities as well, or?
Buildings?
Like abilities?
No, no abilities, no items, just pure stats.
This is pure stats.
Yeah. Well, Copy, he's doing, takes a few hits here. How is it in the laning phase right now? It's 12-3 to the 12-2. Yeah, it's a bit even. It's the same.
Yeah.
I will say that Warwick has, he's doing very nicely for himself. I think his Copy needs to be scared.
Yeah,
or worried, sorry.
Yeah, but the shield crash is getting a little bit of a nuisance towards Copy as well. Especially when you have just like 1v1, that bonus shield is always great. It does really come in handy. It does damage and slow.
True.
It's such a nuisance. And
it's a good way for you to get on top of the storm, and you like want to use the shield, right? You're like, okay, I'll take your stack remnant, and I'll actually hurt you.
Which just somewhat like brings back to ground zero, right?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Just like makes your whole thing like, hey, you spent a lot of mana, great! I'm just gonna use mine, but I just do it a little better.
Well, in the meantime, though,
absolute blast.
Warwick and Copy just continuing to trade blows. I want to look at the bottom lane. I keep thinking that there's going to be a kill happening in the bottom lane.
I think it's just really back and forth. I think we need a little bit more levels to really see that thing, see that kind of outcome, really.
They're hitting level 3 here right now. But Fly is going forward here.
I think maybe like once Fly gets like level 5, I think that's when you see the kill potential is a lot more high than usually.
Level 3 is good enough. He'll take a point Frostbite. That'll be all they need.
Oh,
Lelis. I think they have a glimpse.
Oh,
they do. But Warwick's kind of there. You go.
Yeah, got it.
That's gonna be a kill.
Not a fun one for Lelis, but he is walking a lot more fast.
He is making them work for it, but
that lane is just too narrow.
It's
The
like
swashbuckle is just perfect.
I don't know if he used the healing lotus, and I'm not sure if it made a difference anyway, but could have possibly delayed it longer.
Dire structures are
Either way, it doesn't matter. This is what do you like? What do you think is better, the Wolf Crystal Maiden or the Flying Arcana Crystal Maiden?
Arcane.
Radiant
Arcana.
fortified.
Okay.
Kill.
The Persona one felt a little bit too weird to me.
But you don't like playing as a dog?
No. I like having like a little puppy to assist me, but
Yeah.
I don't want to be the wolf itself.
But it's so. But it's like it's kind of cool, you know. I think like when you play as a wolf, you don't feel like Crystal Maiden. You're like I'm a cool wolf, man. I destroy
You want to be a
things.
wolf, become a lichen. That's a lot more better.
Yeah, but you're a wolf. You're an ice wolf. It
Which,
feels
by the
awesome.
way, is so soft.
Radiant are
It's still
scanning.
awesome. All right, Fly. He is. They do have a point in Kraken, by the way. Very helpful against the Ursa.
Definitely.
Like it mitigates the extra damage from the Fury from the first few Fury swipes.
Oh, that torrent.
Poor Jantor.
Yeah.
That's fine though. Kami's getting the farm that he needs, so you don't care too much. Whereas you look at Yuma, he's actually struggling quite a bit. Goes in, takes an acorn shot, takes a gush, and he's like, "Wow, this sucks."
It is fantastic for Merlin. I think all the stars are really aligning for him here because he outranged, he outdamaged. This Fly can attempt to try to zone out Merlin that at least gives a little bit of breathing room for Yuma, but that just never happens because Fly stat-wise is just not as durable as he hopes to be.
Yep.
He takes so much damage. And that's without the abilities, by the way. Just naturally getting right-click, getting base attack damage by the whole way just hurts so much.
Oh, there we go.
But try to go for the attempt, try to go for the
No,
rune
mine on
secure.
copy.
Ah, and he could have secured pop into the rolling thunder. Eh, no, he gets silence.
Do they? Whoa!
That glimpse. Absolutely
come on,
insane, but the rolling
Warwick!
thunder just couldn't connect it, but now he's coming in. No mana on the storm. Can he succeed? Does have the fairy fire, but the swashbuckle will secure it. X-Mark trying to bring him all the way to the back line. Does he have the damage though? Torrent, but he
He'll be
doesn't
fine.
have the boat. He doesn't have the level 6. But then again, with a little bit of re-assistance coming from Sky, still not enough. Barely. Just got it there.
That was with a pretty tremendous misplay. He just barely moved the mouse in the direction that he shouldn't put it. He, like, instead of going to the left, to the right, he went to the left, but he still turned it around. He's like, I got it. Steers the car, gets the kill,
Just doing like some drift,
you
right?
know, makes it out.
Radiant are scanning.
Very, very impressive by Warwick. And he also throws out that that's when you kill the guy and you spit on him a little bit just on the way out. You're like, there you go. That's the disrespect right there.
But then again, that glimpse though, that was really
That was an amazing glimpse. Then there's no real way for Copy to play against it. It's like if you don't, jump away in those few seconds, you're dead. If you do jump away, you're gonna get a glimpse back. It's all very tough no matter what you do. Well, Tidehunter, what's he going for? He's got the level 3 anchor. So a lot of the damage from the Ursa is just nothing. Jantor?
Yeah, he just couldn't really get close enough. That's why I'm saying, like, a little bit more levels on the CM and the Ursa, then they might actually try to contest it. Beautiful glimpse to the backline. Will be able to, Swashbuckle will be able to catch up both Lelis and Copy here.
One
Not going
more
to be focusing on
hit.
Copy. He just want to go for the target here. Neutral deny. Will he succeed? Unfortunately, no. Warwick just slashes a lot more harder than he expected.
It's a 1-for-1 trade here. You're position 4 for position 5. Although, I think he's going to be able to get the roll off. Oh,
Nope, both not going to be able to connect. Warwick does pop in the rolling thunder. Can he get out of it? Unfortunately not. Copy with a flying little ball of lightning will succeed.
just barely. That was like on the edge. Yeah, great use of the X mark just to bring him back. He tried to roll in, but it doesn't happen. Can we look at the net worth here? Seeing some people starting doubling. No, there we go. The bottom lane, the 2 cores having a bit of a struggle in farm. Kami is having a great time on the Medusa. Remember, she was the first to die, but she's just been farming. No big deal.
I mean, this is Medusa we're talking about, right? Like,
Yep.
This is one of those few cores, well, just farms naturally, right?
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Much better than the Ursa until he gets the Battle Fury, which is kind of the problem. Ursa needs Battle Fury to keep up with the Medusa's farm, but then he needs to get the Diffusal so he can actually kill her. And it's like this gigantic shopping list of items you have to get. Well, in the meantime, though, how are we look? What's Medusa going for? Just going to
Radiant's
scrap
middle
man.
tower
We've
is
seen the
under
rise
attack.
of the arcane boots for the Medusa, just because it gives you what, like 150 mana, but in reality it's like 600 health. which is too much. How much is it? 175 actually. Damn.
I mean, it just works. It just works that way too, right?
Yeah.
Like if like farming this crease too hard, she just activates. She just like spams a second skill, and then
Yeah.
she just get the necessary amount of farm. It's still great for her.
And also, a lot of times when you without the arcane boots, you see her jungling with like 20% mana. You're like, oh, that hurts.
The amount of clarities I've seen in the past,
Right. Give me a mango.
too. Just like every like I can't recall a game where I never asked like what happened to all the clarities.
Well, it's the Medusa factor, Gunner. Oh, okay.
He still should be able to get out of this. They're not fully committed for it. If they can't find it, they're not going to waste time. They're just going to go back to the farm. Medusa needs all the farms he can get. I think he understands the fact that. Oh, good catch, but then he did manage to get the bonus shielding before he got
well
off.
done.
But the
Is it
rule was a
giving
little
up?
bit better. Does have the ball of lightning, this committed as well, but they still want to go for the run. He still had the rolling thunder. He wants the sky. A lot more softer, a lot more easier. And of course, a kill is still a kill. And it's whatever they will take, and they're still pretty satisfied with it. Haste Rune will be secure for the Cypher Storm Sphere, so if anything happens, a little bit too crazy, a little bit too do, he does at least have some form of a fallback plan here.
Yeah. I wonder if Night Pulse is very happy with that, because you end up using quite a bit of spells just to kill Lilith. Kami. Does he have any mana here? No, looks like
He still has Styx charges.
yeah, 14, pretty good. Then Janter, can he spot him out? This is always the nice thing about Disruptor. He shows up after you try to kill someone. If you don't kill them, he comes in, glimpses you, and you're like, oh crap, how the turns have tabled.
He's pretty much the kind of person that just really just, like, when you have 1 foot out the door, he's just there to slam it back in, you know.
Come back here, you know. I thought you wanted to get a kill. Disruptor feels like he's just one of the most annoying heroes to play against. But when you play against him, you don't feel like he's that annoying, but he is when you think about it. Like, Eclipse is just the worst.
It hurts even more when you forget about it, right?
Yep, TP right in front of him. Hello? And he's like, yeah.
Because, like, especially when you have those games when you are, like, dominating the lane, people, like, Disruptor gets a little bit passive, everyone gets a little bit passive, going for the farm, going for the jungle. When you get a little bit confident, get a little bit too comfortable, that's when you saw the glimpse and you'd be like, yeah, you're a jerk.
Why do you do this to me? I never did it to you. Well, Tidehunter, by the way, Vasia not having the same performance as the previous game, but nice thing about the Tidehunter is that you're naturally fairly durable and you don't, like, you can do a lot with not much items. He's going for Eul Scepter by this. Oh, okay.
That's great.
All right.
Barely spots him out too. Really well done. Walking around with the trees, Yuma.
Yuma, does he want to fight here?
Yeah,
Another thing, Stacks, Kinetic Field doesn't care about Enrage either. You're going to be stuck in it no matter what. So that's another. They have, like, Disruptor, he really feels good against the Ursa.
Actually, I'm really happy that you actually brought up the fact about Tidehunter, right? Like, he's just one of those few heroes, those few offlaners where items isn't really, he's not too dependent on items, that kind of thing. It's more like it just enables him further. He just naturally is so great as long as level gets by.
Gunner's going for Orchid and Copy's going for Orchid. They really want these silences. Okay. I guess a lot of it will be just to make sure that Warwick doesn't get a spin-off. But big commitment for these silences.
I mean, because you just don't have that instant stun, right? Sure, you got the Frostbite, but that's not a stun, that kind of thing.
I guess.
You really need something to really try to lock them in place here.
Warwick?
But he is trying to charge it out.
Yeah.
Does that mean that they actually spotted them initially as well?
Possibly. They might have an idea that
I think they have like a little deep wall from the minimap there, I think.
But they were smoked, so I don't think they could have seen them from that. And now they go hunting, but they don't find anyone. As it is, game is going through a bit of a farm fest. Can we look at the win percentages? See who that favors. 4 and 4. It favors the Dire. Okay.
I mean, just naturally just Medusa, right? That kind of thing.
The Medusa factor is real, and so is the Tidehunter. Okay, wait, here's the thing. Tidehunter, Pango, Disruptor, massive team fight. The other side, you have Boat and Freezing Field, which is good, but nowhere near the same amount. Boom. Oh, okay. That was a spin for no reason. They're like, all right, turn it around, boys. Turn it around. Manta style is going to be the pickup for the Pango. Medusa has it, so these Orchids will just not feel that impactful once the Mantas are used.
I mean, because I think naturally because they had the Manta just for the Skyrush initially as well, even for the Frostbite too.
It's like Manta is really good this game. I mean, you can get BKB as well if you want, and there's nothing wrong with it. But like Manta's super good. Yule Scepter's coming on the Tidehunter, I think after the Blink Dagger. So there's every one of the cores has a way of dispelling. The supports, sometimes you're like, it's okay if you die, buddy. As long as, I'd rather you die than me. And okay, Blink and to Mage Slayer. That's what you want for Tidehunter.
But I think it's great. There's a lot of magic damage coming out from the side here for the Radiant team. So they're going to give it the necessary amount of sustain.
It was a little, this item was a little over nerfed, I must say. Went from 6 seconds duration to 3. I was like, that may be too much. Probably
good Orchid. That's now definitely going to be a fun time for our dear friend. There's probably the neutral items. We'll be able to sustain a little bit, but the glimpse into the static storm. Now that's what I call returning the favor here. Storm will fall into the counter initiation with the Ravager. 2 men on top of that too. They do not have the boat. Will slowly pick up members one by one. Can they catch it? Can he lock it down? No, unfortunately not. Glimpse still on cooldown and just barely got out of it too.
That is insane. And good use by Merlin. Immediately puts down the healing seeds, which really, by the way, give you a good amount of health anyway and regen and even more. And the team was right there. The support Janter. Previous game, that Shadow, sorry, not Shadow clone, the Crystal clone jump was good. This time, twice he's been able to catch copy with the glimpse.
It was great. Really great.
This is why we're saying like Disruptor is the S tier support of the patch right now. And they do get the ward off. Wait, no, there's nothing there. And the entire time, what's Kami doing? Just farming away?
Which is very scary, by the way. There's no one really like smoke ganking him towards it as well. No one has really tried to win any of those massive team ones on the other side of the map either as well. Not much control.
Yep.
Like if you see how peaceful it is, you will assume like, oh, everyone's pretty balanced out. But no, as time goes by, Medusa is going to be an absolute myth. Like, not going to be the myth in Legends anymore. He's literally going to be fully realized that you can't do anything about it. No Hercules here or Perseus to save you this time here.
No, poor Medusa. She didn't deserve it. It wasn't her fault she was too pretty.
I know.
In the meantime, the supports on the dire side, they are trying to go for Glimmer Capes, which is a good way to play against the Orchid, right? You jump on first, it gives you a lot of that magic resistance. You force the storm to get the dust. So I like it a lot. Copy, he's moving on with just like, he feels poor, just boots an Orchid. He's not poor, he's keeping up with the other cores, but he feels poor.
Yeah. There's no real like high kill potential for him so far because as long as he doesn't have that BKB, every time he flies in, that's always going to be a punishment if he's not too careful.
He is trying to make the BKB, which is a good idea, but again, it doesn't really help you kill people. A glyph is used, so they're just delaying it just a little bit more here. Who they're looking for? Fly? Oh, there he is. And that is a good move there by Nouns. Getting them Roshan, so the expires are on the 22-minute mark. If you play Dota a lot, you start looking at it, you're like, okay, the timer is 17, 22 it expires. But it's a sacrifice for Roshan.
Yeah. We didn't really see the full fight went down. Not sure. Was it he jumped onto, he actually gunned for Janta, or was it the other way around? I think at top side, Freezy Field, absolutely fantastic as well. Constantly going back and forth, committed to the boat. Does get a nice, beautiful buff as well, but sadly not in range. Glimpse all the way into the connecting field. There's no way for our dear friend Gunner to run. Commits to Torrent, but it doesn't matter. They're all ranged, slowly poking him down. But the one who had the final say will be Warwick with the Swashbuckle here.
Check out what Tidehunter has. He has the Anchor as well, a good tool to control the Ursa.
So annoying to deal with too.
And
how many hits does it take to break nowadays? 6 or 8?
Sorry, can we move a bit? I think it takes 4.
Oh, okay.
6 or 8.
I forgot.
6 or 8.
I remember at one point it was actually pretty like long here when it first came out too.
I mean,
or has it always been 4? I can't remember.
I think it started off as 5. It went down to 4 actually. So 8 hits on. What is this?
Sometimes it feels that way.
Oh yeah, when you attack.
Like how they say 3 seconds feels so long.
There you go.
The same case.
Look at that, 4 hits to destroy it. My God, they killed Fly before the arrow even landed from Merlin.
Actually, even if Vasya didn't even pick him up with the anchor smash, that homing ultimate would have still landed on the spot.
No, you want to throw anchor. It does damage actually, so it does help you burst people down. Not a whole lot, but a little bit. Copy.
Gotta run, buddy.
Okay, he's
Still fine.
used a lot of mana though.
Is reinforced back with Kunkka.
Janter puts in a nice ward there. Not on the cliff, even though they didn't get more vision. They just want to be able to.
The Ursa's nearby too, right? So this could be a possible 4v5.
Okay.
Warren commits the Rolling Thunder as well. This managed to spot that one. Static Storm into the mid, but he managed to get the bot out before the Static Storm dropped down first. So the bump is still there to reinforce the rest of the
Very
squad.
tanky.
Disruptor gone. X-Smart
Here's Kami.
into the Torrent as well. Beautiful knockup, beautiful amount of control. Shell crash. Will it still be enough? Unnecessary. Freezing feel. Longer them in place into the Ravage as well for the counter play here. And Ursa, he has the Aegis. He's totally fine. Kami's here to join into the fight here, but he doesn't really have Stone Gaze, but they're still fine. Blinks out here. Not much mana on Copy here, but the anchor locks him down in place. Can he break it down? He will succeed. Copy dives in, but there's the Eels coming on top of the hook as well. For Lennis here to survive a little bit tad longer. Copy, no mana. Gotta be awfully careful about this if he's in range of the gun.
Wow.
But telling the push track just does so absolutely well in this kind of scenario.
So trying to dodge, and it's like, yeah, maybe you'll make it out. But really impressive bushwhack there.
It's so annoying, right? Like,
It is.
You wanna try to kite around the trees, play around in the trees. You just can't. Nobody will ring around.
That's what I live, you know. That's my tree. I put acorns in there. You think you're gonna hide from me?
Which is why it was pretty interesting when I saw this game, right, where he had both Hoodwink and Timbersaw on the same team. So
Yep.
whenever there was a bushwhack, before they could do maximum amount of damage, that's the whirling death, and then that's it. The guys just get set free, and I'm just like, oh, that's so sad. The casters also the casters also saying the same thing. They're like, yeah, I don't know how this works.
Now there's another combination is you can use the sprout, because that gives you 8 extra trees for the whirling death. It's also really nice.
Yeah.
And the worst thing though is when you are the Timbersaw, you're up against the Nature's Prophet, and he sprouts you with an enemy, and you're like, oh, this is fantastic. Thank you very much. I did that once, and it hurts still today. Yuma, by the way, he hasn't died yet. He's 2-0-0. But overall,
I'm really impressed. Like, he's really catching up with that farm.
he is, but it's not really, it doesn't feel like it's enough, you know?
I mean, of course, like if we're talking about like if both Medusa and Ursa just with flat items just go head to head with each other, then definitely it's a little bit of a different story.
And I don't think he's also thinking about the Diffusal Blade right now, which is the one item which would really help you kill Kami, who is looking, you know, I believe the word is thick. She's looking thick.
It could be, I guess you could say they are trying to go with the verdict where, oh, good crash into the side, so no way for them to run. Storm Spirit, unfortunate. Bushwhack, unnecessary, but still, you know what? Better take the kill than let him get away. But yeah, like what I was saying, like maybe they're having this ideal, right, where maybe we don't really need to burn the mana Medusa. Instead of targeting the Medusa, let's just remove every other variable, every other teammate, and then him alone. We'll eventually melt him down.
That could work, and plus, you probably think that, oh, okay, all right, Yuma. He's mad. And in general, eventually, the damage from the Ursa will be enough. It's just that with the Diffusal, you know, it might
makes it easier, yeah.
You might spare yourself like 5-6 hits to get there. Gunner going out. He's got the Orc, he's got the Aghanim's. I don't think I've seen him use the Aghanim's yet. Just throws in, he's like, Gunner. That's how you know he's going to be like, yeah, just puts a little bit of water on Disrupt and walks away.
Yeah, and I think also the Scepter has been revealed as well. I think that's why they're playing a little bit more cautious here with the positioning. Not really much BKBs for them to really get out of the situation of the water park.
Oh, I'm hearing a jump, Merlin.
Oh, they can try and they will succeed. Oh, nice time with the use, getting by enough time. Yeah, got him. But what about the mid lane side here? They found an opportunity on top of Gunners here. He did manage to get the water park out in time, but it doesn't mean anything. They still lost the tier 2 tower.
I think they used Ravage for that one. So you're kind of like, maybe when Gunner comes up, you will be able to go for them knowing that there's no Ravage. It's basically their best teamfight ultimate. I know, debatable between that and the other spells.
Because if we're talking about team fighting here, I don't think you really want to like run into. Yeah, you really don't want to run into them like team fight Halo. I think you want to try to play around with that catch ability that you really have with that storm, that kind of thing.
I want to agree with you, but they've got Glimmer Disruptor, Yule's Hoodwink, Yule's on the Tidehunter, Manta on Pango, and Manta on Medusa. So which one do we jump on?
No, honestly, it doesn't feel good either way, right?
Yeah,
whether
there's no
team fight or catching, it's unless you go for isolated kills, then maybe that might be a problem.
Yeah, if you can find them. Oh, poor Courier.
Didn't do anything.
I know. I don't think he's really buying 5 shards. Okay, I think he's fooling us. He's going for Basher next, which is pretty good. But reminder, there is a butterfly on the Medusa, so bashing her.
Need the MKB.
Yeah, you need MKB, and then maybe we need also a diffusal blade, and then we like.
At this rate, we're gonna have a Christmas list here, right?
Yes, we
for
do.
dear Ursa.
It's like when I go out shopping with my son. He's like, I want this, and I want this, and I want this, and I want this. I'm like, my God, you want a lot of things, son.
Radiant's top tower is under
Does it ever end? And he's like, no.
But you still buy it in the end, didn't you?
Oh no, he needs to learn. And suffering will be his teacher.
Yeah, that's pretty hard to believe coming from you, let's be honest. I've seen you with your son.
I don't see where Fly went.
No, he's gone. No, he went back to the fountain.
The man disappeared.
He flew back to the fountain. He literally got the express card here.
Well, unfortunate for Fly, he is not having a decent series right
He's
now.
so soft too.
It's Crystal Maiden.
Uh-huh.
Like you.
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
Got spot out, Lettuce, not having the best of time, not even needed it. Yeah, we'll combine anchor too, it doesn't matter. It's just a secure either way. What about the top side on the other hand? Yuma, locked in into the
ultimate.
kinetic field.
No mana.
Can't do really much about it, but guess what? Storm flies to the mix as well. He knows his target. Stone Gaze is happening at the same time into the board as well. But do they have the dust? I don't think they do, but never mind. Doesn't matter. Glimmer managed to get time up. They will try to melt them with the disruptor. He hasn't really committed to stack the Strong because he knows who he wants to use it on and use it for. Sadly, there will no longer be any follow-up, and all of this convention here. Sure, Yuma gets out of it, but it will be a life for a life.
On life for nothing. Like they got Gunner, they didn't lose anyone.
I mean, like,
But,
you know,
yeah, keeping Yuma, I get it.
They keep Yuma alive, yeah.
It's all right.
It's not always about the kills, Atomo.
Very Game of Thrones. You know, I sacrifice my husband, I get dragon.
Sadly, there's no throne of swords here.
So the thing is, I just love the way that they're playing on Night Pulse. Did you see the way Kami immediately used his ultimate to save the disruptor?
Oh yeah.
He's like, I'm not gonna let you get any kill. You know, not my boy over here.
And the best part about it is even he expanded the Stone Gaze, right?
Yeah.
There's still other great team fire abilities that's even
Storm.
more painful than the Stone Gaze here. The Stone Gaze, it felt more like a get out of jail free card kind of thing
Exactly.
compared to the Ravage and Static Storm here. So
And the Pango roll. It's like it's one of those things where very much similar to like a Naga Sleep, right? You use it, the enemy, it's a reset. It's like, okay, just go away, or you know, it's gonna turn badly for you.
there's like hierarchies between ultimates at times.
There
You
is.
know?
And at the top is the best ultimate in the game.
You better say it correctly though.
I mean,
A lot of people is watching this.
I wanted to think of the worst. I'm trying to think of the worst ultimate. Battle Trads by
Oh
Troll
my
Warlord.
God.
That's at the top.
You know, I actually love that the fact you brought up Troll because, like, I feel Troll is like a bait at times, you know. Sometimes it feels great, it looks great, but then there are just times where you're just like, yeah, it just doesn't work.
It's like 1 out of 4 games, Troll is amazing. Then the other 3 games, you're like, oh. Why is he chasing them to the fountain? Can't he stop? And they're like, no, he can't.
He's really those heroes that, like, the stars really need to align, right? I know I've been saying this like a few times now, but
You've been saying it every time the stars align, you say it. So I'm like, that's a lot. No, they have fixed him a little bit by allowing him to use items while you're trancing. Before that, you had to like use your ultimate.
everything.
Yeah, it was very annoying. But now it's a lot better.
yeah.
It's a lot better for the hero. Net worth is not looking good for Nouns, man. Look at the difference between Merlin and Copy. Ooh, it's giving me indigestion. To be fair, I do usually get indigestion, so it's not a big deal. Probably not because of the game. Well, maybe it's something.
I remember you called me at the tummy problem before.
Well, it's a new thing, getting older.
You talk as if I'm not getting older either.
That doesn't count. It's like older is my age and more. You know, anything below that, that's still young.
That's true. But of course, finally,
Five-man smoke?
finally intended 5-man smoke.
Can
Just
he?
spot the hook wing.
They should be able to
Try to
use.
melt it down fast enough here. Just try to buy the next amount of time by Yuling on the Ursa, but that's still totally fine.
Okay.
They gotta pick off. They deduce to the fact that, okay, no one's around the
Roshan.
whole wing. Let's try to see if we can get a couple of the ball. Heading towards the Roshan pit side, but I think on the, I believe on the side here, has already Night Pulse has set up the
They know.
necessary
HT knows.
preparation here. Spotted out. Vasya is so tanky enough, he's literally able to just front line this. Doesn't matter, Crystal Maiden, no problem. I give the vision, he glimpses him back here. X-Smart this by the necessary amount of time, but a single right click coming in from Kami will seal the
Disperser?
Crystal Maiden fate. They want to see if they can try to get a couple of more. Vasya blinks into the mix as well. Will not find anyone. There's comes with the use. Torrent as well, the by the necessary amount of time. Just gets a blink there, comes on top of it, but it will not happen. Constantly zoning them apart. Even a buyback coming in from Crystal Maiden, just for good measures, just in case if they were to try to overcome it. But guess what? A buyback, they said, great, we just have to fall back, and you don't get much out of this.
Not good for Nouns there. And I think they were hoping to get a buyback from Merlin in that situation, or the Roshan. They instead lost Fly, and he was forced to buy back.
Yeah.
So you are... And they know Roshan is up. It wasn't the very, the longest Roshan in the world.
But I love the read though. Like instantly when Hoobin got gun on, straight away drop the ward, drop the sentries, get the necessary seekers as well. They're like, you know what? Possibly they might rotate to the top side here. And just absolutely perfect.
Well, I'm telling you, dude, Nightballs, they are playing incredibly good Dota, very clean. And I was not expecting this, we were going like, Nouns, it's NA pride and all that, but Nightballs, they are making them look bad. Medusa is going to go for Kanda next. I haven't seen that ever, actually. Usually I see something like, at this point, you might be considering the Aghanim Scepter. He might go for it later.
I mean, it's annoying, right? Like, especially once you get that Scepter and Shard as well, on top of the Kanda as well. You're going to get a lot of annoying things to deal with, really.
The only thing is that Kanda's cooldown means you can't proc it that much, but it's still a very strong spell.
I mean, the slow is also great, too.
Meanwhile, though, Ursa tries to push the bottom lane, at least farm it up here. They might be considering to go high ground for the Dire side. They're all in the top lane.
I mean, they can, and honestly, who's to stop them? Let's be honest.
It's you just put the crystal. Sorry, not crystal. You put the Medusa at the front. She hits, and that's about it. It's gonna be like, let's go. It's up to you to stop Kami now, and you have a tie onto with the Ravage, and as well as the Pangolier ready to roll in.
And Static Storm.
And an Aegis on the Medusa. So this is...
And also a beautiful Bosch rat that can literally catch anyone within range.
Not exactly the same caliber of things, but sure.
Still annoying to deal with.
Still a problem, for sure. The X-Mark comes in. But
that's cute.
Yeah, Kami's not like it's so deep, and it's not like a Magnus Skewer. He's like, okay, I'm like 2 inches away from my team still. Oh, that's a good way to start it.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Managed to melt the Pangol away in such record time as well. They couldn't anticipate it at all, and they want to see if they can get a couple of more. Both pop in the BKB. Vasya waited for the BKB to time up before he popped in the Ravage, but guess what? Still have enough mana to fall all the way to the back line. He did drop the ankle on top of it as well, but still might not be enough. But guess what? Medusa melted away. Still has the Aegis though, will come up quite shortly as well, but guess what? Yuma has had enough. He had suffered the transgression and he wants payback in dividends. Trying to see if he can get a couple of more. Medusa completely isolated away. Kuga doing a phenomenal job as he tried to keep calling him back. Orchid, mana is almost out. Damage is significant, and Kami will be able to fight Crystal Maiden during the clash as well.
But still, you've used the Aegis, you've lost 2 cores, you forced the buyback out of the Disruptor. Overall, a huge victory for Nightpulse, and they wisely decide, let us cut our losses. We got the Barracks, we got dieback on Fly. That may be just the best thing we can get right now. Or maybe we can get more.
You gotta see it. I hear the rolling down, the charging up as well. Torrent into the Medusa, trying to push him all the way to the back line. I don't think our dear friend Gunther will have a good run.
Gunther?
Sorry, Gunner.
I was like, that's from Friends, right? Gunther?
Oh, good glimpse. Gonna deny this guy from going back home. That's also gonna be a nice pickup. 3 members out for the comeback. There is still 2 buybacks here. Medusa slowly sapping. They really need to try to melt it down as quick as possible. Did decent amount of damage. Also managed to reduce all his mana. But eventually he's gonna heal back. He got the Arcane Boots as well. It's totally fine.
Gunther
and he got cheese too, so if anything, let's be honest, that cheese is pretty much like the real get out jail card for him.
Yeah, and they're jumping on Kami. Needs to use the cheese.
Great. The water pocket to the mid as well. Static Storm completely trying to lock them down in place. Nice timing with the defensive BKB coming in from Yuma, but finally it does times out here. Now this is the part where he slowly gets kind of away, while the rest of the squad will literally retreat and fall back.
Gunner buys back, and so does Leslie. Is that right? Leslie and Gunther? Lelas and Gunnar.
Oh, that's what you're trying to pull for.
Oh,
Sorry.
yes, I am trying to be like you. Pango should be up in time if they are forced to defend their base, but it might. Kami doesn't have buyback. They could, if they now do this.
Did he get buyback? Wait, did he get buyback? I saw he had buyback. Did he buy something?
Probably. What did he buy? Looks like it was, yeah, he bought some components of the Aghanim Scepter, which he desperately needs.
True, but I guess it wouldn't matter, right?
Yeah, it
He had to
doesn't
buy
matter.
mana because they're not really sieging it too much either way. So
They're
I
not
think it's no
threatened.
point. Yeah.
They're not threatened here on Night Pulse. It was, and a reminder, they still got the top racks. They still took the mid-tier 1, mid-tier 3. So it's not a huge problem for them. Can we look at the win percentage though? I do think that we should see it
Shift size.
somewhat.
Yeah.
Observer, the win percentages maybe after this fight
Are
is
they
over.
spotted? No, Bushrat would not connect, thankfully. That would have been pretty scary if it did.
Oh.
But it brings in into the use as well.
Fly, this is gonna be a tough. Oh!
Trying to play with the Ram, but it's just constantly keeping the rest of the squad to the back line and trying to delay it. He will literally single-handedly remove the Skyrock. Stonegate's even committed. They want to go for the pick of Yuma, no way to run. There's probably the ultimate as well to try to slow things down, but the slows, the defusal, playing it hand in hand. No choice but to pump the BKB, but they still want to go for it. They know the BKB is going to time it eventually. There's the gush. Where's the hammer? Pumps the U, sets things up. And Yuma will fall!
Oh,
3 men, but no buyback. No way
over.
for them to contend for this.
That's it.
Megas or ending, we shall see.
Doesn't matter. It's basically the same thing, whatever you go for. If you get Megas, you're going to win it in a few minutes. If you go for the end, you just end it right now. Here's the thing. They do not want to go for Megas because they do not want the Ursa to buy back. If you go for this, they might be like, oh, Ursa has buyback, but he doesn't want to use it, so we'll just take Megas, which is a huge advantage anyway. Oh dear. Meanwhile, Storm Spirit to the top lane, just kind of farming. Gunner.
Still trying to sustain, but Sally, all the bolts and sustain in the world will not keep you alive. Pop in the water park as well at the same time. They managed to pull into the mix for here, try to sustain as long as possible. Tide, Vasya, sustain, Glimmer, committed to the buy to save his life. Storm Spirit trying to do his best. He wants to get his pick up on the watermelon, but it would not succeed or happen.
Oh, well, good effort at least. Gunner still is dead for 70 seconds. No Yuma. I keep thinking, I was like, would the Fusel Blade have changed the game? Might have been worth it to go for that, but it's such a hard Ursa situation to be in when you're behind like this.
Correct.
No one has mana burn on your side. No one can really bring down the Medusa. And you got Tide Hunter to deal with as well.
It was really the composition where you needed a snowball, right? You needed a snowball, you needed to have that lead.
Oh, 100%. Tell us how you really feel, Gaben. It's like they got 0 chance to win.
Yeah, man.
Has fallen.
Not even, what?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not like this. Still at the Storm Gate, sustaining. Static Storm, no way for the Storm to really try to get out of it. He has no BKB at all, by the way. Still on cooldown here. Yuma falls back here. Dives back into the mix. Can he try to secure it?
Oh,
Medusa has no mana, by the way. Kami trying to fend for his life, but they want to try to punish the Storm Spirit because he knows his buyback becomes a dieback. Now the rest of the squad diving into the mix as well. Not much cause around to save them for the light of day.
Really?
Ravish also committed as well to literally secure their win for this second series, because let's be honest, they are making their way to upper bracket round 2.
Well, Yuma about to die here. Actually, that was going to die first.
Oh, actually,
Yuma
he's
or the
still
throne.
sticking around. Wow, okay.
Not sticking for long. They looks like they're good. You get a kill on Warwick, but the throne falls, and GG is called by Fly. Nouns sent to the lower bracket. Kudos to Night Pulse for going. A team that, on paper, impressive players for sure.
Of course.
But they're going up against what of the juggernauts. Oh, look! Did you see that? Did you see what he did? And I was like, wait, how did this happen? Who are these guys that just came in and beat us? Well, congratulations to Night Pulse taking it 2-0 against Nouns.
Yes, it definitely quite the achievement, right? That
Yeah.
kind of thing. Like, don't get me wrong, we are all prominent players. All prominent teams. Sure, there are hierarchies between all these tier 1 teams for sure, for a fact, but the skill level and the opportunity required to bring that kind of win against such a team is not something that's very easy to achieve here.
No.
Not at all.
For sure. And here we're going to go see a little bit of... Oh, wait. We're going to go into the house between these two teams here. This was the first blood coming out. I think they gave it to Fly. Yeah, Fly got it. Bit of a KS there. Beautiful. This was... They get a kill on the Storm Spirit. They were able to chase for at least +1. I think Gunnar made it out of this one. But still very happy for them. I mean, sorry, like a very happy situation for Night Pulse. Meanwhile, it's just every fight is kind of the same, where all these ultimates and abilities from the Dire side are landing, and it's very hard. The Kami comes in with the ultimate in that situation, chases them away. It was a tough engagement for Nouns, most of these fights. Not sure how they were going to be able to begin it. This was about, I think the Junter buys back before this fight. Kill Lilith later on, but it's not the biggest deal. And you were thinking, oh, maybe it's something. This was kind of an opening for them. You know, dead Medusa for a few seconds, but they weren't able to capitalize on it at all.
Yeah.
Poor Yuma, dude. A hard game. So many stuns, Yule Scepters. Very difficult for him to play.
It really was, right? And at the same time, there was not enough, like... There's not enough damage being handled by the rest of the squad as well. You won't expect much coming from the Kunkka. That's definitely going to be the utility one already. Sky and Crystal Maiden, don't get me wrong, yes, they have damage if they are permitted. I think that's the right term, permitted to do so.
Permitted, I like it.
Because literally they are not allowed.
They were prohibited.
Yeah. They really just keep getting denied, and even if they were to try, I feel that this is gonna get like backstab, just like, oh, actually, what I meant is you could try it next year, not now.
Now, Lilith in general, I didn't really feel the impact of the Sky with Mage past the laning phase. Fly as well was always the easy target, even though he had like, I think, better spell usage in this game, but it's like a Crystal Maiden, you jump and you kill her every time. The other supports though, Disruptor, Glimpse was always a factor. 3 times he catches copy after he jumps away, he's like, come back, I got something for you.
It's so difficult in every aspect, right? Because if we had to have a checklist, right?
Yep.
Do we have team fight? Yeah, we got that check down. We have scaling, fantastic Medusas right there. Like if catch potential, everything's there.
And the mana burn from the Pangolier as well in all of these fights, and like he just jumps in, burns all people's mana. It's very impressive what they were doing. I don't know if it's like something like where it's like, oh, amazing draft. It's more like Night Pulse themselves played really good. So I look forward to seeing them, but if we're going to see them, we're going to see them tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
We still have one more best of 3, but we might be in for a longer break because we have to work out like the other match. So we'll let you guys know. But for now, we are going for a break. Could be a long one. We'll see you guys when we come back with the final match series of the day. Hello and welcome to the final series of the first day for the Dota 2 Portal Invitational. I'm Tomo, joining me is Leonard. And Leonard, we had a bit of a long-ish gap between the second and third series.
Oh, yeah.
But we are down to the last series of the day. It is going to be B8 or Bait versus Nouns. You coming in with any feelings towards these teams? Any emotions?
I mean, it is the nature of the competition, right? Because right now, this last series is actually not only going to be deciding which team is going to be going forward in this lower bracket, but we're also going to be saying goodbye to our very first team here, out of the top 8 here.
Yep.
So, but you know, that's like I said, that's the nature of the competition. There's always going to be a winner, and there's always going to be someone who's going to be taking the hit here. So, honestly, between the two sides here, I think BA is also a prominent team with a prominent name as well. Now, so far, we haven't really, like you mentioned before as well, haven't really been living up to the performance we were really expecting so far.
Yep.
However, I believe with this new additional pressure in this final series of tonight, maybe this will like jumpstart them a little bit, like really get them into gear at the fact that, now this thing's about to get serious here, because we have a total prize pool of 100,000 USD here. It's not cheap change, no, not at all. A very massive amount here. A lot of grocery money is going into this, so really, you need to try to keep yourself into it.
Yeah, so this is going to be the lower brackets, round 1. So after these matches are done, we're going to be down to the final 6 teams. We're not going to continue the tournament tomorrow.
Yeah.
But what essentially this match is going to be for is $1,500 and tournament life. If you lose, you get $2,000, you're out. If you win, $3,500 and a chance to get to continue your run in the lower bracket. I agree with you though that I think Nouns looks better coming in. In general, we're like second best team in North America, second best team in North America. Now we're going to find out just how good the second best team in North America amounts to with going up against Bait, who is not really considered like a top 5 team in Europe. Let's just go with that. Like, they're not really in the top 5, so we'll see how it's going to work. But we're going to go into the brackets to see just exactly how the other matches have shaped up so far. We'll be there in just a second. Or not. No, hold on. No. I was baited. Great bait, mate.
Well, definitely for sure. But of course, let's quickly go through, I guess you could say, a very quick recap to what really happened.
Yep.
Starting from the very beginning of the day, right? So we have very series happening concurrently at the same time, where our stream A, we were handling our first series of the day, which was 1 win versus Dandelions, which they were able to secure a beautiful 2-0, allowing 1 win to move forward, whereas Dandelion was one of the few teams to, I guess you could say, secure themselves in the lower bracket round 1.
Secure is a strong word. I think you didn't secure anything, you fell to it. That is the truth. Just like Nouns also fell to the lower bracket against Night Pulse, and it was a surprising matchup because we were expecting Nouns to do a little bit better there. In the meantime, Mouse versus Liga is still currently ongoing. They are a bit behind due to factors which we may or may not be able to discuss, so we're not going to risk it. But they are in the B stream. It is called the B stream because it's B quality. This is the A stream. You get the A+ quality here. Actually, the B stream is just as good with Crash Only Permanent Sneeze. Check it out and make sure you tell them that I said that they are B quality compared to what we're doing.
But most importantly as well, really massive shout out to all our amazing viewers who are really joining us from the very beginning until towards the very last series here today as well here.
Thanks, Mom.
And although yes, we have 2 separate streams, do still give a big shout out to your favorite teams and do check them out on both sides. We have great talents, great players, great broadcast team as well to really support us entirely as well. But of course, with that being said, that's enough about the brackets. Let's quickly get to our head-to-head here, or at least I guess you could say a quick introduction of our players here coming from B8 here.
Yeah, this is going to be Bait. It's going to be Stome, Dendi, Rinseku, Mary, as well as I'm sorry, I'm not sure how to pronounce that name. I gotta say, Dendi is rocking the mustache. That is your uncle. When you were 10, this is your uncle showing up here. Your dad's younger brother with a mustache. You're like, damn, uncle, what you got going there?
I'm really picturing how great it is when he tells his nephew or kid one day, or maybe his grandkid, just whenever his kid brings up a picture, it's like, hey, a picture of Punch with the bone hook is like.
That's me.
Yeah, it's like, what's that supposed to mean? You know, sit down, kid. Let me tell you a great story.
Well, that's one team. Let's look at Nouns here. They're represented from North America. What we got here is going to be Fly, Gunner, Copy, Lilith, and Yuma. You know, they're very American. They have one person from a different country, which is really cool. I like that. Copy,
Pretty
he's
universal at that point.
It's a universal lineup, you know. Copy is relatively new to the scene. They put him in the mid lane. They moved Gunner to the off lane. It's been a little hit and miss so far for now. Sometimes they look really good. Sometimes they look like they're struggling. They brought in Lilith from South America. He used to be an off lane for, I believe, Thunder Awaken at some point. But either way, and no, actually, no, he was part of Quincy crew for a while as their offlaner. Then he moved to the position 4. Yuma comes in from Nigma Galaxy, where he played with Nigma Galaxy, and we'll just leave it at that and not elaborate on how much success or lack of. And of course, Fly, probably one of the most well-known captains in the world in the Dota 2 scene, so brings a lot of discipline to the team. Let's look at how the teams do match up. And Nouns definitely rocking the jerseys a little bit better. And everyone's coming in here with the white and tiny bit of black. Bait,
a lot more unison, I guess you could say.
Yes. Bait, on the other hand, is like, oh, we got 3 of them, and the other 2, they're new, you know, they're still getting their jerseys. It's shipping. Shipping costs ain't cheap right now.
I mean, regardless, I think it's still going to be a really great game between both sides as well.
Yep.
I mean, let's not take into account of the first series, the first series that we saw from the upper bracket round coming from Nouns. Right? I think even from past track record, I think so far they've had quite the amount of success as well.
Oh, for sure.
So it's just maybe particularly this one, I think there's a lot more on the line, since this is going to be the game to decide who's going to be moving forward, who's not, right?
Yep.
Kind of thing. So definitely a lot more pressure, not just for Nouns, but even for B8 as well. I think they both definitely are in the hot seat here. Definitely will be coming forward, but let's be honest, I am really excited to cast Danny's game. I think I mean, maybe for you, you've done it before, but I never personally cast a Danny's game before. Never.
Well, it is. It's always fun when you do these games because you watch these teams and, like, you know, especially years, you know, when we were like, years right?
ago, right?
And it's crazy. Sometimes it's like, oh, wow, Dandy or Puppy or Kuroki, and you're like, holy crap, I was watching these guys 10 years ago and I get to cast them. It's a very much a surreal moment.
It really is. It's a lot of adrenaline.
It is crazy to see. Sometimes though, like, it doesn't, you're not always casting them at their best where they were like winning tournaments.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, I suppose.
It will be the icing on the cake for me if Danny did really pick up the punch. But let's be honest, it's mostly unlikely. But if he does do it, I'm just like, hey man, that is totally an amazing feeling.
Would be cool. He will be going up against Copy. It's very much the old guard versus the young buck, as we said. I think Copy's like 19, 20, something like that. He's very young.
20 plus.
20
plus.
He's very young. Dandy, on the other hand, you know, we've seen the mustache. We know what that means.
It's the same. It's pretty much the same generation. Maybe not age generation, but the same generation with Fly, I guess, as well.
Oh, I think they're the same age as well. It's like, you know, so it'll be cool to see how they match up against it. You know,
I just saw a picture just now, right? Like, one of my friends, like, I think maybe because of all this Dota top events that are happening so far right now. So I guess you could say the API really like flowed into my social media, and I saw a picture of like all the OG players, right? We saw the previous Alliance player, Dandies, Puppies, back in the Navi days, all in one group photo. And I was like, my God, that was like my childhood. But of course, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're finally jumping into the drafting of our final series of the night here, or early morning for some of you as well. And we have our first few bands here. Chen, of course, is definitely going to be one of the few bands which is definitely going to be quite common. Kunkka, Enigma, DP, and the DK here.
Yeah, the Enigma coming out. Interesting ban out from Nouns. They do not want to play against that. As for Bait, Death Prophet, and Dragon, they're like, we do not want you guys to push us too hard, you know? I wouldn't be surprised if something like Leshrak gets banned next, because he is sort of the trifecta of the pushing heroes.
Oh, yeah.
Which is the Leshrak, the Death Prophet, and the Dragon Bait. And that is an active camera from Fly. In the previous series, it was kind of like paused. We couldn't see him move, but it's like, nope, And he's drinking water. Well, we'll be
10
doing that as
seconds
well.
remaining.
You know, stay healthy.
You know, when I saw the Enigma ban, for some reason I got
5
flashback to the
seconds
time where
remaining.
it was like, okay, it wasn't really Danny's last game. Danny's last game in his very first TI win was Puck, but I know in his first region he was playing Enigma initially first. I remember there was the statement during the awards as well where Puppy said he was the most patient Enigma in the whole world.
He means that in a good way. You know,
Yeah.
that he only throws a good black hole.
Yeah.
And no mustache. I've been misled. There was some false advertising going out from that bait picture. Very sad to see that. In the meantime, they are taking their time with this last ban from bait, wondering what exactly they're going to be removing from the pool. Disruptor, Crystal Maiden have been the high priority supports. Maybe you want to get rid of one of them. Enchantress she's been seen as it, but I've never actually, witnessed her being picked up here.
The thing is, I feel Enchantress is just one of those few heroes where it's not really like a priority ban kind of thing, but it is somewhat an option. You have this really great support that can really handle by yourself, but Tiny, very strong opening, very flex as well.
There is a person there. I'm sure there's a person there. This is actually, it's just very dark.
Didn't really have the lighting properly.
You know, it's okay. These are the pro players. Every camera super dark and in a very awkward angle, and you're like, yep, that's a pro player right there. Nouns, they do open up with the Lilith Bat Rider here, and bait. We imagine it is going to be the position for Tiny, but mid Tiny can also work out. Yeah, it is flexible.
Off lane, mid lane support. Feels great in every lane and every stage as well. Counter initiating as well. Great nukes potential.
Yep.
Good and nice against the Bat Rider too if you're really fast enough for the reaction too.
Meanwhile here, it's Rubik being banned out from bait. That means they might be taking something that, in general, Rubik is fairly solid in the lane.
Yeah.
And no matter what lineup you pick up, there's going to be something he wants to steal.
10 seconds
Or maybe
remaining.
particularly here, there is a particular hero where having that particular spell
5
stolen
seconds
does hurt.
remaining.
Like I'm talking about a little bit old school now, right? It's that kind of thing when you pick an Earthshake and then suddenly out of the blue you have a Ruby come into the mix as well. Then
Jack Hero as well, yeah.
Then that suddenly that Earthshaker doesn't really have that much presence against the Rubik, mainly because of the fact that Rubik's Fisher does it a little bit more better. You slows it down. Just really works against you at the time, right?
It does. It is. And if you're Nouns, you might be considering banning out the Shadow Demon. Because Shadow Demon against the
Bat Rider.
Bat Rider is pretty annoying. Or the
Nouns
Disruptor.
turn to
I think
ban.
one of those two would be the ones we want to get rid of here. So like Shadow Demon or Disruptor, because the bait will probably take the other one. And Centaur gets banned out. We see this a lot when your Bat Rider jumps in lassos. You stampede and then you just take him instantly to your sides because you get all that extra movement speed.
A lot. I guess you could say just a lot
10
of
seconds remaining.
counter bans right now in this case, right? Like, what do you want to try to sort of set things up
5
for yourself here?
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, I love the idea for going with the Shadow Demon ban, especially if you want to be really aggressive with the Bat Rider here. I won't say like, I mean, sure, it is a great save. I mean, there's really nothing wrong with the Shadow Demon pick, but then again, at the same time, I feel like Shadow Demon is really those kind of heroes where it really needs to be in a particular good set of hands here.
I think you can probably ban one and pick up the other. If you're announced, ban the Shadow Demon, take the Disruptor the other way around. I'd worry more about the Disruptor from bait than the Shadow Demon. I think Disruptor in the lane also against Lilith. You throw out the Thunder Strikes, very hard for the Bat Rider to do anything. So we'll see. Yeah, but yeah, both teams dip in pretty deeply into the reserve time. We've only got one pick each right now. Now it's about 50 seconds in. Bait, they've got 45 seconds left of reserve time. And it is... they get rid of the Morphling. Who do they pick up? They pick up the Disruptor.
Yeah.
Okay, they had to pick up the Disruptor, but they do leave the Shadow Demon for bait. Why? He's got some ideas here.
Well, you see, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, Shadow Demon is just one of those heroes that, yes, it's a great save, can be great counterplay for a certain set of heroes as well.
Yep.
But if you were to weigh out your options, right, like in terms of
10
priority,
seconds remaining.
like who will be better for the ban, who will be better for the selection here? They're definitely a lot more higher priority in this case here. But of course,
the thing is, you have to take Shadow Demon if you're up against
the ban.
Disruptor and Bat, right? Because you counter Glimpse and you counter Lasso. It's too good. So, again, somewhat surprised that Nouns banned the Morphling instead of one of these and taking the other.
10 seconds
Well,
remaining.
Magnus comes out, so you got big team fight. Faceless Void might be the next
5
option for bait, and
seconds
suddenly you have the, you know, the tiny tree volley with the Magnus RP with the Chronozer. Like, we've seen this before.
Yeah, we've seen this before, but we also saw the game. We literally just casted the game initially where we didn't see the tiny going for the scepter when we had the chrono as well. I mean, that's what we were discussing just now, right? Where there were games where we had the chrono, but at the same time you just didn't really have to necessarily follow up damage to really pair well with the chrono here, that kind of thing here. So yes, if Tiny is go for the scepter, it is susceptible. It's pretty great as well. TB definitely a lot more slower, but then again, you just have that much damage, right? That kind of thing.
I can't say I love the TB this game. And you're up against like a lot of magic damage, a lot of
5
BKB
seconds
piercing
remaining.
ability, one BKB piercing ability. Sorry, two actually, the Demonic Purge and the RP. And like the Shadow Demon illusions are also very powerful. So I know, I'm somewhat surprised to see that the draft coming out from Nouns. Bait, Faceless Void in the pool. So is the Bloodseeker. And Bloodseeker, not bad at all in a game like this, actually. But Faceless Void might be the safer option. As my co-caster is taking
10
pictures,
seconds
he is like, I am so putting this on my Instagram later.
5 seconds
They
remaining.
will know.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit fangirling a little bit here, right? But,
Go
you
for
know,
it.
But of course, anyway, yes, coming back to the matter of hand, right? So,
Dire team
Faceless Void. I told you, this is dude. The fact that we are reading this draft like a book makes me think that Nouns also knows what's coming, which hopefully means they have a counter. Because the bait draft, it is powerful. 3 BKB piercing ultimates, 2 of them AOE. You have the tiny
10
from far
seconds
range
remaining.
throwing in those trees. It is very scary. Could be support tiny to be
seconds
fair. But that also means bait can take a phoenix.
Nouns turn to ban.
that's a good ban as well because
That's a good one.
one of the best offlaner against, and Pango is so flex as well. You don't really need to, don't really necessarily have to go to the offlane on the mid lane as well.
Nouns turn
That's pretty
to
great.
ban.
Darkseer, good ban. You just do not want to enable like too much illusion control on your end after getting rid from the TB.
Dire team
You already have
back.
Disruptor already able to take the meta here for himself with the illusions here.
They are a little unsure here on Nouns on which what's coming up. They ban out an offlane and the mid.
I'm actually happy with the Zeus ban as well.
But that's,
Traditionally wise, that's what we've seen in the past where Zeus, TB doesn't really have a really fun time against the Zeus. And
10
Zeus
seconds remaining.
with the new key ability paired with the Chrono is actually pretty crazy, pretty good as well.
5
I want to say we have
seconds
two heroes.
remaining.
I want to say either Invoker if it's going to be going mid, if the Tiny support, or I want to say Phoenix if it's Tiny mid. Give me one of those two, because you can have just insane wombo combo. You will be very, very cooldown dependent, but on the other side, Nouns, once meta is down, they're not really able to fight much themselves. So we'll see. Bait, who's got the last pick? It's going to be Bait coming up next. Do you want the Phoenix? Phoenix? No, they think.
Turn to
Oh,
This is good.
unusual.
Primal great, it really locks down the Rolling Thunder, really
Yes.
controls the TV if necessary. Good follow-up
Now
against
select
the
your
lasso
heroes.
if you really can't really stop him in time.
So it's going to be the mid Magnus versus the Pang. By the way, you know what happens every time a game ends, the drafting stage ends? Every player on each team looks to each other like, we won the draft, boy. Oh yeah, we crushed them in the draft. And then one team's always wrong, but you never know which one it is until the end. But every time a draft ends, I always look at both teams, and sometimes you look at the expression of the players. Both teams are very happy, and I'm like, well, one of you can't be right.
Right.
So, Bait, great team fight, very durable group of heroes as well. Solid save with the toss, with the disruption. Great, should be a good laning phase. Overall, Bait, nice standard draft. Nouns, a little bit more specialized with the pickoffs from the Batrider and the Glimpse from Disruptor. Teamfight is also good, but none of it is BKB piercing, which is a problem.
Yep.
And the illusions from the Terrorblade could be a problem. So I like the Bait draft. I don't know if that means Bait is gonna win or not, but I like the draft more.
I mean,
Now it's like when you have to pick which one, you're like, well, we haven't seen the power levels yet.
no, because I'm looking at the laning phase, right? Because TB early game isn't really necessarily the best kind of thing. And at the same time, like we're talking about him laning against the Beastmaster,
Oh, yeah.
which is the kind of thing where when you play as a TV and you don't like and you have really weak early game,
Yeah.
you just don't like constant or consistent damage. I guess you could say really consistent damage. That's something that Beastmaster can deliver pretty consistently as well, and it really stacks out. Where the Throwing Axe really just stacks, so it will really hurt the TV quite indefinitely. At the same time, I am concerned. But then again, if he's able to survive, if he's able to endure that early phase, then we might actually be really seeing a very scary TV, right? But that's where the Void comes in, right? Void comes in to try to lock him down in place. You also have the RP. Just even if he picks up the BKB, I feel like both teams have really covered various spaces.
Yeah.
Right? You have counterplay, you have team fight abilities, you have catching as well. Sustain wise,
It's a tough one.
it really just comes down to
here's
who's
the
able to punish those necessary small mistakes, right?
Here's the thing. If you're a fan of Dendi, you would support him.
Like,
And,
I can't have bias in now.
Oh, okay, all right. Now I see. Suddenly,
30 seconds
I can't have
to
bias. So it's like before this, it's the pictures, and I'll send this to my mom.
I mean,
you know?
I can take pictures, sure, you know. I'm only human.
I watched him growing up, and all this. Suddenly, you're casting his game, and you're like, "Do you believe in Dendi?" Oh, I don't know, man. It's a tough one, bro. You know what?
It's a tough one. I can guarantee you that for sure.
You know what? I'm gonna go with bait here
battle
myself
begins.
because I am a man, and I believe in Dendimon.
I'm.
Yes, yeah, okay.
I think I will have to go for the TV.
I mean, yeah, nothing
That
wrong.
can't be
with-
chicken, fine.
I know. I thought that was the courier. I saw the courier. I was like, oh, it's a chicken courier. Leonard. And meanwhile,
Wait,
Beastmaster
hold
on the
on.
back. Look at the. By the way, look at the shoulders on that man. That is. He does not skip shoulder day.
I mean, he plays the drums too, man. I played seasoned drum. Trust me, it takes a lot. It's actually a lot. You need a lot more like
Physical?
a lot more physical and upper body to really pull it off. Really. Disruptor. I think this is just one of the few videos where like able to just casually poke things down, but you do need to take into account of the board. But throwing axes is still such a menace to deal with, as it just really stacks it up too.
Can we click on the Beastmaster for a second? Oh, okay, guess not. We'll just look at. I was hoping we can click on the Beastmaster. Okay, yeah. Because I was thinking, it's not. Is it definitely the core, right? And yeah, I see the core
I'll be
bed.
happy for sure.
It was because Tiny was going and doing all those denies and stuff. Stoma, he will just be supporting right now as EG. I'm gonna call him Demon. If you see a DEM XN, I'm gonna like that's probably an O.
Yeah. I'm totally fine with this, right? Like, you get a couple of more stacks, you just whittle it down slightly, and then literally one avalanche is pretty much all you need, and then there's someone's gonna be in a world of hurt for sure.
And Beastmaster, he did get buffed up. He has extra attack speed from his aura. It used to be 10 to 40, now it's 10 to 46. You get plus 12. Oh, okay.
Comes back, claims into the mid, try to make use of the fact that
That's a
he's the level two first, and they're gonna be able to try to secure it. I think they will. Just one more couple of hits. Just need that vision, playing with the trees. Sim quests at 6 as well. And the best part, meta just times out.
Yeah, perfect time. Well done. We're gonna be like all calculated, bro. He got exactly as he wanted.
Oh man.
In terms of CS bomb lane though, it's 7-3 to the 7-0, so very even right now. A couple more denies for Nouns, but it's not a big deal. Satoma needs to be very careful though. Reflection comes out, not as painful as it used to be. In fact, it barely does any damage to the Tiny.
I mean, for sure, but can you imagine we have a DK in the round instead, right? He's not gonna have a fun time at all. No, I can guarantee you this.
I don't think there's really any illusion in this game that TB can make.
Reflection, really. Yeah.
Reflection, sorry. Like any copy of the enemies that we have to be worried about.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's look at the other lanes now. We're bored. Top lane.
I don't think we'll see much
Boring.
either, right? Yeah, because I think it's a lot more peaceful here.
Yeah,
It's really the calm before the storm.
This is the Gandhi side of the map, Like I don't hurt you, you don't hurt me. Love and peace, everyone.
There's not. I would say there's no kill potential, but it's not relatively high. Like you would need to really overextend yourself like this.
Oh dear,
to just get that nice pick off here.
Good start there. Yep, if we were looking at kill potential, definitely bottom has a little bit more from it.
Oh, yeah.
Between the Beastmaster and the Tiny. I do like, by the way, I think I like the bird change. I was always one of those people who was like, oh, you summon a bird and then you have to send it to the enemy, to the area, sorry, it was weird. Now it's like, oh, that's fine. Dandy. Oh.
I think a lot of people say it's weird, mainly because of the fact it's just a change of style, right? Because
Oh yeah, it's very different.
Because initially you just send the bird in one area just for visioning, and that's just pretty much it. Now you're able to really have a lot more. I guess it's a lot more interactive right now. At the same time, and I think not many people are accustomed to it.
Yeah, definitely. It takes us takes a while to get used to it.
Mm-hmm.
In the mid lane is going to be the Pangolier and Mr. Dendi himself.
Yep.
Looks like it's fairly even, but not if... Ooh, yo, copy.
That could have been a little bit scary. Could have been.
Good skewer away, but he's out of health, so he has to go back to base, which is going to be allow copy to take the lead in the mid lane. Then he was doing a good job, but not good enough.
It's pretty hard as well. Like if we talk about like just rune control, I think Pangolier just does it a little bit better as well. Although both are melee heroes, but I think it's a little bit more easier for the Pangolier.
Swashbuckle is just way more mobility than the skewer for sure. And new followers, that's awesome. Love new followers. Yeah. And while, how are we doing on the Faceless Void? Rin, he's not liking it right now. Gunner, he walks up to him, anchor smashes, and Rin's like, well, that's not fun.
And then just times walk away as if like nothing's happened really. Oh, good skewer, good attempt, but I think as long with the swashbuckle, I think he's always going to be able to get out of that situation. Like, I think that RP will somewhat determine whether that's going to be a pickup or a kill or not. But the bottom side, as usual, like I said, a couple of stacks, an avalanche, one single combination, Disruptor will not be able to sustain or endure. TB on the other hand doesn't really have the ultimate yet, so he also just had to be a slightly more extra careful here. A lot of stacks, but guess what? Great teleportation, great reinforcement for the punish as well. Especially when you carry or core is in imminent danger.
Yep, it's a great move by Lilith, but yeah, you lose your offlaner for bait. However, you're forcing movements from the other side, so it's not like it's a complete mess for you. You're like, it's okay as a trade.
Like it doesn't hurt either, right? Because like we're talking about Tidehunter, pretty durable, pretty beefy.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
He's not gonna really die in that top lane either.
Exactly.
Like, it's pretty hard. So him getting that solo EXP, solo farm, I think that's like it's a win-win for them really.
And copy, can he steal this? Oh, Mary's like, no. Let's not do that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Lilith, I think he spots that there's a giant stack on the way. Yes, he does. Oh no.
Now this is where Bad Radish shines, right? Like Firefly, get a couple of napalms, you're gonna be able to steal all of the stacks.
He got most of it, but there's still a few creeps here. Could throw a flame break if he wants to, but you know, it's level 1 flame break, only lasts 2 seconds.
Not really gonna do much, yeah.
If you get the big creep, you'll get me happy. As Lilith, it's level 4.5 thanks to that steal.
Yeah. Great. Look at that damage, my god! Absolutely buried in rubble. But then again, great cancel the Rolling Thunder, just lost absolute vision on the Beastmaster here.
Demon very happy with that movement right now. So 4 people come up bottom and Fly loses his life. That is pretty massive for them. Gunner is still crushing it though. That is the best, so far the best news for Nouns is that Rin is struggling. Gunner is just having the best time of his life.
Yep.
Double bracer. Huh, okay.
I mean, he just has to endure it, right? Like, he knows that it's not really easy to really pick him off either way, but then again, skewer into the Rolling Thunder. Flame break this time, but he managed to find the chink in the armor here. Nice calling with an RP, a 2-man RP, but not going to be really committed towards his team fight here. I feel like you could try, especially with the TP coming from the Tiny as well. But then again, that's not going to happen. Better safe than sorry.
If you're bait, you should get out. You basically got the best case scenario, which is you kept Dendi alive while forcing them to use their ultimate. That is as good as it gets.
Yep.
So again, another pretty solid engagement for bait. However, 2 of their cores are not struggling. They're not struggling, but they're behind in farm for sure.
It's definitely not as smooth as they would like it to be for sure. But they're definitely getting by. Like no one's being befall here. No one's really happening. Southside on the other hand, it's a little bit concerning for the side here for the Thai Hunter. I mean, sure, he can't really kill the Faceless Void, nor can the Faceless Void really take down the Thai Hunter.
Yeah.
Both side getting the farm is actually pretty scary in a way, you know.
I wonder if Rin will consider going for a Hand of Midas. Looking at the pace of the game, it's on the slower side.
Yep.
But no, he's going to go for the classic Mask of Madness. There's no wrong decision here. Might be actually better for him to go Mask of Madness so he can join fights, do something.
The thing is, I think if he does pick up the mask, the minute he picks up the Midas, I think we'll see a little bit different in terms of tempo here coming from the side here.
Yeah, Nouns will say, listen, they're going Midas, do something.
Glimpse backs beautiful into the meta. No way he's going to be able to get out of this kind of damage output. Now we'll be able to survive. A kill is pretty great. Slowly boosting up in terms of goals here. There is a slight net worth advantage coming from the side here for the Radiant team.
1,000 gold, 9 minutes.
Not a lot, but
it's like 1 kill basically.
But you take what you get, right? Because
for sure. Oh, 2,000. Okay, 2,000 is a lot.
I mean, with how peaceful the lanes has been so far.
There's triple stack coming out here for Mr. Dendi. He's gonna at least be able to recover slightly. Oh, nicely done. Notices Bat Rider again. Oh, not this time.
Oh, nice having with the Flaming Lasso, but then again, this is where the Disruptor comes in and shines, right? Saving anyone who gets Flaming Lasso, locks them down. That's a nice pick-off. Definitely not something that the Bat Rider would have expected, but at least now he knows, or at least reminded here.
Lils is like, I'm farming creeps, man. Sorry, then he was like, he goes down. Lils tries to steal. He's like, not today, boy.
Look at the Thai Hunter, right? He is literally topping the net worth. I mean, both offlaners are actually topping the net worth.
Yeah, Yuma as well as Copy are also doing a good job. Dendi recovering slightly. What's he going for? He's going to go for the Helm of the Dominator here.
Which is expected as well. It's like one of the few prime or best item for the Beastmaster, even before the added minus bonus to the Helm of the Dom.
It's basically a Hand of Midas. Well, how are we doing here? Another stack going. Decent stacking coming up from Bait. They have been they've recognized that their team, their allies, the cores will need it, and that's going to be. I'm not sure if it's a triple or a quad stack, but a lot for the Beastmaster.
Yep.
Triple. That's a triple.
Are fortified.
Gotta respect it. At least maybe wait it out for the Helm of the Dominator, right? You get that extra creep, that could be a nice, durable assistance there for sure, depending on what creeps you get for sure.
What creeps do you want in this game? I'm partial to the Granite Golem giving you 20% extra health. I think that's huge for your whole team. But a lot of times we see the Thunderhide being picked up instead. Tiny.
I think that's also one of the things to be thankful for, right? And where there's no Doom opposing you, because usually you just get up the talent tree at level 20 to eat the Ancients.
Oh, 15 actually. 15, you just go like,
15. So it's like every time you get an Ancient, it's like, hey, and the dude just comes in, oh, thanks.
I'm surprised by the Gunner's got 2 skill points standing. He's only used 3 skill points.
Right.
2 on Kraken, 4 on Anchor, and he's got, there you go. He's like, puts one here.
Just trying to gauge like how is it going to be like, because it's been pretty peaceful so far.
It has been pretty peaceful. So it's like we said, this is just a game where it's like everyone's like, all right, we'll farm. But Rin is struggling on the Faceless Void. I think we are entering struggling territory right now.
Yeah, but honestly, it could have been worse.
Could have been worse. Right?
It really could have been worse.
It definitely also could have been better.
No, I mean, we can't ask for too much, right? That kind of thing. I mean, I think he's in a similar spot with TV, but the only difference is that TV just flash farms a lot better and a lot more faster than the Void here.
I guess so. Rintal, Yuma, bottom lane, continues to farm, just going to go for Yasha. Oh, Nouns? What's going on, Fly? What's happening? He pauses. He's like, all right, guys, listen. We're being too passive.
Gotta check the mouse, sometimes. You flick it a little bit too hard, it flies across the room.
Oh, it looks like, wait, no. Someone came to the room. That's why he had to go up. And every time I look at Copy, he's smiling. I don't know he's always smiling. Whenever we go, hey, there he's smiling again. He's a happy guy.
Yeah, he's a happy guy,
It's like there you go, he's smiling.
He reminds me of me, when I hear like people that I like on the call, I'm always smiling,
Okay. He's not smiling now.
Nice. You gotta catch it, It's those secret ones.
It'll come out in a minute or two. Come on. Man, I remember when Gunnar entered the scene,
Yeah.
and this was like when he was joining with the Eternal Avio. I think he was like 16, 17. He was very young.
Right.
And now he looks very different, you know, because he's a lot bigger, like a lot more buff.
I mean, people grow.
Yeah, I
you
know, but when you see him before, you're like, my God, it's been a few years now. I was a Batrider getting close to the Blink Dagger. Satome as well, but Lelis is about 400 gold ahead of him.
Which is, by the way, very impressive as well. Getting really close to the Blink Dagger this kind of timing as well. As a support, very cool.
Helm of the Overlord going to be the item of choice for the Beastmaster. He just, again, I'll be interested to see what creeps he prioritizes for the team, because I think you get yourself a Granite, yeah, that's pretty good. But Thunderhide gives you some push. Black Dragon's also good, which we'll see. And as we said, it is a farming accelerator as well.
Yeah.
Because you get the creep and you get the gold. Very tasty. There's going to be a minor stack there for the Radiant side, but in general, I don't know if we have that stat that shows camps stacked so far. No, that doesn't seem like it. That's Fly. We can see we were waiting for him. You can see his shadow moving. He's like, all right, guys, I'm drawing what we're gonna do.
I mean, it's really figuring out because no one's really like forcing fights. No one's really like trying to be aggressive or the other. Everyone's just like, all right, we just want to be reactive, not proactive, reactive here. Like if anyone goes for our TB, then we'll go for the fight. We have the ultimates, we have the capabilities. But if no one is really pressing each other's buttons, we don't have to be the one to initiate either. Right?
Yeah.
So I think on the other hand,
this is very standard Nouns, by the way. They do not rush. You know, they do give you a chance to play your game. They are not hyper aggressive.
Yeah, it's really that calm before the storm kind of thing, right? So I think the only difference that is just the timings, right? Like once we hit that mid game, I think we might actually see a little bit more rotation coming in for the Void as well. Like really play off with the Chrono if really nothing's happening, because you really don't want to let that TV really be too comfortable. A little bit too comfortable. I think even with the Chrono and the RP, it can get pretty crazy.
I don't know. I mean, you've got 4 BKB piercing abilities, ultimates, you can say, on the dire side. I don't know how scared you are of the TB.
No, I'm taking into account where the supports is going to be coming in, and with the rest of the members.
Supports have no save in this game though, so let them come in. You'll be like, yo, you guys were trying to save it. What are you gonna do, Disruptor?
No, I mean support. I mean everyone in general.
I know. Honestly, I'm looking at Bait and I'm thinking your team fight's amazing and should go fairly well for them. They do smoke on 4. Only Gunnar hasn't smoked, but I think he might be trying to rejoin the team.
Interesting. Okay, so they're going to be the one that is initiating first here.
Oh, Beastmaster. Did he walk in? Oh, Beastmaster. Yep, he's gone. He's gone.
That's a good lasso. Oh. Primal Roar at the same time, but then again, it's still going to be falling here. Rest of the team also joining into the fray alongside with Yuma as well. He did commit the meta to try to secure the pickup for this one. So I would not find anything more.
Solid move by Nouns there. They just going for they find the best target they could. And they do bring it down. Rin, he's got the Mask of Madness working his way off towards the Maelstrom. Gonna be some time. He's got the glove and the javelin, but no Mithril Hammer just yet. And they plan a very deep ward here on Nouns to hunt that area again.
Yeah, I love coming from B and just slowly grouping up together, because they understand the fact that, okay, Beastmaster just got a gang with a small gang. It's not going to stop there. They're probably going to be trying to look for a couple of more. They're not really showing much onto the map as well, not a lot of vision as well. So pretty silent for now. So just somewhat respecting it. Everyone just try to group as much as possible. Or at least keep their distance at least.
Then he goes for the first item, Blink Dagger. I feel like in games like this, I'd much rather see the Echo Saber on the Magnus, because you are farming a lot, and the Echo Saber, I'm not gonna say doubles your farming speed, but sometimes you go to a camp, you just go the quick tuck, and it's over, rather than tuck again, and now we're done, you know? Like, it really does help speed you up.
I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, it's more like in terms of preferences in itemization, right? Some prefer utility, some prefer to be initiative as well. Some just prefers to be a right clicker, be a main, like damage dealing core, you know?
But,
I know you have your preferences, but like, you know,
he has his preferences too, I know. But why can't they all just agree with me? That's fine. But as mentioned, the Blink Dagger makes more sense for Bait if they actually go for a team fight. If they don't, it's one of those things where you could have gotten more with an Echo Saber.
The thing is, I think he's already anticipating, right? Like that first initial catch, that smoky, I think it's already gave him like a clear picture of the fact that it's not going to stop here. They're going to be trying to see a couple more, and now you're starting to see they're really pushing out those lanes to see if they can try to go for the catch. I mean, that's pretty much why you have the Bat Rider in the first place, right?
Yeah. Speaking of Bat Rider, it's going for 1 point in Flame Break. This is unusual. We used to see one point in Napalm, then max out Firefly and Flame Break, but he's like, no, 1 point Flame Break. The nerfs really making themselves felt in how you approach the hero entirely. As they do go in, Gunner finds a few creeps here. It is a farming fest. Can we look at the win percentage, see who this actually favors? It favors Nouns, although they do have a 2,000 gold advantage, so I imagine when it's even, it would be favoring Bait. It goes down just a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, you could literally say someone says 50-50 at this point here.
Yeah, it's very much 50-50.
Yeah.
Either you win or you lose.
Because like no one's really having like an advantage over the other so far. It's just more like, hey, you know, if we catch the whole party, that's great. If we don't, then it's just one person. And sometimes that one person is not really like exactly who you wanted for, but you just can't ask for too much. You just be satisfied with what you get, you know?
Oh, Stormer walks through the fire, which means he can't blink to catch Lilith, and Lilith is going to be just fine. I don't think they spotted the Battle Rider, but they spotted the fire he left behind. They're like, fire! It's, you know, someone must have been here, and they've eaten tacos.
Definitely the 20% health percentage you were talking about, finally here. It'll be pretty great midway. No Doom to really eat it up either way, so they really need to break it down the traditional way.
The killing way.
Yeah, the killing way.
Well, that's. I mean, it is not an easy. Can we look at the grand goal? I think it's got something like 2,000 health, and yeah, it's got 2,175. It's got 8 armor, 30% magic. Oh, okay.
Oh, good.
Really?
Yeah, finally. Lasso into the resource here, but he got tossed back all the way to the back line instead. They get disrupted this by the next amount of time, but the Chrono comes in, catches up to the disruptor as well, buying the next amount of time for him to finally drop in the Static Storm, but he will fall. But sadly, it will also ensure the Void's death as well. A trade support for the core is something they would like to go for it for any time of the day. Toss it to the back line, tier 2 tower, that's totally fine. Dandelions
they have RP.
Connect on top of the skewers while waiting out for the Blink Dagger, but he did get hit by Flame Break, so that Blink Dagger is not going to be coming out for a couple of more seconds here for the follow-up with the RP.
Right, that was... Oh, looks like they're going to be... Are they going to go for copy? Oh, guess
they
so?
will attempt, they will try.
Oh,
no. Not going to connect at all. Was able to shield crash in time. Does skewer back to Tidehunter, but it's not going to do it. Try to TB up by Sally. The damage coming from Yuma from TB is absolutely significant.
That is a series of very unfortunate events right now. Firstly, it actually started off very well for them. The lasso comes up, but they immediately stop them from going. They toss them to their side. They're like, okay, that's kind of good. Yeah, the Grand Golem, everyone's significantly more tanky. The Chronosphere comes up, but then starts to turn. Why? Gunner throws out the Ravage, hits the Faceless Void, doesn't kill Fly. Fly gets his ultimate, then he dies, and you're like, well, you kind of screwed up the Faceless, didn't you? And throughout this whole time, Dendi wants to go and RP, but he doesn't. He holds on to it, and the time it lands on nothing.
I also love the idea coming from Gunner as well, right? Didn't really just throw out the Ravage, he just really waited that out for the Chrono. Because he understands the fact that the timing of the stun duration as well just nicely pairs with the time with the Chrono actually times out as well.
Oh, this is bad. This is real bad for Bait. As we mentioned, that was really kind of almost best case scenario in starting the fights. Fly.
Kinetic field.
He ain't easy to kill.
That'll be for sure, but the Ghost Reinforcement comes and try to go for the follow-up. Nice save with the disruption as well.
Actually,
Primal is not going to be able to connect because it really works against him in this case here. No Primal Roar, Rolling Thunder is still happening, but he will eventually time a nice timing with the Flaming Lasso, brings him all the way to the back, isolating the rest from his teammates, and no way to save him at all, especially with the disruption we used initially and earlier. No way for him to be saved from the Flaming Lasso.
2-for-1 trade. You're pretty happy with, on that for that Bait. Yes, you lose the make it possibly 3-for-1. He's got Ravage in about a second. Will he want to use it?
If the rest of the squad comes in, he does, but he only connects on 2. Will it be enough? He did drop the anchor though. Thunder High also coming in, piling on top of the damage, and we will burn him down. The way for him to escape in the metaphor is literally hitting them from home.
What an amazing move by Gutter. Firstly throwing out the Ravage, realizing that I still got life in me. You know, I'm not just going to, roll over and die. He walks out, throws the the anchor on Yuma, and then, not Yuma, sorry, the Faceless Void. Then he blinks back in and gets the anchor to kill him mid-animation of his time walk. A disastrous fight overall from Bait, which might start off fairly promising.
No, but and the best part about it is, although he has Vlad's offering, right? Sure,
Yeah.
it's a 2K item. It doesn't really give you a lot of health options, yeah. But it just gives you that necessary stat, a lot of life too, as well to really sustain in that situation. That bought him the necessary amount of time to really get that Ravage out. Although yes, it would have been a lot more comfortable if the rest of the team's nearby the fall, but it just bought enough the necessary amount of time here.
Yeah, and we are in a very scary spot right now. Yuma's also got the Aegis, so you have basically 3 lives on the Terror Blade.
Really hard to really melt him down, right?
Very difficult.
And the worst part about it is that he's really not easy to be found or caught because he usually just comes in last. You got a Pangli that's always diving into the mix as
You've
well.
got meta, you stay behind. It's like even if you don't dive in, like you go in last and you also go in from afar.
Yep.
We are seeing the Bait is crumbling right now. There is a chance that they can still take it, but it's not feeling. Look at Dendy's net worth. He's now behind Lilith's Batrider.
Yeah. The scale literally broke from that one fight inside the Dire's jungle as well.
They got Philosopher's Stone on both supports on the Radiant side. Can we see if any of the Dire... Wait, actually, I can tell if any of the Dire... No. I was gonna say they don't have it. I was about to say, because you can tell just from the way they get gold, the passive gold.
Right.
If you get just 1 every second, that means you don't have it. If you get 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, then it's like, oh yeah, you got the Philosopher's Stone.
Right.
As you can see from Lilith.
Up, here we go again.
Oh dear.
Like, I believe Ravage is going to be coming out shortly, not at the current moment, but then again, they don't need to worry about it. The Batrider is going to be the one that's coming into the mix. Playing gosh, anchor. What are you going to do about it? You just can't.
You're gonna die is what you're gonna do. And now they have all their ultimates up on Nouns. They might consider going high ground here. I don't know if it's premature or not, but you're in a really good spot to do that.
Radiant's top tower is under
Okay, that's the Black Dragon here. It's gonna be pushing. Looks like Nouns not too committed to go high ground just
Oh, there
yet.
it is, though.
Nice roll.
Plays into the mix as well. Shadow Demon literally gets isolated away. And the static stuff just solely for the Shadow Demon on itself. But then again, Flaming Lasso on top of the Beastmaster, definitely not the most funnest thing at all. No form, no resistance, no reinforcement here. You have entered no man's land here, or dead man's land
Fly?
here.
Is that...
Can he do it though?
Oh, almost we got
but the TP though. There's the TP. The Void comes in for a nice free pickup here for the takeaway.
That's what I meant. He was gonna die to the Faceless Void. I saw it coming a mile away. Too obvious. And overall,
I mean, it's that nice takeaway, that nice takeout that you always like to go for, right?
yes. And it's like you show up there, 1 hit, you take the kill, you go back home. Satoma, he is kind of in trouble. He is definitely in trouble. He's very much in trouble. He's dead.
Yep. Slowing down, napalm, gosh. That's pretty much going to be sealing his fate here for sure.
Well, a little bit unfortunate there. Boots of Travel on the Batrider with the blink, with
That is
the Force
insane
Staff.
to me.
Dude, he is more farm than the enemy mid, so he is having a phenomenal game.
This is like you rarely see this kind of thing coming up from a support as well.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. That glimpse into the Ravage at all. Can they really pick it up in time? They have the damage. They have the burst. It's not just the Void. They're also going to try to get a couple of more for the Shadow Demon. Kinetic Field definitely is blocking away his path to freedom here, but that's not going to happen for sure.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah. Pretty bad situation to be in if you're Bait. We have not yet seen them do the wombo combo. You know, the big chrono followed by RP into the roar with avalanche and shadow poison going on. Like, you know, the dream scenario.
Yep.
So far it's not happened.
Honestly, I'm really happy it was a really good call, especially coming for the side of a team now. It's like, instead of just farming all the way through, oh, by the way, beautiful Blink initiation into the Flaming Lasso. They have no way to really counteract Chrono. Chrono is still currently off cooldown. He hasn't really responded. Sure, there is the RP, but do you really want to RP without the rest of the squad here as well?
No.
That was a really great opportunity to try to go for necessary amount of pickups here.
I do like what Yuma's doing, by the way, which is that he recognized I've only got like 30 seconds left of my Aegis. I want them to use their spells on me now or risk losing their base. So
Yeah.
this is very clever. Okay, Dendi. There you go, that's a skewer.
Oh, decides Thunder for this as well. A little bit of disengagement does get claims all the way into the static storm at the same time. Destruction does buy the necessary amount of time here. But what about the Aegis though? Can they actually go for the pickup and try to waste it out here?
5 seconds.
And
Yuma needs to be careful.
Now this is the part where they need to really re-engage back to make. There's no static storm, there's no ravage as well, no Aegis on top of that. They got the call too, but I don't think they really were able or try to force it out either way.
Yep, they're like, okay, this is way too risky for us with Aegis expired.
Oh, but they did smoke for it though.
Yeah, but Radiant's can't. They know. They see exactly where this is happening. Yuma, is he gonna be caught?
Oh my god.
Oh, they might go.
They spot him though.
It's to the east. Look to the east. Look to my coming 3 days hence.
Follow the footprints.
It's burning. It's on the floor. That's actually one of the things that made juking with Terrorblade much harder. He had fire footprints. Satoma, he might be on fire.
For sure.
Oh,
Chrono
Chrono.
comes in beautiful to the back line. Although, yes, there's no setting stall, but you just need to go for prior
Good roar.
target here. Good roll, the lockdown there. There's no rolling down there, no way for it to contest with
late
it.
RP.
Beautiful RP. Not a lot of really follow up with it. The TB is still standing tall and strong. Popping in the metaphors here as they will try to go for a couple more hits. The rest of the team, no choice but to disengage. But then again, pretty good couple of pickups here.
I think so too. Yeah, you don't want to lose. You never want to lose your faceless void, but you were able to get a couple of kills that you know, valuable, especially when you're super far behind like this. However, now you know that there's no Chrono, RP, or Roar. Will Nouns try to go for something? In general, I've noticed that in pro games, no one goes high ground without Aegis anymore.
I mean,
It's
yeah.
like, why would you?
I mean, it's the kind of thing where it's a risk you just can't take, right? That kind of thing.
Even though the enemy doesn't have their ultimates, you're like, why would I go when I can wait for Aegis? Teams, they don't want to throw, basically, and they feel like that's the best way to do it. Oh.
No chance going to come in the BKB and TB, but that is a lot of damage coming in from the TB.
That is also a melee form TB, so not like it was there, you know,
In meta.
Chad mode, yeah.
You know, honestly, speaking of which, before we talked about this, a nice control with the center for the CC, but then again, this is a very beefy meatball here. I think he tossed the wrong person, he tossed the hog back instead of the TIE Hunter, but that's totally fine. Slowly wielding him down here, and it feels at the same time that Gunner was actually could actually try to go for the pickup if on top of the Beastmaster if this fight actually sort of prolongs here. But look at that, 3 people gone on top of him. And he's still totally fine.
Yeah, he doesn't care. You know, the Vlads give him so much. He's got the Van Brace for a little bit of extra magic resistance. He's very tanky overall. And yeah, now they want a road. They want a barracks.
Yeah, and with no RP and no Chrono, they're pretty confident about this as well. They're totally fine with just taking this Rex without any resistance. There won't be any resistance coming up on the side here from Team B8 too.
That's going to be the first set barracks, like you said, going for Nouns with no significant resistance from bait.
Oh, but the RP is falling off cooldown.
So yeah, but the Chrono's gonna need about 15 more seconds. I don't think you have 10 more seconds. Okay, you have enough time.
Yeah, for sure. But then again, that's going to be a tower. Chrono's going to be up eventually, but I think I love it. Keeping track on a lot of this situation. Force out just for a little bit of cautious here. High at the steel front line. He does have the Ravage in hand alongside with the Static Storm here. But then again, just went nicely out of it too.
Yeah, I mean, when you toss away Gunner, it's kind of like, okay.
You're helping me, thanks.
Yeah. Could you get me closer to your friends next time?
Oh, man.
BKB on, finished on Lilith. Still susceptible to everything if he doesn't get off for the BKB. Even after, Faceless Void don't care. Oh, he's got the Nemesis Curse. Okay. So this gives you, I'm pretty sure this is the best damage item among the first like 4 tiers. Because you get 35 damage flat out, and you get 8% more damage from all sources for the enemy you hit. You yourself take extra damage, but that's
a trade back, right?
Yeah, it's like you have to do this.
Oh, Good blink through it as well. Not going to be able to find anyone into the mix as well. He drops the anchor trying to control, getting a lot of intel here. But what about the rest of the squad here? You know, he is single-handedly just beating down the poor Beastmaster here, right? Glimpse.
Poor guy.
Has no choice. Has to force out the BKB. What about the RP though? Danny's trying to find a prime opportunity, but it's not getting that kind of chance. Nice to move the prime roll. Would somewhat buy and then sometimes he locks down out the immediately Pangolier here.
Yuma the
comes
back
in, gets it away to the back line.
Chrono.
It's going to be a fantastic one too. He locks him down. Ravage counter Chrono here. Counter initiation into the static as well. Void has no way to get out of this fight situation. Not sure whether he had the BKB or not.
He did, but he didn't use it.
He just couldn't, right? In this case here. Glimpse back again. Disrupt. More members will fall too here. There's still the RP here, but there's not really much core damage to really follow up with it, even if he did have a fantastic RP.
Yeah, the BKB was already timed out. He had used it a few seconds earlier, so he couldn't use it in that situation. It was already like, I've used it, literally just expired. And that's going to be the second set of barracks here, possibly the entire game. Nouns, very standard gameplay for them, where they wait for the enemy to make one mistake, and then they capitalize on it better than any other team.
And the best part about it is, like, instead of just waiting, they were also like initiating at the same time.
Oh, here comes RP!
Gonna do it now, try to skew him all the way to the back. Like, still 50 seconds before the voice spawns as well. But he did pop the reflection, glimpse back. The rest of the team is nearby to reinforce if necessary here.
Aww, not feeling like Dendy's really got this one. I suppose because not enough people believed in him. I was one of the people who did, but someone here wasn't. You know, maybe if someone here was like, I believe Dendy, man. They've got it.
I'm sorry, I had to look at TV, you know?
TV. Roar comes out, who's going for? I think they're going for Lilith, but Lilith is BKBs. He's looking good.
Yeah, he is looking fantastic as well. With the Flaming Lasso, Static Storm at the same time, but there's really no one really inside the Static Storm, so not really much was able to connect on top of it. Beastmaster will fall. Just had the buyback, commits the buyback here.
Lord.
But then the Shadow Demon will also follow down in soon. But then again, there's no Flaming Lasso, but there's still the Rolling Thunder, there's still the Sunder here at any point of the day. But then again, they don't really have to go too deep into the base here. They can really slowly chuck them out. It's Megas at this moment. Just like beat down the tower with these illusions alone. Just keep sending the illusions. Sending the Marines.
Yuma is so damn farmed. He is 6 slotted basically.
You know, I'm not sure was it Fly's call or was it Yuma's decision, right? The fact that instead of just farming all game, he just farmed the necessary. He got the Sergeant Yasha.
Yep.
He got, I believe he had the butterfly also as well. Then he just decided, you know what, I'm just going to join you guys. I'm just going to start like running
Satanic and the Hurricane Pike, the Daedalus, and they just call GG. A little bit of an unfortunate situation here for Bait. Started off all right, you know, like looked like
pretty slow, you know.
It was a farm fest, but then I think the replays will be able to see the fight, because there was one fight where Bait lost everything, and Nouns was like, oh, this is good for us. They're not even celebrating. They're like, yep, this is just a day in the office. He's definitely not celebrating.
Yeah, but you know, seeing that game that was being played out by Team Nouns somewhat reminds me of what Team Nightpulse actually did to Team Nouns. So, like, they went with the Luna. They knew they were going to outfarm and flash farm more against the Void. Yeah. So he just got the necessary amount of items and just starts joining in the fight. I think it's the same thing for Yuma. He just decided, like, you know what? I definitely have more ideas in the Void. Yeah. We have a lot more counterplay as well. If we were to get Chrono with the Ravage, the decision and the calls coming in for the rest of the squad really on point. Gunner was also pretty prominent too. Gunner
kind of feels like he won the game for them, honestly, with how well he played the laning phase, how much he shut down the Faceless Void, and this one, like, Copy stuck in the trees. Even then, I think this was the fight, right? Because they got like a lasso. The lasso was countered. Copy was kind of useless. They still couldn't get a kill like they needed to. Yeah. And Dendy holding on to his ultimate for a lot of these fights.
He couldn't find the prime targets here, right? That kind of thing. Especially since they did lose the Void relatively early as well. So there was just really not much follow up with even if he did commit the RP in the end.
Yeah, they were able to get like. Well, I think they killed Fly in that fight, but they lost all of their cores, and then they were like 6k ahead on Nouns. They just take every fight after that. Look at this. I love what he does here on Gunner. He just blinks. Okay, he blinks in, gets the anchor to make sure he kills Rin. Jeez, well done by Rin.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, by Gunner, my bad.
Seriously, everyone really played accordingly,
No.
according to their roles.
And
Absolutely well performance.
we also saw Lilith steal stacks. I still feel like Gunnar is the one who deserves MVP. Yuma, as you mentioned, was not content to just sit back and farm. I'll get the Manta style. It's like, no. I want Sanj. I want to go and punch them in the face. And this is why it started off very nicely for them. They get I think that way, this was a 2-for-1. This was actually a good trade for Bait in the end.
Yeah.
But it was the last good trade for them. This fight, you can see the BKB was already used by the faces where he chronoed, he BKB'd, he killed nobody.
Yeah.
And you know you're in trouble then.
It became like, because of at the rate they were winning a lot of these small skirmishes, that really leads up to towards the later stage of the game where they're just like, everyone started being a target.
Yeah.
Barrett was an issue, the TIE Hunter was an issue as well.
Exactly.
It didn't really give a lot of choices for Danny because he's like, hey, even if I RP this guy, there's still going to be this guy. He's still a threat, he's still a massive guy, he's going to be in our faces as well. Beastmaster was trying to be the one to try to at least, I guess you could say, divide and conquer, but it just didn't happen because he just didn't have enough damage. They got to the stage where they're pretty durable enough to really sustain all of this, actually.
I mean, if you are in Bait and you say everyone's a threat, you just like, then just kill anyone. It's easy to say, of course. Easy to sit here and be like, yeah, just kill them. However, I do think that maybe Bait could have played a little bit more aggressively earlier on. I also didn't like, I don't like Dendi going for the blink. He could have gone Echo Saber and farmed up. We could have might seen the same thing coming out from the Faceless Void. However, that's game one. Done and dusted. It's out. There you go. It's out like this. But we're gonna go for a little bit of a break, and we're gonna come back with potentially our last game of the day. It's gonna be Nouns versus Bait. See you guys in a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again for possibly could be, not jinxing it, just could be the last game for our last series here of tonight here, or evening or afternoon, depending on where you are. I'm Leonard, also known as Yololi. Joining me once again is Tomo, who will be gracing us here at this caster's desk as we all walk through with you guys with some really great Dota 2 games here at the Polo Dota 2 World Invitational.
Yeah, it's been a day of stomps mostly, which is sad to say, but
some closer than others.
Some closer than others. And if you're fans of the teams that are stomping, you're also like, this is a great day for Dota. We don't really care. We start off with one win, doing really well against Dandelions. Then Nouns got beaten by
Night Pulse.
And now Nouns is like, hey man, we can dish it out too. They did take down Bait in a very one-sided match. We'll see how game 2 goes. This would be Bait. They lost 3 games in a row right now.
Yeah.
So this will be it'll be a tough one. Hopefully Bait can recover. But it was a very mismatch of ideas in the previous game, where they did well in the laning phase. Then they wanted to go for fighting items, but they didn't actually ever fight as a 5-man unit because no one really wanted to use their abilities, and then they end up losing. And you're like, well, that's awkward.
Like, it definitely felt like there was... Okay, I wouldn't say there was no unison in terms of their decision making. I felt like it was just more like their decision to when they want to attack was a lot more later compared to the side here for Team Now. They decided to take the initiative. They decided, you know what, it's fine. We're not gonna wait. We're not gonna wait. Since you're giving us the chance, we'll definitely accept that chance and farm. But we're not gonna wait until the point where you're ready to fight with us. No,
yes.
That's not gonna happen. We decide how we want to take those fights, and they were very comfortable with it as well. I think, like you mentioned as well, and I think you also agree with me. I think Gunner had a lot of very massive presence in a lot of those team fights as well.
Yep.
Pretty great in the lane, pretty hard for the Void to really pick him up, but he also couldn't pick up the Void. But let's be honest, once a carry, once an off laner here, definitely you see the TIE Hunter definitely get rising to a little bit more prominence in that lane, in that kind of lane. And of course, great counterplay against the Chrono. I think they didn't really have a really good answer for it. I mean, sure, you have good team fighting abilities coming from the side or from their competition, but it felt more situational, right? Because you really need to ensure like all the stars are like, I can't believe I'm saying it again. But yeah, you really need to get a lot of people really good.
There's a movie, I'm sure, that's like the stars aligned or The Fault in Our Stars or something. Have you seen it recently? Or is it a show that you watch in where like... did you see Hercules? It also had that thing where all the stars align, and then the Titans are released, and you're like, okay, that's how it works.
It's great around the Titans, yeah. But yeah, so taking that first game into the account, I think it was really good to see that team now is really falling back to their roots, but also at the same time just really adapting to what they experienced from Night Pulse as well. Hopefully the same could be said here for Team B8, right?
Or Bait.
Or Bait, yes.
Yeah. I don't know. Copy, like you said, Gunner had an amazing game. I also really liked what Yuma was doing, where he says, I'm just gonna go fast items, get online, go fight. Hurricane, Pike, Sanjin, Yasha, I'm ready. I had a Satanic, I want a lifesteal. He's just like, let's go, go, go. And we also saw Lilith do a really good job of going into the enemy jungle and taking all their stacks.
Yeah.
He did like a couple of times, not the ancient stacks, because it's a bat rider, what's he gonna do? But he takes all, goes in, there's a 3-stack, I'll take it. Goes in again, there's a 3-stack, I'll take it again.
And even if he didn't take it, it was just good intel in the first place, right? And I think they're just I think the right term is whether, regardless of like who's doing what, right? I felt like the most important aspect would have been the fact that too much space was given.
Oh yeah, too much respect.
Respect, yes, sure. Respect is definitely in the pool, but I felt like there was just too much space in a way where like it got to the point where you could decide how you want to take this fight. I think that shouldn't really happen in the game. Like, it should be really in the pace where, like, okay, we're just going to farm until a certain point and then we're going to be fighting. Like, something like what Yuma did, right?
Yeah.
It shouldn't be the point where, like, yeah, we're just going to chill, relax, keep farming until something happens, And sometimes, when it finally happens, it could end up being world-breaking or game-ending situations, Yeah, that was the case here, I believe.
It was a little bit unfortunate. We are going to be going to the draft in just a bit. And if you guys see me rubbing, it's because of excitement, not because I'm freezing.
Which is, by the way, it's not that hot at all.
It is freezing in here. It is very cold. And I'm like this, all the time. And then it's going like,
Yeah, I'm complete polar opposites.
Okay, we have different amounts of layers of body to protect us.
I admit I'm huggable. I'm generating more heat than the normal human body.
You, sir, are a furnace, and I'm one of those skeleton people where it's like there's not much between the bone and the skin.
Do you guys think that's a skeleton? I feel
skeleton-ish.
That's lean and shredded right now.
No.
Okay, shredded's a bit too short, but lean at least, yeah.
Yeah, we'll go into the draft. We'll see who's going to be shredding who. As the game begins. Sorry, as the draft begins.
Yep. Honestly, I'm really excited. This will be possibly, could be the comeback round, but it could also be the last draft that we will be having here today. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we have our first 2 bans from both sides here. Still sticking with the Enigma coming for the side of a Team Nouns. We didn't really see Team Nouns actually banning Enigma for their against Night Pulses. Particularly is more focused towards B8 here. Yeah. But Chen and Kunkka and then DK and Timber, I feel is a little bit more stable for now.
And the Death Prophet, we did say, right? The DK, the Death Prophet, as well as Chen, great tower pushers. You put the Leshrac in that, buildings are going to melt. Nouns, very similar to the previous game, not wanting to go up against like heavy team fight.
And honestly, you really can't do much against, especially particularly the DK as well. Like you can't really do much against him as well.
Yep.
There were times we saw Timber go head to head with the DK, but there were just times where the DK just like, you know what? I don't really have to really fight you too much. I just max out Dragon Breath, push up the lane, pop a Dragon Fall, just hit the tower. You just can't do anything about it. Of course, once again, Nouns still going to be locking in the Bat Rider. It's been working for them so far. And you know the saying, if it ain't broken, you don't fix it.
Yep.
Still going to stick with it.
Yeah, it's like this is what's won us the game. It was a big part of our success. We don't need to change anything. Let's see here. What does Bait want to open up with? They use the Shadow Demon as a counter to the Bat Rider. They could use the Disruptor, and I think that the Disruptor, honestly, might be the safer bet. There you go. That's gonna be how you do it. Well, if I'm the one dictating the draft, you know you're in trouble. You know, you guys. Why do you listen?
I mean, I've been giving some good calls on the past series.
Yes,
you know,
you have. You've done it.
I mean, it's time for me to take the back seat. You know.
You did a good one with that last pick, Tidehunter. I was like, he's great, the fool. He has opened himself up to ridicule. And then they picked up Tidehunter. I was like, well, at least I didn't say anything out loud.
But I mean, I was totally agree. I was still very skeptical about the Tidehunter, let's be honest. It was pretty 50-50, but he really did end up playing that well. Actually, honestly, I didn't expect the game to be that smooth, let's be honest.
Yeah,
it shouldn't have been that comfortable. You know, enough about the past, let's talk about the present here. Now, Center, of course, one of the few go-tos, and I don't think we'll be ever seeing Centers for a good while, at least in this case here. Center going for the next. Center's going to be the next for our ban, but now comes in with the picks here. I'm particularly curious to say for Nouns.
Yeah, I'm wondering if any team is going to be picking up the Mars soon. We'll see if he makes it through this ban phase or not, because in terms of offlaners, Enigma, Kunkka, Centaur, Timbersaw, Dragon Knight, and even Death Prophet have been removed. There's not a whole lot in the pool there. There is a Tidehunter, which now it's like, well, we lost the Tidehunter and a Primal Beast. I feel like those now, like for Gunner, he loves the Primal Beast when he gets his hands on it.
Morphling also going to be the ban here. Does that mean they are trying to opt to see? They want to try to secure. Wait, hold on, let me think about this. If you're Bait, you might consider banning like the Tidehunter, picking up Primal Beast for yourself, or the other way around, leaving the offlane hero pool very limited. But the thing is, that would usually work in a case when your opponent team's hero pool is relatively less, right?
It's more like the hero pool for offlaners in general is being gimped. There's 6 offlaners have already been banned. You could ban a 7th and pick it up, and that's 8 offlaners gone.
No, but there are still other options for them to really go for it.
True.
And honestly, like, I don't think Tidehunter should be the kind of hero where we need to ban it for themselves, right?
Oh yeah, the Primal Beast. They didn't ban out the Tidehunter, but they did take one of Gunner's heroes in the Primal. Now, if you are Nouns, yeah, you gotta be thinking about it. Luckily, Tidehunter will not be picked by Bait. In general, they're not going to pick an offlaner. They might ban one later, but it's like you have 3 picks now. So you're not worried. There's Mars. Monkey King. Okay.
The question is this. No, this is not Lelith's Monkey King. I think this could just be generally be the actual core here.
I mean, Vilas has got the back rider. It's definitely going to be for him. There's going to be Fly's heroes as well. However, if you're bait, if you take something like a Hoodwink or a Techies, you could have a decent time in this top lane. And a Primal Beast plus Techies, good damage against the Monkey King, who
10 seconds
he is
remaining.
durable because of lifesteal, not because of high health. They take the Grimstroke, that's fine with me.
Nouns turn to pick.
Interesting. Okay, so Slav comes into the mix as well. Not easily caught as well if you're really fast with that ultimate as well. You are able to reset if you're able to get out of it too. Good catch. Good long do.
He's always laughing. Every time we see Copy, okay, not every time, but he
10
laughs a
seconds
lot.
remaining.
I mean, he's feeling absolutely swell, right?
I guess. I mean, I hope he's always happy. That's amazing. He's enjoying his career. He's like, this is the best time ever. I get paid to do this. For the record, what's on the line is that if you win, you get you stay in the tournament. You secure yourself an additional 1,500 USD on top of the 2,000 that you're guaranteed, even if you get, you know, in 8th place. If you lose, you're out. You take 2K home, and that's it. You're done, which is sad.
You know, the thing is this, right? This is the kind of matchup which I wouldn't mind if Nouns actually try to opt to go for the Doom this time.
Doom is in the pool.
Like, it was either Doom or Kunkka for me, but the thing is, if you opt to go for the Koei, sure, you got utility.
Turn to ban.
Now, my like you split as well. We have seen the Mars, they're finally coming here.
It was too obvious. I didn't want to say it. You know what I mean? I was like, I mentioned the Mars earlier. It's too easy. Nouns, now we know that they have their carry. They need their mid. We've seen some mid Monkey King, but I'm
10 seconds
compelled to
remaining.
believe that it's going to be a carry Monkey King here. For bait, you need either a mid or an
5
off laner.
seconds
Primal Beast can
remaining.
play both. So what you would like to do for Nouns is that you could take something like a range mid, you know, like a Viper, a Zeus, a Leshrac, force the Primal to go to the off
Radiant
lane.
team ban.
Oh, they believe it's going to be off lane Primal. Okay, okay. I think that's a good idea. That you put the Primal Beast off lane, put him with the Grimstroke. You have silence, you have damage. Could be pretty strong for you. Especially like the Inkswell
10
gives you extra
seconds
movement speed, so
remaining.
extra tramples as well.
Correct. But I'm more concerned because of the
5
fact that now,
seconds
coming for the side of
remaining.
Nouns,
Radiant
there's
team
just not a
ban.
lot of damage. We're going to be seeing a lot more nuking mid laner currently being moved out of the pool here, or at least those tower push. Lashrack is definitely a really nice remover as well. I wouldn't mind if they actually try to go for the puck also, because you just the one that allows someone like that to really control a lot of your line out
10
here.
seconds
And remember, there's
remaining.
not a lot of instant stuns on the side of a beat for bait as well here.
5
So not really
seconds
anything to
remaining.
really stop the puck. I mean, sure, Static Storm is of course there. But
Yeah.
but there will be times where Bat Rider will be the one initiating for you, you know?
Alright, so if near Nouns, you can't pick the Pango because you're up against a Grimstroke. It's not good for you. I like your idea of the Puck. I think Puck is going to be the premium pick moving forward. Bait, they have last pick. Yeah, can you imagine Coil, Arena, and Wukong? It's like, great, it's Attack of the Circles.
Correct.
That's too scary.
But if they do opt to ban the puck, then I think Lina has to be the one to go for Nouns here, because they just need some damage here, really, to
I
melt
think
it out.
I think the Announce is fine with the damage. Whatever mid they get, you have good damage from your supports and the Mars. I'm not worried about Nouns' damage. I'm more looking about the matchup that is going to come out.
Nouns turn
They
to
ban out the
ban.
Meepo, so they... Alright, that's one of Yuma's heroes actually. Both him as well as Mikey used to play the Meepo when they were on
Nouns
Enigma.
turn to pick.
What do they do? They get rid of the
Radiant
Viper.
team picked.
It is going to be very likely the mid Monkey King then.
Yeah, definitely.
Alright, for bait,
So mid monkey against who? That's the real question here.
and we'll see. Bait is it's your pick now. Who do you want to put in? To be fair, no matter where you put the Power Beast, it's not gonna be the best, either the mid or the off. I think you want a mid laner,
remaining.
a range mid laner preferably, but it's not that easy because Monkey King has this jump and you have 2 blinkers probably coming out soon. So it's not like you can go for something. I'd love to see a puck. I'd love to see a puck.
Either the puck or puck or Lina for me, I think. Either one of these two.
No, I'd much rather see the puck over the Lina. But I do see the merits of a Lina if she's up against the Monkey King. I think she can actually deal with him quite nicely. Later on is my worry once we mention, like I mentioned, the jumpers. But before that, she's good. Puck is good all through the game. Pucky, Puck. You know you want to, Dandy. You know you want to.
I'll go for the sniper, my friend.
I think he's saying Putka. That's what I read. Or it could be Putka, but or it could be okay.
Oh god.
That's what I told you. He was saying Dazzle. I was reading his lips. I was like, he's like, and it was so, yeah, it's too obvious. I didn't want to go with it. But Dazzle comes out. Good save against the lasso. You can also like get ruptured to be pushed to arena side. And it's like, yeah, okay, I got you. Especially if it's going to be the Slark who could really benefit from those heals.
So it's really okay in the mid lane as well. I think Monkey King is not going to have a fun time with the poison touch. And remember, Dazzle's attack range is ridiculously far too.
There's also a talent that increases it when you are attacking a poison touch target. It's not bad for the Dazzle. It is going to be the mid Dazzle, by the way. For the other side, it's going to be the off lane Mars and the mid Monkey King, kind of expected. But it's always good to get those assurances. I mean, I'm still with Nouns on this one. You know,
It's hard to tell because like the thing is, there's going to be a lot of weightlifting coming from both the Primal and the rest of the squad because Slark is going to take some time before he really comes to life and really hit those timings. He needs at least like 1 or 2 specific items to really join alongside with the team to really get the ball rolling kind of thing.
Yeah.
You really want to make use of the fact that you have a better team fight abilities with both the Soulbind and even with the Static Storm. Let's be honest, Soulbind into 2 Pulverize, I think that's pretty crazy. Will be a really great sight to see for a fact here. And Dazzle got a decent amount of save, and once he gets a shot, you got a decent amount of, I guess, control with those hacks as well. It just really connects as well.
And even the Grimstroke shot is also a nice strong dispel. There is a lot to like on the beta draft, but based on what we saw in Game 1, they've got to put their foot on the gas and actually be aggressive. Because if you wait, you don't want to wait against Nouns. This is a team that's always waiting for you to make a mistake, and they always recover very nicely.
Which is why I'm not going to be too worried about this, right? You have the Bat Rider, you have the Mars, that's also going to be able to run alongside with you. I think the timing is somewhat relatively similar as well.
Yeah.
So by the time they want to go for the engagement, they will also be at a prime ready to react to it. Huh. Pretty fresh. Everyone pretty well smoked up as well. Here, I want to see if they can actually get some early pickups.
Well, Monkey King here. Copy Monkey King going up against Dazzle. Not easy for the...
This is actually will be his second Monkey King for the past, this past few
days,
weeks and months actually. Okay, not months, but the 1 or 2 months at least.
I love how Ren's like, he's kind of telling that we have vision on you. By the way, this is one of those things. Sometimes you high five, and a guy from the forest high fives you, and you're like, wait a minute.
It's just like foreboding your future, right?
Like, wait, are you my conscience? Like, so yeah, Copy. I think he's going to struggle against the mid lane.
Oh.
However, Dandelions.
I think they managed to spot him out too.
The battle.
It's a good attempt with the smoke wrap around as well, but I think they're just gonna let it go.
Downs. They're starting off with. Okay, it's going to be 3. Yeah, I get 2 for 2.
Not much. I think it's totally fine, it's totally fair. No loss of life. I think that's something everyone is willing to accept for sure. No advantage over the other.
Bottom lane, I'm worried about Ren. He's, generally the Slark is a low health hero. You're up against Primal Beast, as well as the Bat Rider. Bat Rider, yeah, you can remove the
Mars and the Bat Rider, yeah.
Yeah, you can remove like the sticky napalms, but they don't really care about Bat Rider. They don't even max out like they used to. So it's not really a big factor for them. As Copy, I think did he miss, or was he not aiming for the creep?
Yeah, I think he missed.
That's 2 denied. Dandy, he is doing it. That's going to be first creep going out for him. He only gets 1 out of the first creep wave, whereas then he got 2 kills and 3 denies. So mid is just going to continue, I think, being very difficult.
This is great. Just really pile on the damage as much as possible. Just don't give it really advantage. I think that's something that Disruptor just really so much shines into the mix. So sure, Ellis can really drop in the napalm, but I don't think it's just really going to be able to do much compared to what the Thunderstrike and what his natural range can do as well.
I mean, Thunderstrike and Blood Grenade are super powerful. Once Ren is level 2, they might think about getting for kills. Gunner has to be careful. I would say this matchup still favors the Mars when you're up against like the Slark, but as the levels pour in, it becomes a little bit more even, but always in favor of the Mars.
Yeah. I'm just a little bit concerned when you get to that level 6, right? Because like Mars is one of those heroes where like, yes, you're dishing out damage, but it's not like really massive nuking damage.
Yeah.
You really need to like whittle it down initially first before you actually will be able to get that pick off. But that doesn't work against Slot when you get at level 6, right? He just falls back, reset, full HP, comes back in, and all your basic wasting is just mana, really.
And it's not like you have a Techies or a Hoodwink that gives you additional huge burst damage.
Yeah.
Lilith on the Batrider is very much a damage over time hero.
Yeah, dot damage. It's not really going to be working out for this lane here. Maybe it will work. Maybe if they decide to maybe prioritize a different target, right? Don't go for the slot. Go for the disruptor. That feels a little bit more better. Oh, interestingly,
well done.
I love it. To ensure that he actually had no loss of life, he's pretty confident. He has his base damage will be enough to secure the pick up on the disruptor. Decides to stun the slug here, so he doesn't get any additional hits, and also secure that first blood.
Yeah, like a lot of players might have tried to spear the disruptor instead.
Oh, not a lot of players. Almost every player.
Right? And be like, it's okay, I'll gut him, everybody. And miss the spear, or he does not land the kill, and suddenly you're in trouble.
Oh,
no.
That is unfortunate. Just respawn and TP'd and fell. This is a beautiful lane for Gun.
You know what they're like? They're like, pretend you were glimpsed. You know, this is how it feels like.
You know, the shopkeeper is pretty much just feeling deja vu. It's like, hey, I recognize you.
It's like,
you were here a minute ago.
Welcome to the... Wait, he's gone. Welcome again. Back so soon?
Yeah.
In the meantime, though, mid lane is the one lane where you're like, for Bait, that's going very nicely. 16 and 11 to the 6 and 4. Is Copy jungling?
Yeah, he has no choice.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
He really has no choice because every minute in that mid lane just increased the kill chance opportunity for the Dazzle here.
Yeah, because I'm looking at his 8 and 4 and 9 and 4. It's like these are also jungle creeps, so they're not even. You're more like
lane creeps, yeah.
Yeah, you're more like 7 4. His net worth is down the. Well, a word I tell myself, he's down the potty.
Yeah. Honestly, Monkey King, sure. If we're talking about like him just life stealing, but it only applies if he connects those hits, right? Although dropping it in swell here, but still decent amount of damage. He's still going to be able to proc in time. He gets a stun. He tried to mitigate away with the transformation, but that didn't really work out. And instantly following back here with the counterplay. An absolutely unexpected situation here. Really gotta be careful here, Fly. You're not really the most tankiest support here. But then again, here comes a reinforcement here. We try to silence things out. Can he really go for the pickup here?
I think he will.
Just one more hit.
Dude, that was
unexpected.
That was very expensive overall for Nouns. Yeah, Copy shows up, loses his life, and the only he gets for his trouble is a kill on the Grimstroke. He is 9 and 4. Oh dear.
Oh no, and it doesn't end there. He got hit with the poison touch. He tries to get the third charges and will succeed in. This at least allows the life steal back when he gets those neutral creeps here. But then again, what happened? Glimpse back, but he's just literally delaying the inevitable. Can he get the neutral denied? No, unfortunately not.
They do get a kill. But on the other side, they do lose Fly. Oh, almost. Almost had the money with the mana for the God's Rebuke, but Slark just jumps away in time. Let's look at the net worth. I want to see just exactly what we're working with here, as the Monkey King is actually the same as the Slark.
Yep.
That is terrible news for Bait. Reminded that this Monkey King has been demolished in the lane.
I mean, it's to be expected, right? And I think they were pretty confident with the fact that, like, you know, I'm pretty sure they were saying, like, hey, you know, whatever they send in the mid, Monkey still will be doing well with it. But with the Dazzle lock, it's just like, oh god.
Yep, this is the one matchup. But what I mean is, like, despite the Monkey suffering, the Slark just being the same net worth tells me that this is not that bad for now. It's like, yeah, well, we crushed him.
I think it's just really thankful for the fact that like they were able to do the necessary amount of damage. Oh, that spear! But it's not going to waste any amount of time. He just wants to try to get that level 6 really fast. Especially since he still has the level advantage. If he gets at level 6 first, I think we'll see a more higher kill potential here.
Oh, for sure. Meanwhile, Copy is like, he ain't smiling right now. He's like, this game sucks.
Yeah, honestly, I played against mid Dazzles before, and this is never fun.
No, it's not.
There's really nothing you can really do about it. He outranges you in terms of base attacks. Skills also outrange you as well. He connects to you, and that's pretty much you're slowed. He hits you even once, it resets the thing, and it does so much damage over time. It's just insane.
And you can see Yuma, he is going to go for the Maelstrom into the BKB. Just wants to fight as early as he can with it for his team.
I think it's really standard as well, right, with the Bloodseeker when you usually just play around with the Maelstrom compared to like most other cores here.
Yeah, it says, I mean, what's Bloodseeker gonna get, right? It's like, he never wants the Battle Fury, as lag is the call, but somebody's like, I don't care. Just go already. Well, that's not exactly what he said, but how are we looking? Dendi,
he has a haste rune too.
Yep, so no.
If Copy shows himself, I think there's no way he's going to be able to get out of it.
Yeah, you can always TP out if you have it, as the spear lands. Gunner, they have a glimpse. No, Dendi's just going to be killing him pretty naturally.
Yeah, he will most likely succeed in doing so as well. Pops the Arena of Blood. I don't think he's going to be able to get out of it either way. Gets glimpsed back. Here comes the Battle Rider. He can buy the next amount of time.
Oh.
But because he glimpsed initially as well,
yeah,
it's going to allow him to actually TP back safely here.
And that is one of those situations where it's like you never glimpse if you're the disruptor.
Yeah. No, I think at the time he thought like, okay, maybe he would be, his positioning would be outside the arena, but that's a risk that he decided to take.
And the arena doesn't last forever. I don't know. That was slight bit of misplay here as, oh wait.
Oh wow, Ingsel, yeah sure, he did pop the Rupture, but then it is still a very durable. But the TP gets cancelled out here, so they will be able to get at least some kind of trade here. A support for a core, I think that's the kind of trade they were willing to go for at any time of the day here.
Lilith just denied it.
Denied it, that's fantastic, but...
Might cost him his life.
Probably, yeah, that is his life for it. A rune for a life, I don't think... I remember there was this meme we used to talk about it, right, you know? Life or rune, you know? You still recall with the bounty rune? But of course, Poison Touch, nicely timed, did pop out. Did pause on the Wukong command and try to isolate it as much as possible. Won't succeed in getting rid of the disruptor here, but what can the same be said for the side here? For the Dazzle, for Dendi here. He gets cleansed back, but it doesn't matter. They managed to secure it, and he actually bought him some time as he is now closer to the jungle and ready to go back to the farm.
Yuma was like, yes, this is perfect. Thank you very much. As Nouns starts to firmly take control of the game. We mentioned Copy getting bad lane, blah, blah, blah. He is 4th in net worth overall, ahead of both the Primal and the Slark, who I'll argue need a better game. Primal to make space, Slark because he doesn't farm the jungle super fast. Although, you know, Max Darkback's not that bad.
Yeah. And it hurts a lot. He's going to trample with the Rupture as well. That's just going to do a pretty decent amount of damage here. Will fall, not even going to be able to pick up the Crystal Maiden as well.
And very tough situation if you're a demon. How far do I onslaught to get the kill without losing my life to the Rupture? It's the one thing for the philosophers to think about.
That's what I'm saying, right? He was just waiting in the trees, right? He's waiting to hear the sound of the onslaught charging out. And once he charged, he just walked in, Rupture, say, yes, that's gonna be fantastic. Travel as far as you need to travel here.
Keep going. You know? I see you have trample on. Don't stop.
And yeah, and the best about it, even though like he reached his destination, he popped the trample, but he just stopped moving. He knew for the fact he took another step forward. That's just pretty much it.
Meanwhile, Dendi is farming up this juicy stack.
He's very happy about this one, except for the fact that he did die one from the gang. But like, other than that, he's still been pretty satisfied. But the Bloodseeker, though, I am a little bit concerned because so far, now I guess you could say in this case, Yuma has been doing absolutely phenomenal as the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, 5-0-0.
That's a very scary number, by the way.
He is going to go for the BKB into Mjolnir or Mjolnir, and everyone's like, no, it's not. It's pronounced this way. Like, okay.
Interesting. I've been pronouncing it Mjolnir.
I do the same thing, but some people tell me, no, you're wrong.
Mjolnir.
Mjolnir. Minier.
No, what about the Mjolnir? I remember.
That's my favorite.
I remember at one point it was called Mjolnir.
No, that's the American pronunciation. Mjolnir. You know, it's like, okay. I got it, bro. Meanwhile, Slark continuing to farm away. Once the Mage Slayer first item, he is gonna take some time to get there. This is the game of slow farmers, you know? Like Monkey King was juggling, Red is kind of juggling, Primal Beast is having a rough time. Yuma, on the other hand, sitting very happy. Oh, Spear. Okay.
Not gonna be. Oh, but then he is managed to able to lock him down into the thing by selling the Snow Season. He did pop the ultimate. Some means a very fast ultimate, but so either way, That's gonna be like denying him some farm at least here as he buys some time with CCTP all the way back to base.
Yeah, it's fine. You know, not if you get a kill, it's good. If you send them away from the lane, it's also solid.
Oh,
The smoke coming out from base at the top lane, but they find nobody.
Dire's middle tower is under
Oh
attack.
dear,
nope, nothing at all.
nothing at all. Isn't it? What song is that from?
Let me get the lyrics in my head.
Is that, all right, while you take your time. It is literally, I think it's what, 2
Oh,
a.m.
Bruno Mars.
Ah, yeah, thank you. It's almost 3 a.m. here. We've been at this for about
Radiant
10
structures
hours
are
now, so
Yeah.
the brain is slightly fried. If we say anything wrong, we apologize. Meanwhile, Copy,
Dire's middle tower
he's
is
done
under
nothing
attack.
wrong. 2-1-2 against the Dazzle in the lane, recovered very nicely. Very impressive.
I mean, thank God for the passive as well. That really did buy him some time, and also his killer just allows it to be very mobile.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much why we previously back in the day we start seeing a lot of post 5 MKs as well.
Oh,
Got
yes.
that nice visioning, 3 jumps is fantastic as well.
He maxed the 3 jump this game. To be fair, at that point, Monkey King, the Wukong illusions used to have on strike impact. Like
Yep.
if you have Maelstrom, they proc lightning, but then you just get bashed and you have this AoE BKB piercing ability. It's like, alright, gang, get at them. Monkeys assemble.
Radiant's
Yeah, man.
bottom tower is under
Primal
attack.
Beast, by the way, he wants to go for first
Dire's top
item
tower is under
BKB,
attack.
but I think he's only got the Ogre Axe. Oy, oy, oy.
I mean, except for that one time where he like ran into Copy. I think that was the only time where he actually had that kill.
Okay.
Other than that, it's just been not been a fun ride. Rupture into him. Copy finally here back for round 2. Definitely wanted to get a little bit of nice, sweet vengeance here.
Yeah, well, he knows the Primal Beast there because he had just killed the creep earlier. So Copy decides not to show himself as Yuma continues the crazy farm. Stark not too far from the Mage Slayer. I just don't see Mage Slayer as being the item where you're like, once I get this, boys, I'll fight and we'll win. It's like Mage Slayer feels.
Oh,
Okay.
good Ingsel. The Phantom is definitely keeping it nice and silent. Not going to be able to break it down. Oh, but then again, the Soulbind looks pretty great.
They walk
Sadly, not
together.
enough follow-up here. Will the onslaught be covered? It will. Can you
Will
get the
Pulverize
Polarize in
not
time? No, unfortunately not. Soulbind did time now before the Polarize comes in for the double one. But
the
then the
monkeys.
Arena of Blood is here into the Static Storm, which is absolutely fantastic as he tried to lock them down in place. The rest of the squad can only pretty much just watch as all this danger befalls them. Lasso come to the mix. Did glimpse of Lasso all the way to the backline, but guess what? They're all so low in HP. That's going to be boosting the movement speed coming in from the Bloodseeker. Yuma is constantly on the hunt for blood, and he will achieve it so.
Oh dear, you get nothing out of that. They went for Gunner, who, to their credit, they almost brought down, but he's got 2 bracers, he's got a soul ring, he has a magic wand, magic stick ready. You're not bringing him down, you're not bursting him. They spent all their efforts trying to kill him and he just survives, no problem.
But there's also feel like there was a little bit of hesitation in the communication as well, because you saw the Soulbind,
Yep.
and the Primal Beast was somewhat in the position, but
Couldn't get the double.
yeah, no, it's not just couldn't get the double. He wasn't sure that does he want to commit to the onslaught to close the gap to commit for it as well. So by the time he did it, it was a lot too late. Timed out, and he's like smashing one guy on the ground, and that's into. By the way, it was diving into a tier 1 mid tower.
Yep.
That's literally asking for punishment. Got the Arena of Blood, freezing field. Sure, Static Storm did stop the freezing field, but it just didn't matter.
I like how the Primal Beast, how good he is at using the trample. He like spins around, barely moves, and he still gets those stacks off. So that is like some pretty impressive APM.
I pretty much could hear the song in my head, you spin me right
Right round. Oh, people are like,
Nope.
we're not here for the bad playlist. Please, anything but
What do
that.
you mean it's a bad playlist? That's a classic.
Well, the singers are the one ruining it right now.
Radiant are scanning.
There was even a remake with Flowrider with it too.
Radiant's
Oh,
middle tower is
well, looks like Mary probably gonna be losing his life here.
But then again, I think Gunner's trying to look for a bigger fish to fry here.
He does want big fish.
But again, Onslaught
Gunner.
charging up. Will be able to crash all right on top of it as well into the side storm. He did pop up the Arena of Blood just in time into the spear as well, into the
Almost
Static
gets the
Storm at
double.
the same time. But guess what? Yuma is here with the BKB. Of course, Soulbind is BKB piercing. I think that's one of the most scariest thing about Soulbind, right?
Yeah.
Like no matter what you do, it's still gonna lash upon you as well, unless you have Lincolns.
There's they smoke up here. They feel like we killed Gunner. We can go for more.
I think
Fly.
they should go for more too.
Yeah, Fly wouldn't be so bad, but
Oh, but then again, Flaming Lasso on top of the Grim Shot himself. But guess what? He's all alone. He didn't expect to see the whole squad here.
+1,
Sure.
baby.
Probably even a +2 if you're lucky to talk with the Phantom. Silence at the Crystal Maiden here. We'll get 2 for literally for free here. I
And-
don't blame him. He thought it was a Grim. He was overextending alone. Tried to go for the attack, but didn't expect it was actually a full 4-man smoke gang.
and those 2 kills, by the way, Rin is able to steal some agility from them, so that does add up. I don't think that it feels like stealing 1 agility for a kill is not much. Really, like every time I see Sly finish the game, you're like, oh, you got, 8 agility. Cool. Honestly, I would love it if it was like you steal 1 of all stats. Now that would be a nightmare. Copy.
Oh, they found him too. Gonna Inkswell into the Phantom. There's no way this our friend Copy is gonna be getting out of that spot.
Oh dear, this is a few good moves coming out here from Bait.
Yep. Now it really begins because like this is the part where they're getting a little bit, they're garnering a little bit more confidence, a little bit more momentum at the same time. They know they have strong team fights. They have a really great initiation as well. Copy is really, and they also understand that MK is not really in a state where he can really like bounce back to really support the team too much here. Still pretty weak at this point. Still, I wouldn't say very weak compared to how he was initially against the Dazzler in the laning phase, but he is slowly recovering back from it.
And of course, recovery takes time. Bloodseeker's got the BKB though, so he can start some decent fights. So they want to jump on. Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, that Arena of Blood is fantastic, but the follow counterplay with its silence off despite the necessary amount of time. Tries to go for the TP, will succeed in it, but the same would not be safe for our dear friend Primal Beast here. 1, 2 will get hit. Could have been the 3rd, but let's be honest, Disruptor was very quick with the TP. He just fully understand, like, you know what? There's nothing much we can do here. I'm just gonna back out.
Well played by them, getting the kill on the Primal Beast, who has been a bit of a thorn on their side. However, the net worth for Nouns continues to grow on their supports, particularly Lilith, who, as we've seen before, tends to grow into being a core. He's like, guys, do you remember I was in off lane? Let me show you how I farm.
Oh, yeah. I'm really happy to the fact that they were able to execute it with just 3 men while the rest of the squad is just really farming things up. I think that's a really big bonus. Great catch with the Flaming last year. They were trying to succeed. The spear would not connect. Unfortunately, Glimpse will be successful, but they will get the will be able to get the disruptor. However, there's just no mana on the boss, and there's not really much you can do in this kind of situation. Possibly trying to go for the deny. Freezing Field was great until the onslaught came in. The knock came back. They had the initial. Now they suddenly bounced back. But then again, it is a 5v3 here. Where is our dear friend Yuma in this case?
He's farming, man. He is not interested in joining these fights. Looks like he might be finishing the Gleipnir first. I don't mind that at all.
I think it's much necessary as well, right? You need a little bit more catch, right? You just can't be solely dependent on the Mars, or can't just be dependent on the Bat Rider with the Flaming Lasso. I think personally he also want to try to go for very specific or solo pickups in those fights, right?
Yeah, but you also have to be worried that once the Grimstroke has his shard, he can remove those nets. It's not going to be very fun for him. Overall, the game is stabilizing here for Bait. If you're a Dendi fan, this is good news. Yeah, as you can see, win percentage still in favor of Nouns, but not as bad as it was about 7 minutes ago. Can we look at how low it was? No, just the lowest dip. I think it goes at 80.
Yeah, there.
That's fine. All right. One more. There you go. 80. See, glance value, baby. And now it's all the way up to 57. So definitely a strong recovery from Bait. In terms of items, what are we working with? Grimstroke, he's got a lot, but he hasn't bought anything. Dazzle wants an BKB along with his Aghanim Scepter. And this fight just happened here.
I think this was really fantastic. And I think, although yes, do take into account as well that this is their engagement right after they actually took down both the Grimstroke and the Power Beast at the bottom side.
Yeah.
So Mars didn't really have much mana in the first place, so he couldn't really like counter back in this phase here. And a lot of massive ultimates was also a combination. Sure, Freezing Field could have been could try to maximize the amount of damage, but there's a random onslaught just coming in. Not even specifically for him. Just that he's just trying to get onto the Mars. It's just like, I'm gonna go to the boss. And the CM was just a nice drive-by bonus, you know?
Yeah, and she was standing there also indicating with the ultimate that I'm here. And you got rid of it. Teams are ready to go. Roshan, I wonder if either teams can consider taking Roshan early. Oh, there's also a trick. Do you know the Dazzle trick with the couriers to take the Tormentor?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do it, because that is a... I don't know if one, if it still works, or two, how worth it is. Although you've got good shards on your support, so you definitely want it for bait.
I thought they fixed that one already.
Fixed? That's how it was intended. As they are on the way here for the Dire side. This is not the fastest rush. I think they will be in time to contest this if they can book it.
They can try.
They are definitely...
They got high ground vision, smoke gets burst as well.
Oh, they got
Drop
time.
in, beautiful timing with the Phantom. A little bit excessive, but it just doesn't matter. They just didn't want to allow the Arena of Blood to really come in. Soulbind comes in, locks in the Monkey. He can't really get out of the kind of situation, but he did manage to pop in the
Wow, the
command.
buybacks.
2 buybacks.
Oh, no.
There's a little bit too much damage for them to really sustain here. Dazzle, then he tries to TP out,
Oh.
but fails to do so here. A full, almost feels like a full 5-man wipe
It is
here.
a full 5-man wipe, and there's 2 buybacks on the supports. Their economy. Look at the Grimstroke and the Disruptor. Absolutely shotgunner. Sure, he dies first, but Yuma's like, it's okay, buddy. You helped us make space.
By the way, did Mars have the, if there's gonna have the BKB already?
I no, because I was like, I know he didn't use it. I'm not sure, I'm fairly sure he didn't have it.
Because like, think of it this way, right? Like, I get it. The intention was good. The priority was great. But both Phantom and Static Storm on the same guy, I felt like it was a little bit too excessive.
Yeah.
I think the Phantom was fine. The Static Storm could have been left a little bit later to for a little bit more priority fight,
Radiant's
or at least a
top
priority
tower is
person.
under
Because
attack.
once the Static Storm dropped down, everyone was just playing around the field. And like, you know what? I set up the Wukong command, and I set up the rest of the freezing field. And once it died down, then everyone was like, all right, run them down.
We got circles. No, well, on one side it's like, yeah, right. It's just the Static Storm. On the other, you've got the Blood Right Wukong Arena as well as the freezing field. So I think that
They had the better Venn diagram.
they have the bigger circles, the sparkling circles.
The crop circles.
Sure, the aliens.
The aliens are coming in.
Rin, by the way, he wants to go. He has diffusal. He wants to go for. Oh, it still
yeah,
works.
that's the one, yeah.
It still works. Who gets it? Not bad, not bad. The Primal Beast. That means you get to get the rock throw. It's a solid ability.
Could be helpful at times as well. The same can be said. Nice time with the Soul Bind. This can glimpse back and also can chain up as well. Pretty great. Inkshot coming in. But of course, the Blood Ride just silenced them. Denies the slot from getting out of it because of the Arena of Blood. So right at the end, both get silenced. No BKB.
Dandelions.
Literally locks him down in place. Then he comes in. He does have his shot. Gets the hacks. But guess what? Blood Ride again. More silence. Never mind. Silence to connect. But the spear will. Impaling right through the heart. That's exactly where you wanted to be too. Primus commits to BKB. Don't think he can try to TP out. I think he's gonna be. Oh no, it's a fresh BKB. Sorry.
Dude, did you like? Copy was amazing that fight. He actually aims his jump to be in front of the Slug. So when the Slug leaps, he caught to.
Just caught him, right?
And that's exactly what Copy wants to do. Very well played. And another gigantic victory for Nouns. As a reminder, they still have the Aegis on you, and they've got for about 3 more minutes now.
And the best part about it, like,
I was gonna say like that. Did you see that? The taunt with the Bat Rider? Because I was like, what the hell?
and speaking of Lelis, I think he's doing a really phenomenal role. Right? He's really making it easy for Ghana to really do those really well placed with those spears and Arena of Blood.
Yeah.
Zoning things out, creating a lot of fight, forcing abilities. Like the fact that you're able to force out Soulbind before the next major fight is just like, wow, okay, that's great. Now we can just re-engage him. But like you said, great position coming from Copy to deny the lead. Arena of Blood was just perfect right at the edge of Blood, right? Nice timing with the Flaming Lasso. It's going to be able to pull Danny all the way to the back. Love the follow-up with the spears, but to lock him back into place. But the Static Storm just does it a little bit nice and better here. No BKB to really try to follow him, but he is sustaining. He's healing back. Yuma just refused to die here, as he constantly is regenerating back by picking up the necessary heroes. Everyone is a tool for him to reset himself. A full 5-man wipe, and now they're slowly making their way to secure that tier 2 tower.
And what happens is the same as usual. Gunner jumps in, they focus on him, and they kill him, and but they clean house on the way out here. By the way, despite losing so much, they still got a decent chunk of EXP out of it. That's just how far behind.
No, the crazy part is he still has his Aegis.
Oh yeah, no one's aiming for Yuma.
Radiant structures are
Oh.
fortified.
Oh, wait
a minute.
We may have
Radiant's
jinxed
top
him.
tower is under attack.
The self regen is still good. And he's
To be fair, it was timing out in a minute, so...
true, I know, but
You know, and blood calls to blood, baby. It was like, oh yeah, look at this. They just catch Gunner, throw everything on him, but then the Monkey King comes up, throws out the ultimate. All of the cores are just caught in the Wukong.
you know what's the best part about it is that before the static storm.
We're continuing the movie.
Oh, good catch. Did force out the BKB, but here comes to his own personal arena blood. Not gonna be able to connect on anybody. Oh, that spear just barely skims through that Slark. Pretty much really praying the Hail Mary for that one for sure, but the same can't be said for the two supports. Another rupture, and it's gonna be on top of Dandy, but sadly there's not gonna be much follow with it. I know it's a little bit too far apart. But you know, for that replay, I just want to mention, right? Like something we forgot to mention as well is that right before the static storm coming, he saw the positioning coming for the disruptor.
Yeah.
You might just decide, you know what? I can't escape this. That ultimate is going to come now. I'm going to quickly drop down my blood right. And when he came out, and even though he's stuck in the static storm,
Yeah,
same
got
goes for
blood right.
Slug.
Yeah.
Slug was silenced. Prime Beast couldn't get the pulverize out here. And everything just went down straight to hell.
Radiant's
Yeah, I mean,
bottom
that's the thing, right? We keep saying you have stacks on one side, but the other side, they're perfectly comfortable to fight in the stack if they can get some of their abilities and ultimates off. Right, Crystal Maiden, she's going to go for BKB. Already has the drums and flats picked up on Crystal Maiden. Unusual choice, but it does help you with your right click, which you have plenty of on the other side.
I mean, it's not just herself, it's just amplifying the rest of the team as well.
Oh, of
Giving
course.
a lot more lifesteal for the side for the Bloodseeker. I think this is absolutely fantastic.
And you can take down buildings quicker once you actually, start pushing. There's 2.5 minutes left for Roshan. Nouns,
Oh God, pulls him all the way back in. Copy, he has endured so much onslaught in the early game here. Now he's here to look for payment.
It's like, you guys remember what you did to me, right?
Absolutely thirsting for blood here.
Copy, he would like to hit the barracks a bit more, but there's always a little bit of risk here.
Yeah, I gotta respect that.
I'll be honest though, I'm not quite sure what you can do if you're Radiant. The best thing is, as someone runs away, you glimpse them back and you're like, haha, I caught you.
But that only applies if, you're leading. You're forcing them back.
I mean, they might be forced back just because they feel like, okay, it's gonna take too long or it's too risky. Like right now, if they go back, maybe you can glimpse Copy, or Gunner, and you'll be happy-ish.
But no, I think they just need a little bit more items here. I think that's pretty much what the Slug is doing as well. Just farming the enemy's jungle to really try to catch up in this case here.
Yeah, catch up as Lilith overtakes him.
Honestly, I'm really curious. Our dear amazing observer, please. Yes, thank you so much. What's the Mage Slayer really necessary? That's what I'm trying to think here.
I didn't like. Remember when it comes out, and I was saying also, I'm not sure what this Mage Slayer is going to give you and why you feel the need to rush it. But first item, Mage Slayer. Okay.
I'm trying to picture things out, right? Because usually when you have a Mage Slayer, it just normally means not only do you want the stats, but that's a lot of magic damage you're going to be dealing with the opposing side, right? So, good attempt with the spear, but of course that's not going to happen. Into the use, but he did manage to glimpse back. Pops the BKB. Will he be enraged? He will be, but he did get glimmered out. So not much follow and no pulverize at the same time. Wukong Command on the other hand was slightly better into the arena of blood. Nice time with Danny coming with the BKB to allow him to try to back off. Soulbind into the Phantom. Then started there for a briefly amount of time. Comes in with the Graves to try to sustain the Prime Beast as long as possible, but just too much damage is currently being outputted into the rest of the squad. No more ultimates. They have outlasted the buildings here. Now it's time for them to currently outrun them in this case.
Oh man, it kind of started off decently with the Static Storm coming out late in the fight. The BKBs were down, but Yuma does not care as he just hits them and brings them all down. First set barracks falling. They have a couple of buybacks here on bait if they want to use it for the Primal Beast as well as Disruptor, but looks like no, they're just being like Copy, Gunner, Yuma hitting the tower. Glyph comes out, Gunner's like, look at me, I'll take up my shield. Oh, that was very cool.
That was cool.
I like it.
A couple of more seconds before the rest of the squad comes in. Slug, he just understands there's no reason for him to be in the base at all this.
Yep.
Really not too much he can really do. Just really try to farm up.
Plus, he didn't even have the TV scroll available. All right, he's got the third component of the Aghanims, but he's going to take some more time to actually finish the whole thing.
You know, we're really talking about this, right? I know this is, by the way, of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Portal Dota 2 World Invitational event as well. And Portal, as you guys know, Portal is the next gen gaming platform and publisher, but not just with this perks and being an amazing squad here, but they're also providing us with our Portal chests.
Yes, which includes a bunch of skins from the Dota 2 game, as well as different chests for different games. The one for Dota 2 will be hopefully coming soon. And yeah, it's a cool thing. It's a cool initiative to have that, so that you have something for the viewers as well.
Yeah, and seriously, by purchasing a chest as well, you'll be able to redeem really great in-game items for your Dota 2 accounts here. And honestly, there are different tiers as well. Like, it's not just one chest. There's different tiers of chests. Right? We have common, rare, epic. So because the higher the tier, the better the loot you're gonna be able to get out of it too. But of course, speaking of which, nice coming with the smoke in. Did pause out the Dandy, but guess what? Flaming Lasso pierces that BKB. Dandy tries to force out of it as well. Even pausing the defensive grades, but will it be enough? Slug trying to do his best, even popping the ultimate, but it can only last for so long. It times out, gets silenced back. 2 cores will die on the other hand, while the rest of the squad will pick up their respective target. 3 main target gone. 2 buybacks still is available, but then again, can you do it without the slug?
No.
It's a tall order to ask for a fact.
And they don't have any sort of way to displace them. They don't have like a tiny toss. They don't have a skewer. This is looking like it could be Megas here for Nouns. If you don't want to buy back, they're like, if you don't buy back, we'll just hit buildings until you do. Wait, there's a tier 2 top standing. So at least there's that. And there's the creeper is pushed out. Well, doesn't matter, it's pushed out now. Copy takes it down anyway. He has had a phenomenal game. Mars, he's got the Wind Waker, so catching him inside the Static Storm now is useless. Even allies can be put in the air, although they can't be moved, which is something I learned recently.
Yep. And then finally, we're currently slowly moving towards the last item right here. So you're really prepped for the Linkers here. But I think this is going to be the real, I guess you could say the final nail in the coffin, right? Get the rush, you group up, you man up, push it, pressure them towards their siege, towards their high ground here. And let's be honest, they already broke like 2 racks as well.
Yep.
Still left with 1 more.
And if it was for that tier 2 stop standing, they would have lost for sure. As Fly, he's like bored. And now he's like, oh god.
Yeah, Fly is just like, you know what? I don't need a bling. I don't need no anything. I'm just gonna super buff all of my allies. All I'm just gonna do is just pop BKB and just throw my ult. That's it.
Look at Yuma's drawing. That's a good arrow, I must say. And he drew that in like half a second, like boom, boom, boom. I'm like, that is pretty good.
That's pretty fast as well.
He got that. I mean, not surprised the man's fast with his mouse. He plays Dota all day.
But then again, this is prime time. Glypnir forces out the BKB. We all know it doesn't really last too long. Sadly, no bad rider for the Flaming Lasso to deny it. Could be quite detrimental, honestly, because if I'm not mistaken as well, he did not have that buyback. Did manage to smoke it. It's going to be a 3-man smoke up, probably a 4-man if they want to choose to go for it as well. This will be the final fight.
Well, only if Nouns wins. Okay.
Nice onslaught into the Bloodseeker, but he does have the Aegis as well.
Solid kill, I think.
Trying to sustain, trying to live up to the name. Popping in a couple of use, trying to buy the necessary amount of time. He tried to lifesteal a couple of packs. Aegis is finally popped up, but guess what? Flaming Lasso on top of Dandy here. This instantly pops in the TP here, and we'll still be able to get out of this.
Okay. Good pokes from Bait, honestly. Getting the Aegis out and keeping everyone alive, but unfortunately you need more than pokes, so you need to take a fight.
Oh, but a nice timing with the BKB. He anticipated it was coming at the same time. Now he's going to be slowly melting away as they cut things down to size. Pops in the Pulverize, trying to buy the next amount of time, but Grace has finally time out. But guess what? Bloodseeker finally gets nuked down to the proportion.
They still get the Mega.
But then again, Megas has been secured. Copy gets caught with the leap. He does have his own personal use to try to buy the necessary amount of time. Trying to lifesteal back. Lands down, crits. He's getting the necessary amount of time. A couple more hits. He does have the Phantom, but tell you, there is a shot on the Dazzle. One more stack. One more. He should have done it, but nowhere close enough. The Poison Touch slows on top of the Slug as well. There's just no way for him to really try to get close to anyone else to try to regen back. A really good fight. Really great, but at the same time, it's Megas.
Yeah, it's like you were able to get something on the way out, but they had already gotten exactly what they wanted.
It's like you won the battle, but did you really win the war here?
What war? Oh yeah, that's... Well, the war has been going on since game 1, and it has been just all in favor of Nouns. Looks like the Disruptor can get the the upgraded Static
Scepter,
Storm.
yeah.
Yeah, that would be nice. Would be very powerful for him if he can get his hands on it. I believe he will right now. Okay,
And the best part about it, as long as he keeps it hidden, that'd be pretty great. But oh no, Slark.
just when he wanted that not to happen.
I think they managed to, not to say read the situation, I think they just somewhat understand like this Slark has been farming our jungles.
He doesn't even need to use Arena for it. It was just a spear into tree, followed by a lasso, and that was it.
Oh,
Demon.
no.
He should be okay. They have Arena. He BKBs. Is he gonna TP out?
Oh no, that
no.
is not great at all. No, not great at all.
Doesn't have the TP
And
actually.
he got the glyph here as well.
1, 2, up. The blood mist was more than enough to kill him. Now, you didn't even have to hit him. He's like, my gas will kill you.
And then because of thirst as well, he knows exactly where it is. It doesn't really matter where.
I mean, there's no play for him in that situation. If you can't TP, so you have to onslaught. You can't just stand still. As here we go, bait. There is a buyback on the Slark. Slark can come back if he wants to.
Okay. The real goal is to try to keep this scepter hidden as long as possible as they can. They didn't really know it yet. They possibly might know it now.
They have glyph. If they want to use it, might be worth it. There you go. They have Slark available now, but no Primal Beast. I don't think you can wait until Primal Beast shows up.
Yeah. They might just have to take it right now.
There you go.
Jumps into the mix as well. Here comes
That's
the
a good
Sag
one.
No BKB, was able to be proper.
That's a very good one.
But then again, the Glimmer absolutely buying enough
Oh,
time,
no.
saving him, possibly even his life. Buying enough time to even drop into Wukong. Come back. He just need to get a couple of more hits. He pops the BKB in time. Really well done. Coming in from the side here
It's
for
over.
Fly. Really saves the life. GG is the call. Ladies and gentlemen, Nouns keeps it going in the lower bracket here. Staying alive, staying fine.
And poor Bait, they are out of the tournament here. They do get some money for their trouble and for their time, but would have loved to stay a little bit longer here. Would have loved to see Dendi have a better time. Nouns, yeah, they really struggled against the Night Pass, but here it just looked like it was a little easy. You know, no struggle at all.
Yeah. But then again, it's still such a really close. I wouldn't say okay. It was a really good game overall.
Yeah.
It did come really close down to the wire at certain points of the game.
I guess. I really don't feel like Nouns was out of control. They kind of had... maybe there were like a couple of times where they got picked off, but it wasn't a big deal.
Right.
Let's look at... We can look at the game and see, you tell me when you think it was going to turn, because I don't think there was any point that Nouns was not ahead.
I think the thing is that they really need to try to emphasize on copy at least.
Yeah.
Because you really had such a significant lead as well. I think
True.
it was an opportunity. Sure, Dazzle may not be the best rotating hero, right? That kind of thing. But because of the fact that you have this much of space and the fact that you somewhat zone out copy, I think you should just really like further enable yourself by just rotating around. Like,
Yeah.
you won your lane pretty significantly. You might as well ensure the other lanes are also doing just as well.
Yeah, they did crush Copy in the lane actually, but he did a good job of
Recovering,
going to the other areas of the map. He jumps in, throws a boundless strike. They get themselves a kill or two out of it, and they're like, yeah, this is all we need. So Copy, he really just farmed heroes instead of farming the lane. He's like, I don't need creeps. I'll just find anyone on the map and kill them.
Which is why I think it's really fantastic, right? Because he tried to farm the jungle, then he realized that it wasn't really working as much.
Too slow, yeah.
Decided to farm the heroes, just rotate around. Basically, just decided, like, you know what? Fine. If I can't get big, I'll at least enable my rest of the members to get big. Yuma really was able to really excel or overrun the Primal Beast as well. He started going to the bottom side. Actually, bottom side wasn't really too much of a worry.
No.
The Mars was brewing pretty great against the Slug as well. The
And-
initial pokes was just started really pulling it through here.
And they also kind of always allowed Gunnar to go in first, and if Gunnar loses his life, they're fine with this because it takes so much to kill the Mars.
Yeah.
And they had a great follow-up after that. And this was kind of a situation where I remember I think they got a pick-off early before this, and then they lost 2 people on the way out.
Yeah, both the supports.
It's tough. All of these fights, it just feels like now it's like, we want to kill, we want to go. Whereas Bait, it's kind of like,
Yeah.
what do we do now?
Yeah, really nothing much here. I think like the opportunity to really try to turn things around and bounce back, just that window was long closed already and long moved on. That ship has long sailed. Really nothing much you really can do about that kind of situation as well. So that's a little unfortunate, but at the same time, it's that's just how it is. That will be our final series of tonight as well.
Well,
Fate will be our first team that will be saying goodbye. Another team probably will be following us, so that will be happening later on in the other stream that we'll be finding out. But for our segment, that's going to be pretty much it.
yeah, there's another stream. It's going to be one more series. There's going to be Dandelions versus the loser between Mouse and Liga. I believe Liga was leading last time we were seeing. They won.
That was the last
game.
episode, yeah.
So, maybe Mouse was going to go up. Hopefully, I'm kind of rooting for Dandelions, but may the best team win that situation.
Yeah.
I believe we might have the schedule for tomorrow ready for you guys in just a second, so we can show you guys what you can expect. Tomorrow will be a slightly shorter day. We're only going to have 2 best-of-2s instead of 3.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about it as well is that we do have, because I know we were talking about the Portal Dota 2 chest, right?
Yeah.
And if you guys are really wondering like how to get it, actually really stay tuned for tomorrow actually, because we have a lot more info to really explain.
Yep.
But we are still going to emphasize the fact that there are tiers.
Yes.
There is the common, there's the rare, there's also, I believe it was
Epic.
epic, yes,
There
epic
you
as
go.
well. So just as tier-wise, the higher the tier you choose to buy for, the better loot, the better in-game loot you're actually going to be achieving. What is it? I also not too sure. You know.
But in the meantime, we'll be looking at what we do know here is what we're going to expect on tomorrow's schedule. And it looks like actually Mouse brought down Liga, so I thought I was wrong about that one. As so it's going to be Mouse versus 1win tomorrow. Navi Junior taking on Night Pulse. In the other stream right now, currently Dandelions is facing against Liga, and in our match that we just saw, Nouns took down B8. No 2-1s today. It's all 2-0s, unless of course Dandelions and Liga goes the distance.
Yeah, it really was. And then the thing is, it's not like one of those common, like it's not one of those casual games that we've seen. This is really one of the few best teams that we have in the respective scene, just going head to head with each other. At least the best that the region has to offer here.
Yeah, for Nouns, yeah, definitely. They are, we can very easily say so, the second best team in North America, always contending versus Shopify Rebellion. So I do expect Nouns to make it fairly far in this tournament. Top 4, I would be like expected maybe more than that.
It is going to be quite a climb because like as they progress forward, they're going to be definitely facing a lot more walls as they get towards it. Whether is it going to be a very easy call for them to surpass or surmount, we'll just have to see, because we still have, this is currently just day 1, or at least the end of day 1. Still 3 more amazing days to go here before we really crown our champions for the Portal Dota 2 World Invitational.
Yeah, I think tomorrow we'll be doing the upper bracket round 2 and lower bracket round 2, but we'll see which exact games we're going to be covering on this stream and which one's going to be covered on the other stream. For this stream, we are going to be doing, here we go, it's coming, we're going to be doing Mouse versus 1win.
Oh, that'll be a really fun game to watch.
Yeah, 1win looked really strong today. We didn't get a chance to look at Mouse, but we will see when we go back how they played. And then, of course, we're going to go to the lower bracket after that, depending on the 2 teams that fall there.
That'll be for sure. Yeah. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, do take into account your schedule-wise on what's going to be happening. Not just for tomorrow, as you guys see the schedule, also book yourself for this upcoming weekend here, because not only do we slowly move towards the end, but we're also going to be moving towards Championship Sunday here.
Yes, I was like, is Championship Sunday the basketball tournament? They're like, no, that's where we crown our champion here. And honestly, from day 1, it's pretty hard to be like, oh, I think this team is a favorite, this team is a favorite. We see a lot of really good players on most of the teams, and 1win looked good. I'm surprised, but Mouse, like, I'm surprised. I thought Liga came in as one of the best teams, but they were dropped by Mouse. So really, anyone can take it.
This is why I'm saying this is why I just can't get tired of Dota, right? Because things that you feel like it should be set in stone, it just never is. It never really is.
The game is always constantly evolving, and it is fun to watch. We'll see if any other hero comes up as a support to replace the Terrorblade, right?
I mean, we have a lot. It's just whether to get the opportunity to come out, right? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
But of course, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for our day number 1 for the Stream A section. Yeah, or Ottoman likes to say like the best section.
Yeah, the A tier one.
The A tier one. But of course, with that being said, I'm also known as Yolo Lead. Gracing us at the castle is Otomo. We bid you all a really great night and a good day. And stay tuned for tomorrow. More Dota 2 action.